we all settled? Good morning. I'm Councillor Dave Shaw, Chair of the Licensing Subcommittee, and I would like to welcome you all back to today's Licensing Subcommittee. This is not a public meeting, but a meeting the public can attend. Before we commence, I would like to outline the domestic arrangements for the meeting. We are not expecting a fire practice today. Is that still the case? Nothing's been scheduled in. Thank you. If the alarm sounds, please leave the chamber, then turn right and proceed down the stairway and through the emergency exit on the ground floor. The assembly point is in the public square in front of Cast beyond the fountain. Anybody with mobility issues should wait in the refuge area near the lift and use the intercom to call for assistance. This meeting will be recorded and published on the council's website. By entering the council chamber, you are accepting that you will be recorded and your images will be retained and broadcast by the council. If anyone intends to record today's meeting, please ensure that this does not disturb the conduct of the meeting. Please ensure that your mobile phones are either switched off or turned to silent. Thank you. I will now commence the meeting. Number 1, apologies for absences. Do we have any apologies? No apologies. Thank you. Item 2, exclusions of the public and press. Whilst at this hearing on 9th of April, it was noted that Appendix E and E1 were not for publication as they contained personal information protected by data protection legislation. Through further discussion, it was agreed that the information within the appendices would not be withheld as the personal information had been redacted. Therefore, the appendices would be part of the public agenda. Please note that when the subcommittee goes into deliberation to determine the decision, all public and press will be excluded from the meeting. They will then be brought back into the meeting to hear the subcommittee's decision. Item 3, declarations of interest. Do I have any declarations? No declarations. Item 4, so to the meat of the meeting, application for a new premise licence for Asken Music Festival, Asken Events Field, Asken Doncaster DN6 0AA. Is someone's phone vibrating? Okay. No? There was, but anyway, it's stopped now, that's fine. So I'm just going to run through an extensive list of items that we should have all been provided with, so we should have all seen them, but for the sake of completion, I'll just run through them all. So, item 1 should be an agenda pack, 090424, agenda front 080524. Number 2, copy of an additional documentation from applicant, email sent 4th of April. Number 3, witness statement and exhibits from Andrew Delaney, Senior Environmental Health Practitioner, CDC, email sent 8th of April. Number 4, witness statement from PC Mark Roxburgh and supporting documents, email sent 8th of April. Number 5, witness statement from Carl Maltravers, Resilience Officer, CDC, email sent 8th of April. Number 6, witness statement from David Swan, South Yorkshire Fire and Rescue, email sent 9th of April. Number 7, witness statement from Steve Larkin, Highway Network Manager, CDC, email sent 9th of April. Number 8, additional document 1, submitted by AMF Events, Safety Management Plan, Road Traffic Management Plan, Acoustic Tent version 1, Peter Curry's CV and witness statement from Andy O'Grady, sent by applicant to those who have made representations. Item 9, additional document 2 submitted by AMF Noise Management Plan and plans referred to in document 1 sent by applicant to those who have made representation. Item 10, additional document 3, second witness statements of Steve Larkin, David Swan and Carl Maltravers, email sent 26th of April 2024. Item 11, second witness statement of Mark Roxburgh, South Yorkshire Police, email sent 26th of April 24. And last, item number 12, second witness statement of Andrew Delaney, email sent 26th of April 2024. Before I commence, as far as everyone's aware, as everybody had copies of those documents. Everybody happy that they've got the documents required? We do have a pile if anybody's missing anything. No? We're all good? Right, thank you. So I will now commence the hearing. We are today to discuss an application for a new premise licence for Asken Music Festival, Asken Events Field, Asking Doncaster DN6 0AA. All parties who indicated that they wish to address the subcommittee will be given the opportunity to speak. Can I now invite the licensing officer representative to introduce the item? Thank you.
Chair, this hearing is to determine an application for a new premise licence in respect of Asker Music Festival. The application is for a new premise licence to operate the premises as a music festival venue, to permit the sale of alcohol for consumption on the premises, performance of live music and the playing of recorded music. The licence would allow for 9,999 attendees at any one time. During the consultation period, additional conditions were agreed with South Yorkshire Police. These can be seen in the summary of the application in Appendix B. I can confirm that the application has been correctly advertised and that the mandatory consultation has taken place. During the consultation period, several representations were received both in support and in objection to the application. These can be found in Appendix E. I can confirm that all the required notices of the hearing have been given and all parties have been made aware of the procedure to be followed at the hearing, both in the notes that accompany the notice of hearing and in the hearing papers. The options available to the committee when making its determination are detailed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will now ask the applicant representative to address the subcommittee. Whoever is speaking, can you please identify yourself? And if everyone within the chamber that is making a representation can just, I will try and prompt you, but just identify yourself. It just makes it easier from a point of view of minutes in the meeting and making sure it's accurate. So if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to now address the committee, please do so, but identify yourself first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Paddy Wur, W-H-U-R, and I'm a licensing solicitor representing the applicant for the premises licence today. I am going to introduce at some stage Mr. Grady, who sits next to me, who's from the applicant company, and also Mr. Curry, who's going to deal with some of the representations that have been made from his expertise. You've seen his CV in the pack that we sent in advance of the hearing. Obviously, it's a very detailed case. I think my printer, being an old school, needing to look at everything hard copy, gave up the ghost over the weekend. So I apologise for all the burdensome documents you've got, but obviously this is a significantly important application to my clients. We're in an unusual situation, I think, with events like this, where you've got an application for a premises licence, and then sitting on parallel tracks to that really is the ESAG process, where the applicant, the operator who wants to operate the premises, has a series of, or should have a series of meetings with the safety advisory group. I think that relationship, quite clearly from the paperwork that you've seen, unfortunately broke down this year. And I have had some very serious conversations with my client since the adjournment of the application to today's date. They are very keen for you to consider the premises licence application today and give an undertaking, should that licence be granted, to work with all of the responsible authorities who are part of the SAG group to finalise the documents that they still say are missing. Now, I haven't been involved in the SAG process, and it's very clear from what I've read into that process that there was a lack of confidence in relation to the way that that process was started by my clients. And I think if Mr. Curry had been involved from the outset, I hope, would have been in a different position to where we are now. I think they've found it difficult to engage with members of the SAG group who quite clearly have decided to pull away from having an advisory environment in relation to this. And I would just like to touch on a couple of points before I move into the evidence. The Health and Safety Executive give a guidance document which sets out the role of local authority safety advisory groups. And I just want to tell you what that first paragraph in that document says. So it says, SAGs provide a forum for discussing and advising on public safety at an event. They aim to help organisers with the planning, note the word help, and management of an event, and to encourage cooperation and coordination between all relevant agencies. They are non-statutory bodies and so do not have legal powers or responsibilities and are not empowered to approve or prohibit events from taking place. So that SAG process sits there in an advisory capacity. I'm going to ask you today very carefully to focus on what the discretion is of a licensing subcommittee in relation to the application that we're making for the premises licence today. I'm lucky in the regard that I know I've got a very experienced committee who's used to dealing with applications like this, and I'm sure you will be carefully advised by your learned legal advisor in relation to any specifics that arise in relation to the points that we wish to raise today. So your discretion that's engaged today is to grant, modify and grant, or refuse the premises licence application. The case law in relation to licensing is set up very clearly that it's an on the balance of probabilities test, and it's down to the objectors to satisfy you that it would be more likely than not incapable that my clients could promote the licensing objectives if the application that's applied for were granted. And we were very careful when I started the process. I wasn't involved in the SAG, but I was involved in the initial instructions in relation to the licensing application. So I looked at your statement of licensing policy, which obviously is something that you have to have regard to in relation to applications that fall to be considered by you as a committee. It's a very helpful, well-written document, and importantly, paragraph 5.10 to 5.13 of your own policy, it talks about special events in the open air or in temporary structures. And I just want to touch on the important parts of your policy. So at 5.10 it says the promotion and the organisation of live musical and similar entertainment in the open air or in temporary structures like marquees can provide opportunities for community involvement, civic pride, and can attract visitors in the district. And you're going to hear from my client as to why this is a very important application for them. You've seen from his CV that he's operated many events in Doncaster, having trained at the Dome and then moved into organising events outside over many years. And up to last year, when there was one unfortunate incident when somebody left the event last year, they'd had a very good relationship with all of the responsible authorities and had put on events of cultural importance to Doncaster. And he's going to talk to you very, very fairly on the basis that this is a site that they think they can use safely today. The application's been reduced to a capacity of 4,999 from the original application. And importantly, that includes all of the people who'll be working there as well. So it's going to be a maximum capacity of about 4,000, mainly local people who want to attend an event which is of cultural significance and importance, we would say, to Doncaster. So I'd ask you to note the language in your own statement of licensing policy. Paragraph 5.12 talks about the interaction with the Safety Advisory Group, who in your own policy state that they are there to assist organisers into coordinating such events. And Andy's going to talk to you about the fact that on a number of occasions, part of their team have sought to have meetings to try and resolve issues that were live issues, and those meetings have not been able to take place. The only other legal document that I would ask you to have consideration of is the Secretary of State's guidance, which is the guidance created under Section 182 of the Licensing Act. And that creates sort of the rules of engagement for when you get contested hearings, for when you as a licensing authority have to determine what should happen when there isn't agreement between all of the parties. I'm not going to go through all of those sections, but it's important, I think, for your note, just to consider, if you need to look at these after the hearing, that paragraphs 9.43, which talks about your duties today at page 81 of the document, paragraph 10.10, which talks about conditions, which is at page 84, paragraph 2.3, which is at page 6, which talks about the crime and disorder licensing objective, and paragraphs 2.8 to 2.20, which talks about public safety. Paragraph 2.21 to 2.27 that deals with public nuisance, and paragraphs 2.28 to 2.37, which talks about the protection of children from harm. We were very careful in looking at your local policy and the Section 182 guidance document before we offered the conditions that we did in our operating schedule. And it's important to note, as Hayley's just outlined to you, when the police came back with their initial comments and asked for some additional conditions to be attached, we acceded to those additional conditions. So you've got an operator who's looking very, very carefully at creating an environment on the premises licence application that we would say puts you in a position where you can safely grant this licence today. I'm going to try really hard not to jump around between lots of different documents, but there are some things that I need to draw the attention of the committee to. The first of those is page 30 to 37 in the original documentation that was provided for the first hearing. That's the list of conditions that we have offered that should this licence be granted. So that's pages 30 to 37 of the original agenda pack. That details the conditions that were proposed conditions that were offered as part of the application. I'm not going to go through those in detail, but my submissions on those conditions are they are as significant as you will see in an events licence. They draw from the experience of the operator, my experience of licensing events of this nature. They are, I would submit on behalf of the applicant, enforceable, they're workable, they're proportionate, and they are appropriate to promote the licensing objectives, which you will know is your statutory test. I'm going to touch on a few of them, but not all of them. So the fourth one of those conditions offered is that an event safety coordinator will be appointed who shall be sufficiently competent to carry that role out on the day and won't have additional duties. That's going to be a gentleman called Dave Bates. He is a level 4 event safety management and spectator safety management qualified individual. He has successfully fulfilled that role and provided supervisors, SIA supervisors, the Parklife Festival, Leeds Festival, and provides staff every year for the Glastonbury Festival. So you have comfort in knowing that that individual is of the highest calibre that you would expect to see to be in charge, daytime in charge of the premises. We've talked about the capacity, and that now has been reduced, as I've said, to 4,999 from the original request for a much larger licence, which we had hoped the event could grow to in future years. But because of the interaction of the SAG group, we thought it was important to be realistic. We think that we will have somewhere in the region of 3,700 to 4,000 paying customers who would want to come to the event. So we think that that is a fair and balanced number for you to adjudicate on today. We have said that we will have a fire risk assessment under the Regulatory Reform Fire Safety Order of 2005. That's nearly finalised and will be finalised, and that's the issues that you have in licensing events of this nature in the SAG process and the premises licence application do follow different tracks that cross over and interact as you go along the journey. And my clients are very, very comfortable that with Pete on board now, One Way, who are the traffic management company, who haven't been able to break down this barrier that's happened between the SAG members and themselves, that if you grant the licence today, that would be unlocked, and that the documents that need to satisfy those parties are very close to being finalised and would be finalised well in advance of this event taking place in July. And that's a very important consideration as part of your discretion to grant or refuse the licence today. I'm now going to move on to Andy, who sits immediately to my left, who you will know from appearing in front of this committee before. And I've introduced, through the additional documentation that we've sent, his witness statement, which is in the additional pack. You don't need to turn that up at the moment because we're going to talk in general terms. He's local, he's trained local, he's experienced, he's held multiple events. And I think up until this year felt that he had a very good, solid relationship with all of the responsible authorities. I think he would accept that some own goals were created early in the process this year and is now telling you as a licensing committee in determining this application that he's capable of having this license granted to the company, and all of those additional matters that are outstanding are to the main part already finalised, and some of the risk assessments just needing to be finalised. And it's interesting to note, I think, that last year's application, which I think, Chair, you sat on, when there was some, you didn't, I apologise, there was some local residential objection, but the ESAG members didn't put any representations into last year's application. So this is an application with an offer to invest in infrastructure in this location and to create a base for future events to take place. And I think it's important to note that if this licence application is not allowed and we don't get a premises licence, that could well be the end of the Asken Music Festival as something that's important to the cultural makeup of Doncaster. I think we're also supported by the local town council, who are here and have put in representations who want to speak to support the application, and they will obviously speak once we've finished dealing with issues. I'm going to ask Andy now just to introduce himself and talk to you about the issues he'd like to raise, and in particular some of the points that have been raised in the most recent witness statement of Mr. Larkin.
Good morning, Chair. My name's Andrew O'Grady. I'm an event director and stakeholder of Asken Music Festival. I'd just like to make a couple of points that was brought out to me by Richard Russell from One Way Traffic Management Company. He's a health and safety consultant and general manager of One Way Traffic Management Company. They host various events around the country and offer traffic management solutions, whether it be in Hull, whether it be in Leicester. And his points that he asked us to raise today, which unfortunately he couldn't attend today, he basically, we asked him to attend, he wanted to attend, but in the end he thought that it was too difficult to liaise with the traffic company, traffic department at Doncaster Council. He was really put off by the way that they handle things, and it's kind of put him off from wanting to be involved with our festival. However, I did have a good conversation with him last night, and he was happy to move on board if the license is granted. Now, he stated in his email to me yesterday regarding Mr. Larkin's statement. Parking suspensions. We have requested the procedure from Doncaster Council with regards to parking suspensions and have received no information. We cannot propose an allocated time for an install of the signage and parking cones if we are unaware of the constraints for Doncaster's procedure. As an example, for Leicester City Council, we have to issue all affected residents with a letter drop 7 days before the intended suspension, and advance notice signs have to be installed 48 hours before the intended suspension. We have requested the presence in the form of a face-to-face meeting to discuss the event with Doncaster Council, which was refused. If the meeting had taken place, we would be under a better understanding of what the traffic management solutions the Council would be happy to have installed for the event. All the drawings that are being used in the notes are only proposed drawings and can be amended. The TM drawings are not set in stone and require the input from the Council from an agreed traffic management solution. Now, what they are saying is that they've made numerous phone calls to the traffic department without having a response from them. They've sent emails through asking for a face-to-face site meeting, which hasn't happened. And again, they've asked for that on numerous occasions. On one occasion, James Jevons from One Way got through to the traffic department and spoke to Phil Marin, who I believe is head of department, who stated he wanted nothing to do with the event, and James must speak to Kazim, who's obviously one of the traffic management staff who work for Doncaster Council. Now, we did propose sorting out a site meeting on the 3rd of April with a response from Kazim saying a site visit is not necessary. Now, when we approached Network Rail, who was informed, obviously, because of the campsite and the car park was close to obviously the railway line, we contacted Network Rail, a gentleman called Keith Kueshi. He came back to us straight away, and the first thing that he said was, let's have a site meeting, which we did. We attended, and they're happy with the traffic management system and solution that we're proposing. That was the easy way to do it. And again, the traffic management company just wanted a face-to-face meeting, but we've unfortunately been met with people who would rather sit behind the desk, not want to meet face-to-face, and use Google Images rather than actually going to site to have a look at what's actually down there. So we're quite upset a little bit, because my experience with Doncaster Council has always been a good one. I've always had a good relationship with Doncaster Council, whether it be through Business Doncaster, whether it be through events that I've run at Doncaster Dome, whether it be through noise management with John Davis, who I know is no longer with Doncaster Council. But I believe I've always had a good relationship with Doncaster Council until last year, obviously when we moved to Thornhurst. One of the things that I'd like to point out is a phone call discussion that I had with Andrew Delaney previously about last year's festival, where on the phone call I was being obviously helpful, as I always am, and wanted to work with people, and I made a comment saying, we want to work with you, you know that, and his response was to turn around and to say, well, I don't know that. And I just think that's rude. And that's not the way I deal with people. That's not professional, in my opinion. I understand that people are there to do a job, and I totally get that, but I'd rather work with people and obviously make things work and flow how they should do. So those was just obviously a point that I wanted to raise on that. There's a couple of other points in Mr. Larkin's statement that I wanted to just point out as well. He states about car park A, the plan states that it is noted that any remedial work leading onto the highway would need the relevant permissions. The land is actually owned by a scout leader, and he's well aware of the works to be carried out for a camping and car parking area. He's got experience in, obviously, in those types of areas. Stewards and marshals, the number of stewards will be determined by the car parking sales and the camping pitch sales. This was detailed within the dot plan that we submitted. Further stewards to be deployed on the stiles leading to the railway line after a site meeting with Network Rail. So once we met with Network Rail as well, they made a point of the stile that's crossing over at the back of the event field. We did speak to Network Rail and say the area would be fenced off. However, the gent from Network Rail wanted a marshal on there, which is no issue for us whatsoever. And it's just a good example of how we could sit down with Network Rail and discuss everything that we needed to do face-to-face and create a good relationship. Trackway can be utilised on the car park should heavy rain cause the ground to be damp. However, the field itself is used for growing grass and therefore is kept in good condition. I obviously touched upon Google Maps previously.
Don't just gloss over that. Just explain trackway, please, and the cost of that.
So trackway, as Pete will point out later on in his points that he's raising, trackway is an industry standard tracking that you place down on soft ground in order to create a substantial weight-bearing load for whether it be vehicles, whether it be footways, whether it be pedestrians walking across it. It's industry standard. It can be an expensive excuse me. It can be expensive to lay. However, we always find a way to make sure that we can obviously get this kind of equipment. We've got good solutions. We've got good contacts who are willing to work with us, whether it be through sponsorship or whether it be through reduced rates. We always manage to find a way. So trackway is something that we are looking and exploring and will have in place for the festival itself. Again, touching on Google Maps, sorry, just in Mr. Larkin's statement, obviously there's a lot of Google images, a lot of Street View. Google Maps images and Street View is not live and therefore cannot be determined to be reliable. Street View imagery, and this is from Google's website, Street View imagery is not real time. Afterwards, it takes months to process them. This means that content you see could be anywhere from a few months to a few years old. In some locations where we've collected imagery over the many years, you may also be able to view any changes through our time machine function. So rather than going down to site and having a look at the site, I believe that there's been quite a lot of Street View, quite a lot of Google images taken rather than actually going to have a look at what the actual condition of the site is. Part where stated that the marshals and stewards will leave the car park area when only 10% of the cars remain, and mentions about this could cause crime and disorder and vehicles may be vulnerable. We've got security overlapping, stewards and marshals leaving on a night time to do patrols of the campsite areas and car park area. So we're quite happy that that's in place. We'd always have stewards and security on site, SIA standard stewards and SIA security on site.
Any crime and disorder last year?
No. Nothing that we're aware of. And again, tower lights. We've got tower lights in place. We've also got festoon lighting all the way down the car park and all the way down the camping site, which lead towards the road. These have been missed off the plans and off the drawing, unfortunately. Just again on the last part on Mr. Larkin's statement, he talks about permissions. Never previously we've been asked about permissions for use of the land with private contractors. We used the school at Asken Spa last year. We've always gained permission from the right people. I don't see why that needs evidence in, because that's something between ourselves and the actual landowners. We don't see why that should be something that we'd need to evidence. However, we can if we need to. There's another part as well which the traffic management company sent me. They sent an email to Kazim answering some points on traffic management. I can go through those now quite easily. It was based on the plans that were put in place by the traffic management company, which they then never got a response from. So the original proposed was, what is the distance between each set of restriction signs? The traffic management company answered, there is no required distance between each restriction sign. They will be implemented at regular points to remind road users of the restrictions in place. Will a clear time be listed for when the signs will be placed out and removed? The parking signage will be in place the evening before the event, but triggered and turned into the road for the use of the morning of the event prior to the arrivals. On Plan 2, is there any information about what date the time signs will be placed out and removed? This can be included in the notes signage for the Plan 2, which will be installed prior to 8 AM on the day of the event and removed after all vehicles have vacated the car park circa 12 o'clock at the midnight. Any information in the notes about whether signs will be on A-frames or plan to be affixed to existing columns. All signage, and again from the traffic management company, all signage will be installed on A-frames. A sign schedule will be available upon confirmation of the required traffic management for the event. Plan 3, potential for queuing back into the A19 as identified in the drawing, with right turn prohibition identified to prevent tailbacks. A TTRO is required for turning prohibitions with the operation times. And again, the response from the traffic management company, a TTRO is not required for the right turn prohibition as traffic is turning onto private land and not a normal available right turn for public use. There is, the next question, there is no diversion route identified for the vehicles which will have to continue north instead of turning right into the field. What is the diversion route and where can vehicles turn back around to travel south on the A19? And again, there is no diversion route currently identified, as the prohibition of the right turn will be installed as the last resort should any traffic issues arrive. The proposed provisions that have been submitted will suffice for the scale of the event. And I think that's the importance of it as well, to note the scale of the event. The plans that have been shared with our Safer Roads team for them to review the green and red times to ensure they are correct. Response from the Traffic Management Company. The minimum time for the pedestrian crossings is 12 seconds red time and 7 seconds green time. We have upped the green time to ensure longer times for pedestrians crossing to ensure a safe crossing should there be any increased footfall. A TMO will also be at pedestrian crossing ready to manually operate the temporary traffic signals should intervention be required. The plan for the TTRO application will need to include the left turn prohibition with the times it can be used. And again, this is an example of where we've asked a question, or the Traffic Management Company have asked a question that's not been responded to. Can this be included as an overall TTRO for the event, including the use of parking restrictions and the proposed road closures? Question mark. What is the visibility for vehicles leaving the car park? What is the distance of visibility that a vehicle has in both directions at egress? And how far back from the carriageway does a vehicle need to be before it reaches the required visibility for the speed of the road and the prevailing speed of the road? Was the question proposed by Doncaster Council. If under temporary traffic signals on the exit phase, this would not be an issue, as the traffic flow would be manually controlled. However, should the left lane prohibition system be in place, the visibility display would be over 130 metres. That was the response from the Traffic Management Company. What is the rationale for the left turn prohibition? Vehicles can only turn right and so would need to cross a lane of oncoming traffic to exit. The reasoning behind the left turn prohibition is to reduce the traffic pedestrian contact throughout Asken at the end of the event. Pedestrian safety is paramount. Now, these are obviously all responses from the Traffic Management Company that we've employed to obviously run the Traffic Management Company for us, after we were told last year that we needed a traffic management company that dealt with events, which we did. Last part, has consideration been given to the route vehicles and will take if they are not permitted to turn left? Has any consideration been given to the potential for vehicles to turn left regardless? Vehicles will not be able to turn left, as there will be stewards and traffic management operatives insisting on a right turn only exit. Plan 5. It is still unclear why the roads are being closed rather than parking restrictions. The main reason behind closures is to prevent event attendees from parking in residential areas and causing issues for residents traversing to and from their property. A road closure with a steward located at the closure point is proven as a better deterrent for preventing vehicles from refusing to adhere to parking instructions. An end time is required for the road closures. An allocated time for closure removal has not been proposed, as your input on what times you would like the closure to be lifted would be preferential. Another example of a question asked by the Traffic Management Company with no answer. There are no road ahead close signs or signage to inform or resident only access is located. Letters will be delivered to the residential areas prior to the event informing the residents of the proposed road closures. Included in that would be a permit as well that they'd be able to show to the steward on entering their road towards their property. Asken Spa Academy has been identified as a drop-off pick-up point location for taxis and personal vehicles. Vehicular entry onto the site appears to be via Alfred Road via Sutton Road. However, there's a road closure in place at the junction with Sutton Road. And again, the Traffic Management Company's answered, we are unaware of any scheduled road closure on Sutton Road. However, if you could provide us with any information on said closure, plans could be adapted accordingly. So again, you can see from here that the Traffic Management Company have tried to work with traffic at Doncaster. They're really frustrated by the process. They're really unhappy, which is breaking down relationships with us as a company. And we'd like to rebuild that. But we believe that a face-to-face meeting is the only thing that can resolve that and solve that. And again, we'd rather work with local authority, we'd rather work with people in order to get to the end point, which is obviously safe environment and safe traffic management plan. Thank you.
Just as a final point on the points that you wish to raise, you've obviously put in your witness statement that you've held, along with your business partners who are here as well, a number of events previously. What have you done with the money that you've made out of those events?
Personally, we've not gained from these events. We've always rolled over. We've got a good business model. We pay our taxes. We always get our VAT returns in on time. We've got a good business model. We always turn over the money in order to create a bigger festival each year. We're interested in bringing bigger acts to Doncaster. That's what buzzes us. That's what gets us to where we want to be. We don't look at this from financial gain. This is predominantly set up for the community, predominantly set up for Doncaster. This is an event for Doncaster. It's mentioned in so many national, whether it be national press, whether it be Radio 2, whether it be the new LNER music forum that Jo Wiley's just done, where she mentions Asker Music Festival. It's a great event for Doncaster, and that's the reason why we do it. We want to bring something to Doncaster that people can be proud of, and we're proud of Doncaster. And it's just a shame that these relationships have broken down, because it's not where we want to be. We want to work with people. I've been doing events since I was 25-year-old. I'm 40 now. I've always thought about bringing events to Doncaster. It's always been on my agenda to bring more and more events to Doncaster. When I was at the Doncaster Dome, it was just constantly contacting agents for bands, contacting managers for bands, bringing these bands into Doncaster. My track record speaks for itself as far as that's concerned. I've brought a lot of big bands into Doncaster, and I want to continue to do that. But if we're not granted a license today, if the event doesn't go ahead, it's going to be damaging for Doncaster in those circles, especially with agents and managers, because I've worked so hard to bring people to Doncaster. I worked so hard to bring agents and bands and big bands to Doncaster, and word gets around. And if the event doesn't go ahead and we have to let people down, then I think that it'll not look too good for the scene in Doncaster, unfortunately, which we don't want to happen.
And just my final point on this year's event, and the way that you're running it, what's the demographic of the people who will be attending there, and what's the price point in relation to buying tickets for it?
So the ticket price just moved up a tier. It's gone from £55 to £65, which is very affordable compared to a lot of festivals nowadays, when you're looking at circa £100 to go to a festival, including travel. Obviously, we travel on top. The demographic of the audience attending, obviously, we've got Billy Ocean headlining. It's an older audience. It's a happy audience. It can be seen as a family environment during the day. On the evening, obviously, we're expecting a demographic of more 40 to 60-year-olds. Obviously, it's that type of music. It's 80s music, 80s soul. So we're not expecting any crime or disorder as far as that's concerned. We've, as Paddy has stated, we've obviously not had any issues before as far as crime and disorder. We've not had any ejections. We've not had any issues. So we think that we can obviously tick that box to make things move forward.
Thank you. Chair, I'm conscious of the fact that I'm now going to move on to Mr. Curry, who's going to deal with any other issues, and in particular, the witness statements of two other of the objectors. I'm in your hands as to how you want to deal with it, whether you would wish to ask questions at this stage of my client, or whether you would wish to wait until all of the evidence has been led and then you ask any questions of everybody at that stage, whichever you feel would be most beneficial to the committee.
We're happy to continue for you to present the evidence, and then we'll come back with all the questions.
I'm grateful. I just wanted to give you the option.
That's absolutely fine, and thank you for making that offer.
So the second person I wish to address the committee is Mr. Curry, who sits next door but one to me, and I've introduced his CV into the most recent documentation that I've got, and I want him to talk about some of the aspects that he has expertise in to give you comfort in relation to the actual premises licence application. I would just pick up a couple of points in his CV. So in 2022, he was the event security manager at Leeds Festival, which is obviously significantly larger than what we're applying for here. He's the event silver command officer at Hull Fair, which is the largest travelling fair in Europe. He's been the event security manager at Parklife Festival in Leeds, and that's been on a number of occasions. So he's exceptionally well versed at dealing with the issues that are at live in this case. Most importantly, I just want to touch on one paragraph in his CV where he says he's responsible for emergency planning, highways maintenance, bridges and structures maintenance. As part of this role, I also undertake the role of sports ground safety officer and chair of the safety advisory group for the authority. I think this is in Kingston upon Hull. This involves monitoring the safety certificates issued by the local authority, carrying out during event inspections and annual audits of stadium safety management plans, and ensuring that the authority meets the statutory obligation under the relevant acts. So it is perhaps disappointing and made everybody's jobs a little bit harder that he wasn't involved right from the beginning, and he's certainly going to give you an undertaking that should this licence be granted and we can re-engage with the SAG process, that he will be on board to make sure that everything that he thinks is achievable is achievable. I would just like now, if possible, for us to, what I'm going to do to try and shorten the time frame on this, and I appreciate it's quite clumsy, is look at the most recent witness statement of Mark Roxburgh and the most recent witness statement of Andrew Delaney. These are the ones that were submitted after we submitted the updated management plans after the last hearing, because I think to go back any further than that would be counterproductive. So Pete's come in and worked hard on what we've produced, and he's looked closely at where the objectors say that there are still issues. As a final reminder, it would be my closing submissions that these are all relevant to the SAG process, but it's to give you comfort as a licensing authority that we've got the right team in place, that should you grant the premises licence, you've got nothing to worry about this event going off safely. So if I could introduce Peter to the committee, and if we can start by looking at Mark Roxburgh's statement. Now, I know that we've gone through this in great detail, and there are many, many areas where we feel that the witness statement's not up to date and hasn't perhaps taken into account a lot of the things that we've put in place. I don't think we've got time to go through all of those today. I'm conscious that I don't want to bore the living daylights out of you, but it's obviously very important that we touch on the ones that we think are important to this application today. So if I could hand over to you and for us to start really at the initial important points that you've picked out of this witness statement as to being issues that the committee should take into consideration.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Peter Curry. I'm assisting Asker Music Festival. We're trying to get this event plan and the licence application over the line. I was brought in at a very late stage in the process, and I just want to reiterate that after the last meeting, which was adjourned, I only had a day, literally a day, to go through the submissions from the objectors and try and make it work. So hands up, I missed one particular, which is quite an important point, was the circulation capacities. I missed that one. I'll hold my hands up to that one, but I've adjusted the circulation capacities as a result of that, and in my opinion, it now works with the reduced capacity that the guys from Asker Music Festival are looking to put into the site. I'm not going to go through every one of Mr. Roxburgh's comments, but one of the main issues it brings up about is the drugs policy. The drugs policy is covered between pages 37 and 38, the plan. It's quite detailed.
So if we're just looking at the, sorry, if we're just
Looking at the most recent witness statement, that paragraph 18 of the witness statement says there is no mention of drugs and illegal substance misuse and policy upon which presumably stewards will be aware within the plan, but no detail of how this will be actioned within the venue. And then you've highlighted, if you could very briefly just highlight what actually is in the plan.
Yeah, so on pages 37 and 38, it discusses the drugs policy, and it states that covert operations will be taking place and patrons will be searched at the point of entry together with the use of amnesty bins. The stewards will carry out searches as they do at any other event, any other sports ground throughout the country. It'd be a pat-down search, and then the use of wands to check for any items that shouldn't be with them. Drugs amnesty bins will be provided. These will be relocated at ingress and egress routes. The stewards and SIA role in carrying out these searches is standard. You can go to any arena, any event in the country, and you'll be subject to a pat-down search now and a wand search. Drugs dogs, I believe, Andy, you had drugs dogs were being used last year. The intention is to bring drugs dogs in again this year. Yep. So obviously they'll be roving the queues and also roving the lead up to the queues to check that people aren't carrying out any illicit substances. The policy is that anybody found with drugs that is more than personal use, they'll be subject to taken away, and a more rigorous search will be carried out. If there was an occurrence that somebody was found to have too much more than personal use on them, then obviously they'd be referred to the police. If it's personal use, they'd be given the option of getting rid of it in the amnesty bin and admitted, or if they don't, then they're turned away and they don't come back. That is standard. That was the practice that was used at Leeds and Parklight festivals last year. So it's nothing new at all. The DOT plan was provided, which shows 36 SIA staff.
Paragraph 19 of the witness statement, Mr. Roxburgh is saying that there isn't sufficient detail in the plan in relation to how we will resource SIA and stewards, and you picked out where it is covered.
Yes, I believe from what I was told that the DOT plan was submitted on submission 1, but it wasn't put in the pack for submission 2. But on submission 1, the plan shows 36 SIA staff and 20 stewards who were at various positions around the sites. All of the relevant positions in terms of licensing are covered with staff, so bars, the acoustic tent, anywhere else where there's a licensable activity being carried out, so searches.
And in your experience, obviously being very experienced in this regard, the numbers that are suggested are sufficient for an event of this nature?
The standard for any event is as per the Green Guard, is 1 per 250 people on site, plus any additional gates and gaps. So any relevant gates, i.e. the entry points, the exit points, the bars, their statutory positions, and then you add 1 per 250 people.
Yeah. So this could all be finalised should the licence be granted with one final document to wrap all of that up, yes?
Yeah, the number of stewards that are used and SIA staff for the various locations will never change, but depending on ticket sales, that can be ramped up at a rate of 1 per 250 for the number of stewards that need to be in attendance. There is a difference between, obviously, the SIA staff and the stewards. The stewards are there for customer service. The SIA staff are there to cover for any licensable activities that are being carried out on site. Item 21. There are no referral procedures in relation to how the event organiser responsible for the safety of all attendees at the event will provide an initial response to likely incident before contacting the police emergency services necessary. There are roaming response teams of 2 people, SIA trained, which again is standard in, you can go to any festival, any stadium, any event in the country, and you will have roaming staff who will be called up, and they will deal with any incident at source. They're trained to do that. That's what SIA staff are trained to do. They're trained to de-escalate the situation and deal with it on site rather than having to contact the police. I mean, it's certainly in the sports ground safety arena. The police now are second to stewards. The whole legislation around sports ground safety is to remove police completely from events and steward them. Hence why all stewards now are trained to a level 2 in spectator safety. That's written down in legislation, and the same applies to these events. It's not about increasing the requirement for a police just because you've got an event on site. You put trained stewards in, they're trained to deal with the situation, and you shouldn't have to deal with the police unless it becomes a criminal act. Crime reporting procedures for victims of persons wanting to report suspicious activity not considered in enough detail, and there is little information on how this will be disseminated to staff. That's item 22. So all of the stewards who are employed by the security company carry incident report cards, which they can fill in and they can hand them back to event control, or all of the staff carry, well, most of the staff now, it's expected, will be carrying a mobile phone, and on that mobile phone there is an application that they all log on, so the security company know where they are, when they're on site. That has a facility to report any incident, which goes live back to event control. So that if they haven't got a radio, they can use the mobile phone and they can report any issue. That is live back to event control. The event control staff can then pick it up and do whatever's necessary, deploy staff to assist.
Thank you. Can I just go now to licensing objective public safety, the paragraphs 24, 25 and 26. I think with the new reduced capacity, and you've looked at the policies, you feel all of the purple guide points and national guidance documents are covered off now?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the event space, there's a lot of questions, without going into all the detail, there's a lot of questions brought up from various representations about the size of the event space. Using, as other people have, Google Earth, you can use a measuring facility, and I've measured the site without going around with a true wheel and measuring it on the ground. The site measures 15,000 square metres. The question has been raised about where it isn't shown in the plan that the infrastructure has been taken off of that. Well, it has, and it clearly states it in the plan that the available area for the event is 12,000 square metres, which in reality gives a capacity of 24,000 people. The event is nowhere near that. It's a fifth of that. So there are no issues with the field being able to hold the number of people that want to, or that Andy wants to attend this event, in my opinion.
And then if we can just go down, please, to the section emergency vehicle access to the site, which is paragraphs 29 to 31 of Mr. Roxburgh's statement. You've looked at that and you've got some comments to make. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether you're aware, but there's a newly constructed road which has been built to industry standard, which goes in from, what's the name of the road? From the A19 and goes into the event space. It's a road that's been built to take articulated heavy vehicles. It's got a width of 6 metres. A normal fire appliance only has a width of about 2.6 metres. I mean, the fire officer in the room might correct me on that, but I took it off Google. So with a width of 6 metres, I can't see any issues for emergency vehicles or ambulances or police having access directly off the main road into the event space through a road that has already been purposely built for that reason. And in addition to that, 2 newly constructed footpaths are now go all the way around the lake. In my opinion, the footpaths are capable of evacuating 4,999 people in under 8 minutes. 8 minutes is what is nationally recognised as the fight or flight time for people. So once you get to 8 minutes, you start to panic, you'll start to climb over people.
and you'll go where you want to go, regardless of what people tell you to do. So with the egress paths and roads that we've got available, in my opinion, we can get 4,999 people, less the staff that are already on site, out of that site in 8 minutes, in the event of there being an incident. In reality, 7.6 metres is required to get 4,999 people out in 8 minutes, and that can be calculated with what we've got on site already, and is achievable in my opinion.
Paragraph 34 of the witness statement talks about the fact that there are no counter-terrorism plans. What have you seen in the event management plan in relation to that, and what can you tell the committee?
So in terms of CT, it states within the plan that Ascot Music Festival, Andy and his team are going to engage with the local CT officers.
That's counter-terrorism officers.
Counter-terrorism officers, sorry. And carry out a tabletop exercise. That's pretty standard, actually. I've attended in the last 3 weeks 2 tabletop exercises at different events, which involve counter-terrorism training. It's something that the local CT police officers do offer, and that they're very good at it. And they're always that 9 times out of 10 they're available to pop in for a couple of hours and bring everybody up to speed on what the latest practices are, what the current threat level is, etc. All staff who will be on site, security staff, have completed the ACT CT training, which is the online training, which talks about run, hide, tell, and what you should do in the event of a marauding gun attack or any other type of attack. All the staff have to carry that out now. It's a national qualification or training session that all staff have to undertake, and which they will have done before, and indeed I think they have done.
Thank you. Emergency exit routes and place of safety is covered at paragraphs 35 to onwards, 39 and onwards, and then some pictures within the statement. Can you just bring the committee up to speed in relation to what's happening and your views of the emergency exit routes and place of safety facilities?
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, if you had a huge screen up there showing Ascot playing field and the pond next to it, it'd be a lot easier to explain. But this was probably the most difficult one for me, because I had to sit down and work out, first of all, whether we could get 9,999 people in. And my response after my first meeting with Andy was, look, you need to reduce this, because what the learned people are saying is, has got some credence, and we need to start low and work up. With the newly constructed road that goes in for emergency services, at the top of the field, as you go in from the emergency road and from the lakeside road, you've got a complete gap of 16 metres, of which 6 metres is emergency road and 10 metres is the main entrance into the site. Going off from that main entrance, you've got a 3-metre footpath that skirts the side of the pond to one side. Then you've got another newly constructed path that skirts the pond round the other way to the boathouse. And adjacent to that, you've got an old footpath, which is still in good condition, which is about 2.5 metres, that goes round the back of the boathouse and the cafe onto the road that brings you into the medical centre. Down the centre of that, you've got flat grass. Granted, it's got 1 or 2 park benches on and street lights, but in reality, when people egress that site, they won't just stick to the footpaths. They will use the whole expanse of the footpath, the grass and the footpath. So in reality, if it was properly marshalled, you've got a width of 10 metres there for people to egress towards the boathouse, and you've got a total width of 10 metres to the left-hand side, less the amount of space you need for emergency vehicles. Bearing in mind that 84 people would normally be able to egress on a flat surface in any 1 metre, in any 1 minute per metre. So if you do the maths, it's well within getting those number of people out of that event space. And I've as I've said, I hold my hands up to not addressing the calculations properly, but it does work. To counter any argument about the topography of the area, I've further reduced that from 84 to 66 people per metre. 66 people per metre is the lowest figure that you would use for ground which is undulating, has got obstructions, it may have bad lighting, and it still works. We can still get 4,999 people out of that event in less than 8 minutes, 8 minutes being that fight or flight time. So I don't have any concerns about, with the size of the event, being able to get people either out of the event space in the event of a mass evacuation, which is highly unlikely. In the 16 years that I've been working with Hull Fair, we've never had a mass evacuation. We've had evacuations where if there's an event on a ride or a fire within the site, we'll just move people around. And we're talking about 50, 60,000 people on site and on any one night. We've never had to evacuate that site. I've never, in all my experience in working at Leeds Festival, Parklife, V Festival, I've never seen a site have to be evacuated completely in the years that I've been doing it. Last year, a massive thunderstorm at Leeds Festival. Everybody, they did a show stop. Everybody went where they were supposed to go. Parklife last year, again, another huge thunderstorm. There was a lightning strike on one of the stages. People just evacuated. They didn't evacuate 100,000 people out of Parklife's festival because there was an incident. The chances, I mean, the other people might say, well, you might get a marauding gun attack where people will turn up and start shooting people. The likelihood of that, yes, the consequences of it would be massive. The likelihood is very small. What we're looking at is events, incidents that might occur within the event space. The event space, everything within the event space, in terms of marquees, stages, it's all industry standard. It's all fireproof. It's all constructed to the correct standard. It's all checked. It's all signed off by the suitably competent people. The fairground, I believe, is going to be pretty insignificant. Three or four rides, all very low rides. Very little chance of people getting stuck on the rides because they're all ground level. It's not like the incident I had at Hull a couple of years ago, where they had a star rider that is about 80 foot in the air when that breaks down.
And just touching on this, just for the final point on that, comment is made at 45, paragraph 45, suggesting that the evacuation plan doesn't show how those who may need additional assistance would be provided for example, disabled people. What's your view of that?
In my opinion, this is no different to any other festival site in the country. If you are a disabled person with respect, you would normally have a carer with you for an event of this type. So if there was an incident, then the carer would be responsible to look after you. However, there are a suitable number of stewards on site who would be able to assist. But ultimately, if you're in the middle of a field at Leeds Festival and you need assistance, it's down to your carer. The security company can't provide enough staff to deal with all disabled or ambulant persons on site. Ultimately, you go to the event knowing that you're going to a greenfield event, and there may be an issue if you get stuck or if you need assistance.
But I think just there's going to be provision made for disabled or those with physical difficulties viewing areas, so that would have supervision from stewarding as well.
Industry standard is to provide a percentage number of positions on a raised deck for disabled and ambulant people, and that's sufficient space for the carer and the disabled person, and that disabled deck viewing area would always be monitored by SIA approved staff and customer service stewards who would assist people in that area. So yeah.
Emergency vehicle access within the site is covered off at paragraphs 47 to 49. Can you just give the licensing subcommittee your views on that?
Yeah, so obviously I was brought in second to the plan being set out, and when I first looked at the plan, it had the previous person who was doing this had set out a fire corridor which would go all the way around the event space. Personally, although we've stuck with it in the latest version of the plan, I think that's a little bit of a red herring, albeit we've left it in there. Colleagues from fire or ambulance who are here would probably say that if there's a fire incident at the far side of the event field, i.e. on a fairground ride, they're not going to drive all the way around the site to get to it. They're not going to drive through a fire corridor. They will take the most direct route, which would be up the emergency road and straight across the field under escort, blue lights, escort from stewards. People would be, the parting of people, like parting of the waves, would move out of the way and you would deal with it. So whilst I've left that in there because it was put in, I think it's a bit of a red herring. Two of the representations have made reference to an area that looks very boggy, which skirts the two sides of the field. I've made it quite clear in the plan that those areas are not the areas that are being used. The areas that are being used are inboard of those boggy areas, and they're on the actual grass of the field, not the marshy areas, as shown in the representations from Mr. Delaney and Mr. Roxburgh. And that's where the fire corridor will be. Even with that fire corridor taken out of the event space, even if they made that fire corridor 10 metres wide, which they wouldn't need to for a normal emergency appliance, there would still be more than enough space within that event area to accommodate 4,999 people. Not the normal rate for accommodating people is 2 people per square metre. So it's easy to do the maths and realise that if you've got, even if you reduce it down to 5,000 square metres, you can still fit 10,000 people into that event space, plus all the infrastructure. So that where there's a lot of emphasis on that field not being big enough for the number of people that want to attend. In my opinion, it is more than big enough. There's also representation in there about the area in front of the main stage not being suitable and not being suitable accommodate area, including sight lines. Normally for a stage, if you can imagine the drummer is sat at the back of the centre of the stage, you would normally draw sight lines out from the drummer. If you draw sight lines out from the drummer across the front of the stage, past the curtain areas, that gives it an area of approximately 5,000 square metres stage front before you start hitting the other infrastructure. 5,000 metres times 2, 10,000 people can fit in front of that stage comfortably. If you're talking about, if you go into arenas, you're talking about 4 people per square metre. In this space, we're only looking at 2 people per square metre. So there's more than enough space to accommodate people in front of the stage.
Thank you. There is then a section in the statement that's headed Licensing Objective Prevention of Public Nuisance. I've just sought clarification from last year's event. I don't think there were any nuisance complaints raised last year, but if you can just not go through every point that we've gone through, but if you can just touch on the public nuisance mitigation that the applicants put into place.
Which number is that?
So paragraphs 55 onwards within the statement down to 63. But if you can just touch upon your experience at your other events and what's been put into place here.
Yeah, I think what Andy said earlier about the demographic of the people coming to this event, it is targeted at an older audience. Billy Ocean, that's from my era, and I'm 62. So what we are looking at, or they are looking at people ages 40, 50, 60. Yes, that age group likes a drink. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But in terms of disorder, it's less likely than if you were to have a demographic of 20 to 30 year olds. Indeed, I was a safety officer at an event on Friday night in Newcastle, an 80s aimed at 80s age group. It was an 80s silent disco. And they're very conforming people. You know, they put bins around the event space and there was nothing left on the floor at the end of the night. And when the stewards asked them to leave, they turned round and left and went to the local pubs and had a really good night out. It's that type of audience, and it is a family audience as well. So people were bringing the kids with them. So, you know, you would hope that if they come in the cars, they're not going to drink and drive. Therefore, there's always going to be a responsible person there. The buses have been provided as an sort of an afterthought. It was one of the first things I said to Andy when I came aboard. I said, why haven't you put buses on? You know, you've got a bus stop right outside the site. Lends itself really well behind the boat shed. There's a huge area there that if you formed a Disney queue, for those that don't, excuse me, but those that don't know what a Disney queue is, basically pedestrian barriers that makes you queue like you were in Disney World or in an airport. There's a huge amount of space there that could accommodate quite a lot of people, where we can you can separate people off who want to travel either north or south to the car park or back into Doncaster. The bus stop's already in there. There's enough space to stack buses further down the road. So the idea is worked very well in Hull 2 years ago when we had 26,000 people at a stadium that only holds 10,000. Create bus gates, so you call a bus up, you load a bus, the bus goes. Then the next one comes down, you load the bus and it goes. It works very well, it's well tested. As I said earlier, the blue route that is shown on the plan is more than adequate. It's been constructed to the correct standard. It will take heavy vehicles. Anything else on that one?
No, I think that's good. And just to finally confirm, I think Andy's mentioned it already in relation to the local area is going to be a letter drop. Residents are going to be given permits to get through. That'll be stewarded. And the parking facility, you certainly don't think that a nominal charge of £5 would be prohibitive for people wanting to park in the organised car parks. Road closures will be manned. Just dealing with some of the points that you've also commented on.
Yeah, I've been advised by Andy that all the road closures have been manned by students and staff from the Sheffield Hallamshire University events course, and they're going to provide enough staff to man all of the road closures on the residential streets. Yeah.
And then finally, there is mention of the protection of children from harm licensing objective. And you've highlighted in our discussions that there's a full child protection policy in place which details a safeguarding officer and the use of armbands for contact numbers, and that's detailed in the report. So the event management plan at pages 11, 29, 35, 36, 37, 38, 101, 10 and 11. So there is a significant robust policy in place and a challenge 25 in relation to the bar areas.
Yeah, just to reinforce that, the idea of the armbands for children, we tried it 3 years ago in Hull at an event. Children are given, as well as the wristband that they get for going into the event, they get another wristband which they have the contact number written on. That's turned over and worn inside out so that people can't see the number as they're walking past them. If that child gets lost, they can go to a steward or anybody else that they feel safe going to. And that number can be used to contact the parents. It works extremely well at an event that was had a lot of children in attendance.
And then just a couple of points where we feel that there's been a lack of balance in this witness statement is at paragraph 77 and 78. So paragraph 78 talks about events on or around water, and there's much made of that, and the event management plan shows that water area will be fenced off and it will be supervised by marshals.
Yeah.
So it's a non-point.
Yeah.
Another non-point is that the point in relation to water provision, where the plan clearly states that free bottled water will be provided to those that are coming to the event.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in that statement that you feel that you need to comment on?
No, I think that's
from
it.
your
Can I just make a point that we've got noise monitoring provided by David Garrett, who's an industry specialist. He basically works through festivals all around the country. Deershed Festival is one of the closest ones that he does with us. He's a Doncaster-based company, but he's providing the sound monitoring for us in conjunction with Fiona Boothroyd at Doncaster Council and the team there. But just wanted to make that point that we have employed him and he's working with us to make sure all the points around the site are monitored as far as noise is concerned.
And just, Pete, just to finalise your comments in relation to PC Roxburgh's statement, from your experience chairing SAG groups and from being a senior officer at festivals and events that have significantly more capacity than this, having visited the site, having looked at the event management plan, with your experience, are you comfortable that this event can, with all of those measures in place, run safely?
Yeah, unfortunately, due to other commitments, I'm not going to be the person on site on the day, but I have visited site 3 times. I did have some concerns about the topography of the area going into the site. Andy and the team have reassured me that any issues, i.e. ramping of grass banks to a more credible angle and removal of park benches, for example, and litter bins has all been organised. That reassured me that the main thing for me was getting 4,999 people out of that event space and getting them in a safe manner as well. And I'm satisfied that yes, that can be achieved, albeit there are some difficulties and there's a lot of work for Andy and his team to do. I would comfortably work as a safety officer at that event.
Thank you. I do have comments to make on Andrew Delaney's statement. I'm conscious that we've been batting on for a while. I'm in your hands, Chair, as to whenever you feel you need a break. We've probably got another 20 minutes to do with Pete on Andrew Delaney's witness statement, then I'll be finished.
So I think what we'll do is we'll let you finish your presentation, and then we'll probably go for a bit of a break, a bit of a comfort break. Just as part of the housekeeping, obviously, anyone who's not on the committee, I'd ask that you don't approach any member of the committee. It's an obvious thing to say, but I think it needs stating. If we do, if we give maybe 5 minutes to ourselves to nip out, use the loo, and come back in, and then the rest of the people here can then go and do the same. Then there can be no kind of any accusations from either side that there's been any undue influence. So we'll carry on now, and then we'll go for a break.
Thank you for that indication, okay. Chair. Thank you. So we're just going to look at the most recent witness statement that Mr. Delaney submitted after the adjourned hearing. And if I could just ask Pete for you to pull that up, and we can start looking at some of the comments that you'd like to make in relation to that. If these are repeat points from what we've already made in relation to Mark Roxburgh, then we don't need to make them again, Chair. Please just accept that we make the same comments in relation to whichever the witnesses make the same points. So if we could start by looking at that, please.
Yeah, so looking at Mr. Delaney's submission, 6.4 on his submission talks about risk assessments, and if I could show you now, I've got in big red letters right across the screen is more risk assessments need to be added. In my opinion, they're insufficient, but I've been reassured by Andy this morning that those are now well on the way to be completed. So,
and is that unusual in a SAG process? No,
not at all. I mean, I'm not accustomed to the licensing process. I'm more accustomed to the SAG process. But yeah, having sat on an event safety advisory group for the last 15 years, it's a movable feast. It's fluid as it gets submitted. We discussed it. They go back. They add
two-way traffic.
Change. It's two-way traffic. Yeah. So I would expect if I'd been on the SAG for this, I would have expected the comments to go, your risk assessments are adequate, go away and,
Yeah.
and refresh them or renew them. Not going into too much detail, but there's one or two comments I just wanted to pick up on. So 7.2, the emergency access lane, that is a typo. It says that it should be 10 metres, and it is a typo in the plan. So just for clarification, but again, talking about the emergency access lane, which goes all the way around the site, I do think that is a bit of an unnecessary red herring. I've never seen it. They don't have it at Parklife. They don't have it at Leeds. Whenever there's been an incident, the emergency services will just drive straight through the event space. The site plan 7.22, the site plan shows the boundary fence adjacent to ditches and dikes, and also unsuitable ground. One thing of note is I'm also the safety officer at York Racecourse, and one thing to note is that in terms of the pictures that have been taken of the land which surrounds the area, from October to 2 weeks ago at York Racecourse, they'd only had 5 days throughout the winter where it didn't rain. So the photographs that are all included in these representations, in my opinion, don't fully represent the ground as it will be in July, including the ground surrounding the field which this event is due to be held on. Yes, the ditches are full at the moment, but you wouldn't expect the ditches to be full in July unless, as last year, they get a flash storm, and then they would fill up quite quickly. But the land is shown as unstable, but I'm reassured by one of the other guys this morning who lives and uses that area regularly that land at the moment is pretty solid, despite us having recent rain. Item 723 talks again about the proximity of the ditches. I think it's irrelevant. Yes, there are ditches adjacent to the site. It will be fenced, and reasonable ground rather than the soft land, if it is soft, in July will be used. Again, we mentioned earlier trackway. If there was an unprecedented amount of rain between now and July, and the ground remained in the condition that it was in when I visited site 2 weeks ago, then, as Andy has said, trackway will be used. Industry standard, used every event in the country I've ever been to. It will take articulated lorries which deliver stages and production kit to site. So there's no issues with that. And obviously, I've mentioned before that the road that goes into the site has been built to the correct standard to accept heavy traffic.
I think we've dealt with most of the fire lane issues.
Capacity calculations, as I've mentioned again, 7.4, 7.3 talks about capacity calculations. As I've mentioned previously, I've readdressed those, and I'm comfortable that it works. The holding capacity, there's absolutely no doubt that area will hold the number of people that will be attending this event.
Paragraph 7.4.3. Not evident from the plans how close to the edge of the site the 8-metre emergency access lane will be constructed. I think you've talked about that before.
Yeah.
But it is a purpose-built road. It's been constructed from High Street to the event space, which only gently slopes to the event space.
Yeah, it did used to slope quite significantly, but it's a gradual slope which is meant for vehicles, basically. I don't want to drag this on.
No, I think a lot of that,
yeah,
those points we've made.
Yeah, one of the points, 7.4.5, P&S factors. So for those that aren't aware, the P factors, whenever you do calculation according to the green guide, this isn't in the purple guide, it's in the green guide. You apply 2 factors. One is the P factor, which is the physical attributes of the area that you want to use as the event space. So the ground, the condition of the terraces, the condition of the whole stadium or the infrastructure. And then the S factor is the safety management of that event. So basically, are these guys doing the job right? Even if we applied a safety factor of 0.5, so reducing the capacity by half, you would still have enough holding capacity to accommodate 4,999 people. In my history of being the SAG chair at another local authority, I've only ever twice reduced capacity, and it would have to be something very significant to have to reduce the capacity to anything less than 0.5, which would still give a holding capacity of just under 5,000 people.
Yeah. Now, obviously, we've talked about worst case scenarios and evacuation and invacuation. I think there's been some criticism of, if we look at paragraph 8.4.1 and 8.4.2, there's a Google aerial picture taken, and you've looked at the comments that Mr. Delaney's made here, and I think you'd just like to talk to the committee about it being a temporary place of safety and just how that potentially could be used.
Yeah, so I'll be quite open. When I visited site the first time, I took a walk down to the bottom end of that field and looked over the bridge to the area at the end of the event field, and I was quite surprised that it was going to be used as a place, as an evacuation area. And I told the guys straight away, you're not going to be able to move people over that area safely. So that's when we started to have a look at how we were going to move people. If we had a mass evacuation, how would we get, bearing in mind that is highly unlikely, how we will get 4,999 people out of that area. The main, as I said previously, most of the events that I've been to in the past now rely on evacuation rather than evacuation, because you don't want to evacuate people because they'll panic. They'll start to push people. They'll start to run over each other. When people evacuate, they don't care. They will get to where they want to be as quick as they want to do it. So the idea was that, yes, this area, which is in private ownership, albeit it does have a public right of way over it, can be remediated to hold a number of people. And the area that the guys have discussed, apparently the big swathe of land next door, which was a timber yard, the guy that owns this land also, and he has said that he will remediate that land to make it suitable to be a holding area, not a thoroughfare for evacuation. But if we had to evacuate people at the bottom end of that field, which again would be highly unlikely, that they could make that a safe area to hold a number of people until such a time as the emergency services deemed it safe to go back onto the main event space and evacuate. But that said, it would have to be a major incident, because, as I've said previously, we've got 12,000 square metres of open space once you subtract all of the infrastructure, which is enough space to comfortably accommodate 36,000 people. We've only got 4,999 people attending this event. So whilst there are concerns at the moment, that the pictures in the representation show a very boggy area. Like I've said, apart from 5 days since October, it's rained every day just about, certainly in the York area, and York's not that far from Doncaster. So in as far as the photographs of the ground go, I think it's a little bit unfair to take a photograph of a piece of land now after the amount of rain we had compared to what it will be in July. Yeah. Apparently, from local knowledge, when it's dry, that area is dry. It dries out. It's surrounded by dikes. It's very ground that will take saturation, and it's safe to use in the opinion of local knowledge.
If we can go down to paragraph 8.5, where Mr. Delaney talks about the northwest corner emergency exit stage left. He's made some comments about that. You've looked at that in relation to its size and the capacity that you can get out of there and the safety of it?
Yeah, so generally when you're working out capacities for a mass evacuation, everybody, so that you want everybody out of that event space within 8 minutes. you would normally, as Mr Delaney points out, you would normally subtract the biggest exit. The biggest exit is that 10-metre width as you're going into the field, which has next to it a 6-metre wide road. It would be unfair. You would be looking at a terrorist attack with a marauding gunman or a car bomb driving up the footpath to stop us using 16 metres all at the same time, in my opinion and my previous experience. That said, I have taken out that main entrance and reduced the capacity down, looked at getting people out to a relative place of safety. And there is in the plan, there's an exit behind there's a small gym area, a playground area. It is 6 metres wide, as pointed out by Mr Delaney, which if you do the calculations, you can get sufficient people through there if you utilise the space at the other end onto what we've classed as a holding area. But again, to have to use that would be very, very unlikely. You would have to lose all 16 metres of your main entrance and your emergency road to have to utilise that alternative egress. In Mr Lady's statement, he talks about people converging on the footpaths. So what I've done is I've split the egress of the crowd, normal egress, into 3 areas. So if they're VIPs or disabled, or they're going to the pick-up and drop-off point at the school, they will go out of the main entrance and turn left and go up the side of the pond. If they want to get the bus either into Doncaster or down to the car park, they'll turn right and use one of the 2 footpaths that are available. If they're a normal foot pedestrian, they will use one of the other footpaths. So 3 footpaths in total, which total about 10 metres. So 10 metres, 82 people per minute per metre. It fits. It works well within the 8 minutes that you have to get people out in an emergency.
Yeah, thank you. If we deal with section 9 of his witness statement, which talks about crowd management, you've highlighted the fact that there will be sufficient SIA staff, stewards, they'll all be trained, be in line with the Green Guide, and importantly, all stewards will be subject to a briefing. The briefing is included in the event management plan at pages 27 to 31.
Yeah.
Again, you've highlighted that all event control staff, stewards, managers are adequately trained for this type of event and competent. Most of them will work events of this nature regularly.
All over the country, yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned an acronym ACT before. That's the higher level of security industry authorisation. That's when a company's accredited by the association. So they are the top end of the tree. Paragraph 10.5, safety office is within the stewarding company? Is the MD?
Sorry, the safety officer is the MD of the stewarding company. And as Andy said earlier, as Paddy said earlier, he holds a level 4 in event safety management and has got extensive experience, including is the current safety officer at the local rugby club in Hull.
Yeah, thank you. Just looking at the comment that's made at paragraph 10.7.1, I think you'd just like to come back on behalf of the company in relation to a comment on that, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, it says that the stakeholders of Ascot Music Festival are not qualified, the normal qualification level for any event. I mean, I used to assess and train level 4 safety officers at events around the country. I've worked at the Commonwealth Games, I've worked at the V Festival, I've worked at Leeds United. That's the standard across the country. The event officer on the day is level 4 trained, and he makes the decisions on the day. So if Andy says to Dave on the day, I want you to do this, and Dave deems it unsafe, then Dave basically is the man that makes the decisions, and Andy can't go against that.
And I think we've offered as part of the condition, which is a condition I've used regularly for events of this nature, that the event safety coordinator and his deputy shall have no other duties. So they can't be diluted. They can't be taken away from what their position is, and they can't be influenced by anybody within the organisation.
No.
Yep. I think the rest of the next few paragraphs are dealing with the safety officer, and you've dealt with that in detail.
Yeah, I think it's already been covered. So at part 11, where it talks about the car park, the question mark was over what type of land it was, and I've been assured that it is laid to grass, so there shouldn't be any issues there. It's not. There's one or two points about it being. Is it used for grazing? No, it isn't. But for me, one or two of these comments that are in there about that land are pretty insignificant, because if you can go to any event in the country, you can go to Leeds, you can go to Parklife, you will drive onto a greenfield site that's where it's been mown. There's very little else being done to it, and you are expected to be responsible for yourself. In terms of the camper vans, the wild camping, there are facilities, but when you go to an event like this, you expect to be wild camping. You don't expect to have a hookup point. You don't expect to have somewhere to put your grey water. You turn up, you use your facility, and you leave at the end of the day, and you deal with what you've used or what you've left yourself. There are toilets provided. There was a question about welfare on site and somewhere to wash hands. On the actual plan, it does show a welfare facility, so there is somewhere to wash hands. There was a question mark over the type of water that was available. There is a water point on site, and there was a question mark over whether the water would be suitable for the use as drinking water. And I found it quite amusing in some ways, where there was a comment that you might not be able to test it and you might not be able to get the test results back in time. That's pure conjecture. It's if it's got to be tested, it'll be tested, and if it's fit for human consumption, it will be used. If it isn't, then the team will provide a Bowser with water fit for human consumption, or alternatively there'll be bottled water. I think all the facilities that are needed on a camping field and a field where camper vans are going to be used is fit for purpose.
Thank you. If we can move to section 13, which talks about Asken school drop-off and collection. Do you think that the points that Mr. Delaney raises in section 13 cause you any concerns or worries?
There's a discussion about people and vehicles being on the site at the same time. In the plan, it clearly identifies a pickup area at the rear of the school that will be fenced off, so that as cars pull up, people will be shepherded into the vehicles, whether they're taxis or private vehicles. The idea is that the vehicles will be held in the field next door and pulled forward as required. You would expect in this day and age, for if somebody wants to be picked up, they'll get the mobile phone and they'll say, I'll be there in 10 minutes, come and pick me up. We wouldn't expect 600 cars to all arrive on the site at the same time, because not everybody leaves at the same time. And Andy said that this was identified as a place last year. There were no objections last year to this being used, and nothing's changed to the plan that was in the plan last year. In terms of pedestrians getting onto the site, there is a dedicated pedestrian route into the site. The school have given authority for it to be used. I can't see any issues. There was another issue raised about where there's an internal gate where vehicles may clash. Yes, they may clash, but there will be stewards on site, there will be marshals on site to ensure people drive safely. And you're not going to try and drive through a gate that somebody else is coming through in the opposite direction. People tend to use the common sense. And again, I think the actual uptake on tickets has got to be taken into consideration for this. It's not as many as it was planned to be. Therefore, there won't be as many people use the pick up and drop off as was anticipated originally.
Is there anything else that I've missed that you'd like to comment on Mr. Delaney's statement?
No, I think that's it, Paddy. Yeah.
And just as a final conclusion in relation to the points that you've raised, coming from your position of experience, should the licensing authority accept my submissions and grant this premises license and the ESAG process re-engage to finish items off, are you comfortable, as I say, from your backdrop of working as an ESAG chair and also in relation to premises or operators who have events, that the risk assessments and the fine-tuning, if the communication is there, can all be accomplished in time for this event to go off safely?
Yeah, I think if everybody engages, as is what an ESAG should do, as in the guidance, I don't see why this shouldn't go ahead. There are some way to go on some items. Certainly with the risk assessments, they need to be put in place. The TM plan probably needs a little bit of tweaking, and there does need to be more detail in one or two other plans in terms of stewarding once the number of people that we know are going to be on site is available. There are tweaks that can be made. I mean, I've known tweaks being made right up to 2 or 3 days before event. We have a marathon in Hull, and the plan has changed 2 or 3 days before in terms of the SAG. And in modern times, we've all got teams. We don't have to all get together. We can engage quite readily to discuss anything. But the main thing for me is engagement and discussion, which there doesn't appear to have been in terms of the current plan. I would like to have seen more engagement with the relevant officers to get this over the line. And I think if the premises licence is accepted, then this can be made to work with the number of people that are projected to attend.
Thank you, Chair. That's the evidence I wish to call in support of the application, and I'll make some very brief submissions in conclusion, if I'm permitted, once we've finished all of the evidence.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to break now for, sufficient time, no more than 10 minutes, slightly over 5 minutes. If you...
Thank you, Chair. My name is Constanza Bell. I'm counsel and I act for the health and safety body in this matter. I wondered if I could ask for a 15-minute break. We've obviously had quite extensive representations from the applicants, and I would like to take some instructions on some of the points raised.
That's absolutely fine. All I would ask is that you give the committee a chance just to, use the toilet just for the reasons explained. We'll come back in, and then you're all free to do as you wish for a quarter of an hour. So it's now 10 to, so let's say 12:05, we'll reconvene officially. If you just give us 5 minutes, and then when we're back, people can do as they wish. Okay, I think we've got everybody back in the room, so we'll continue with the meeting. So obviously we've now heard representatives from the applicant and applicant's representatives. I will now ask the subcommittee members if they wish to ask any questions in relation to the submissions that we've heard. Who would like to go first?
Oh, I've got nothing really that stands out.
Okay, what about yourself, Councillor? Do you want me to kick off? And okay. Hopefully, as we've been bearing with you, you'll bear with us. there was a lot of information there. We've got a lot of documentation, and I have got a copious amount of notes, which are probably not as organised because they've been written on the cuff as you've come in. So I just wanted to start with around the ESAG, the SAG members and the breakdown in relationship. It concerns me there's a breakdown in relationship, not least because, you know, however that's happened, if it has happened, then that's a concern going forward. But much has been made of that, which, if I'm honest, I don't think maybe is beneficial to that relationship being better going forward. But I just wondered how many times over the last 12 months has there been input from that committee? How many meetings have you had with that committee? At what point did that relationship start to unravel? Just so I can get some kind of feel, some sort of understanding, because it's kind of been painted, if I'm perfectly honest with you, that pretty much they've washed their hands of you, you know, early doors, and you've struggled on to try and present this until you've Mr. Curry brought Mr. Curry on board. But if you, I'll leave it at that for now. If you want to just tell me more about that.
Yeah, I think we had an ESAG meeting. I believe it was February, March time, and we had a discussion there about obviously safety and where we can go from there. And I think it was basically said in the meeting, at the end of the meeting, that we were approaching the end of the consultation period. And it was pointed out by a gentleman in licensing who'd stated that if they needed to get their representations in now in order to get to a point where they could stop the event going ahead. Now, we never got any representations negatively from any residents or anything like that. Obviously, the only representations came from the ESAG, and I feel that was kind of prompted a little bit. Again, I don't want to break down relationships with obviously the guys in licensing or obviously the ESAG members, but I think that's where the relationship broke down. I think when obviously the representations went in, it just seemed personal, me against you kind of scenario, rather than trying to assist and giving points of obviously where we can improve on things in the event management plan.
I think, is it fair to say that, because I was a little bit confused from the police stance, because we got some additional conditions requested, which we accepted. And normally from a licensing act and application perspective is that if you get the police saying, will you accept these additional conditions, you think that you've got 90% of the way down the journey with the police as a responsible authority, and they're saying, if you accept these, you're 100% of the way. So we did that, and we accepted those additional conditions. Now, I wasn't involved in the ESAG process at all, and I think, Andy, if you can confirm from your perspective, I think there is a view that your first representative before Pete was involved was deemed as not being somebody who had the experience to bring about a relationship with that organisation, the ESAG group, who could have satisfied them that everything would be ready in time.
Could I just jump in there? So, obviously, an answer may elicit another question from you. So, just to try and sort of get a feel, so you had a meeting beginning of the year, February, March sort of time. Presumably, there'd been some sort of communications throughout, i.e. picking over the bones of Thorncliffe Manor event and the things that happened there and the learning process. So if I don't want to cut you down, but if we can keep the answers reasonably brief and confined, because we've got a lot to get through, and I don't really want to lose my thread, you know. So were there other meetings, conversations, emails prior to the meeting in the first quarter of the year?
There was a debrief from last year's event where there were some recommendations made by the ESAG. There weren't minutes from that that were taken or sent round. There were just recommendations.
My understanding is guidance was given. I think we'll take that as read, and there was a meeting that took place. And you obviously weren't involved in that, and neither were you. And you had a representative that even you deemed not suitable for the job at that point.
I think on experience from an academic point of view, the person that we had in place was very academic and could do the job. But as far as experience is concerned, there was probably a little bit of lack of experience for as far as Mr. Curry's concerned, in obviously in relation to that. But I think from a point of view as an organiser, we've only tried to satisfy the ESAG by changing things, bringing Mr. Curry in to do these kind of safety calculations. We've only tried to satisfy the ESAG, and it just seems that it seemed to be one-way traffic in that, where we're obviously asking for this assistance. We're going to a point where we're looking to satisfy that process, and we don't seem to be getting anything back.
Okay, so when did you join the team, Mr. Curry?
It was about a week before the hearing that was adjourned.
Okay.
About a week, Andy, was it? Yeah.
A week.
But you were at last year's event.
I was at last year's event as supporting the safety officer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said at some point, and I wasn't quite clear, just if you can clarify, you'd only had a day to work on an update or a document. Why had you only had a day? Because we've had what, close to 3 weeks, I believe.
Well, we came out with this meeting. Was it on the Tuesday? Yeah. So just purely from existing commitments. So I literally had.
If you remember, we gave a week's commitment to submit additional documentation, and unfortunately,
so in that week that I had it 1 day available in my diary.
Okay, I'm just trying to develop this picture of, I suppose, I don't really want to apportion blame to why the relationship's broken down. You've presented it as, you know, as a failing on the councils and the responsible authorities. I'm just trying to tease out at what point, you know, because it would appear to me possibly that as many things are, it's a curve, isn't it? And opportunities being given. We've extended the time, and then you've only been able to bring a day's resource to it.
Can I? I don't want to be seen to be. It's always horrible when you're in a room full of opposition because you're the bad guy.
Well,
what I was trying to carefully say was I can understand, if I was on that side of the table, I can understand why there was a frustration at the beginning of the process that things didn't appear to be done properly, quickly, and in sufficient detail. You know, I do an awful lot of these event licenses, so I can understand that, and I'm not being critical of the SAG members in any way. I can understand why there was a frustration. I think my client's perspective on it, whatever stage in the day, when they have One Way, who's the traffic management company, who are experts in their field, and Mr. Curry, who is expert in his field, coming along to try and rectify that relationship, that it hasn't happened. So it's a frustration rather than I'm not being critical. I think my team are being frustrated that they accept that they didn't get off on the right footing. They want to get things nailed down. What they could have done after the last hearing is walked away, and they haven't. They've redoubled down, they've put more effort into it, and they want to satisfy you that a licence can be granted and that relationship can be brought back to life to finish the job.
Okay, that's fine. I get a better picture there. Can I just, Mr. Curry, you are a security specialist rather than an event specialist, is that right? And I know there's a crossover, don't get me wrong, but you specialise in security as opposed to events, so dealing with security as opposed. I've got that wrong, have I?
No, so my background is in the Green Guide, which is the guide to spectator safety at licensed stadiums and the like. Comparing that with the Purple Guide, which is used for events, it's way above the level that the Purple Guide works at. Basically, if you break the Green Guide, then you'll end up in a coroner's court. It's a serious piece of documentation as opposed to the purple guide, which is what it says it is. It's a guide, and you go away and it tells you to look at other documents to reference. So no, my background is 16 years as a SAG chair in spectator safety management.
Okay.
I've trained up to level 4 in spectator safety management and 3 and 2. I'm also an auditor of spectator safety management, and I've worked at lots of festivals and events around the country, including the Commonwealth Games and several other large sites.
Okay. That's great. So I'm jumping around a little here. I'm trying to pull together the notes that are all connected. So excuse me if I kind of flit around a little bit. So a couple of things really that I want to talk about is, initially in the documents we got, the Green Guide wasn't quoted, which is a real concern. It was some other document from way back when. It's only since you've got involved, just prior to our last hearing, that the Green Guide has started to be quoted. And I note the calculations. Now, again, forgive me, we've had a lot of documentation. From my memory, as far as I was aware, the ingress and egress was 6 metres, and the calculations were calculated around 6 metres. Now, I've got no scale drawings provided by yourself that mark out the ingress and egress. We seem to have now developed to a 6 and a 10 metre egress and ingress. I'm not really, can you clarify where that's come from and why, given that that is quite a significant issue, why scale plans have not been provided for committees so they can see that in evidence?
Yeah, I'd take that on board. As I said earlier, it's very difficult to represent the site without showing it up on the big screens with a nice plan. It's basically down to going down. I visited site as soon as I was brought on board. I visited site. I was out for a day out actually shopping in Doncaster, but I went to the site and it was basically, it had been mismeasured. It wasn't 6 metres. When I paced it out, by this time they'd almost completed the construction of the road. I suspect when the previous incumbent visited site, the road hadn't even been started. So I paced out the width of the emergency road that was being constructed, and that left a space of 10 metres between the edge of the road and the nearest object, which is some small pieces of play equipment. So it was basically going on site and measuring it. That's where the 10 metres came from.
Okay, right. Well, that's a bit of a worry to me, that we've got an event being organised and an incredibly fundamental, important measurement's not being taken. I'm starting to see why ESAG might have lost confidence in. Sorry, Chair, can I just interrupt? No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't interrupt. Okay. So back to, I just want to sort of stay around this area. I, like you, have a lot of experience around festivals and touring bands, and I spent a long time in the music industry. I spent a lot of time around festivals, and I've seen a lot of things, good and bad. And I've seen crowd movement, which is incredibly frightening, as you will have done. And there's been much said about mitigation and worst case scenario. Obviously, we work to mitigate worst case scenario. That's what we always do. So let's take it as read that the measurement's wrong, and we've now got 16 metres, which we've gained 10 metres, which is quite phenomenal. The egress and ingress moves into the body of the main audience. Okay, so I don't see, and you've stated 2 people per square metre, not 4. But do you accept that density you can't control at the front? That 4 people per square metre is about kind of accepted maximum, isn't it? Of front of car, it may squeeze in a little bit more. It's when you get beyond that people can't move. Would you accept that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we've got ingress and egress moving into the main body of the crowd, and we've got a mass of people. There's no density calculations. What we're presuming is that everybody will move in an orderly manner. That's a presumption of the calculations, isn't it? There's no calculation for a mass movement of that group of people and no calculation for a density. Because once you get like down to maybe, you know, you can get to it, 6 people per square metre, which in that, you know, so an incident over to the right of the stage, as you see it, you know, a PA collapse or something like that, I'm not saying it's going to happen, it's very unlikely to happen, although I've seen it, and we get that crowd surge, we're not going to get anything like that level of egress, are we? And there is just the one exit.
No, there's the main entrance exit is 10 metres clear space between the edge of the road and the nearest piece of equipment, which is a play area. Adjacent to that, as I've said, there's a 6 metre wide road, so you've actually got more than 10 metres if you don't take up the whole of the main road that's being built. And then there's 6 metres. There's a 6 metres egress point stage left between the trees. So in terms of movement front of stage, from my being at the event last year, not everybody is at front of stage, because whilst this event is, you'll appreciate this from festivals, whilst there's an event going on in front of the main stage, there's also an event going on in the acoustic tent. So not all 4,999 people will be front of stage. There'll be another number, however big the occupancy is for the acoustic tent. In fact, that was an issue last year, that a lot of people wanted to be in the acoustic tent because they didn't like what was going on the main stage. So you'll never, in my opinion, you would never, I mean, the actual rate is that when you do crowd dynamics is 4.7 people per square metre, which is scary. You know, we've tried to do that on a piece of floor, on a floor with a bit of masking tape, and you can't get 4.7 people into a square metre, but that's the accepted level for the likes of Oasis and people like that. You would get that many people front of house. For this type of event, you won't get that number of people front of house. That said, there is capacity for just short of 10,000 people front of that main stage at any one time, which is even if you got the 5,000, all 4,999 people watching Billy Ocean at the end of the night, they will fit in that space, and there'll be nobody else anywhere else because they'll all be watching Billy Ocean.
I think the main point is that I'm a bit concerned that there's no density calculations, specifically because if, for example, you know, we've also got ingress while we've got egress. So if there's an emergency, we've not got a dedicated egress point because it's both ingress and egress. So that, and because it's going into the body, I'm concerned that there's been no reference to stopping inflow at any point, and there's no reference to density. So I'm seeking some assurances that, because what we're talking about is mitigating worst case scenarios, not if you know, someone has a drug overdose, or someone has a heart attack, a victim, or someone burns herself in a burger van, and we have to, you know, we're looking at, and we have to look at worst case scenario. So I'm seeking some assurances that there is somewhere in a document that I've missed reference to stopping ingress, how ingress is going to be stopped, because you've got a counterflow, so you come to a dead end, and also where the density calculations are for a worst case scenario, i.e. the movement of a number of thousands of people towards what is still relatively a narrow exit. Is that in the documents anywhere? Have I missed those calculations and those things that you're going to do?
If you refer to page 18, 19, apologies, I'm quickly scrolling through the document. 48, 19, 48. Yeah. Page 52 talks about emergency egress. Yeah. No, this is where I've added. Yeah, so this is, apologies, this is where I've amended the capacity calculations and used the the Green Guard standard, which rather than the fire, and I believe it was a fire standard that was used previously, which was incorrect, which used a number of 91 people per metre per minute. The Green Guard uses 82 and 66 as a minimum. So I've amended those figures, which can be submitted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
66 is not worst case scenario, is it? That's if people are leaving. You know, we then get into densities, don't we?
Yes.
So 66 is everything's calm. It's concrete floor.
No, that's
following instructions. Nobody's drunk and fighting.
no. 66 is where you've got uneven ground. You've got uncontrolled conditions. It's the the higher figure of 80.
The higher one, okay. That's
is for level surfaces through normal gates, no steps. And all that sort of
excuse my misinterpretation then, thanks for the correction. But the 66 is so for uneven ground, but without a particular major incident, without a crowd surge or it's in a ideal scenario, but not with the best of ground to travel over. Is that? Tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm happy to be wrong. It's
66 is the minimum rate of flow in an emergency to get people out in 8 minutes. That's the recognised standard that you can get 66 people through a metre gap every 1 minute, which will give you a maximum escape time of 8 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't include, for example, if a disabled person in a wheelchair gets stuck and is sorting themselves out. It wouldn't. It doesn't allow for a crowd surge or anything like that. It's kind of, it's about the minimum if nothing's sort of going wrong.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's accepted, but it is the industry standard.
I know, I understand that. I'm just seeking to understand it.
Yeah,
Forgive me if I'm not. As I said last time, we lay people, so we need to understand these things. Yeah.
It's like if I liken it to in Hull last night, the A63 was closed. We had 2 lanes of traffic trying to all get out of Hull at the same time. Traffic managers would say you can have X number of cars that will travel at 2 miles an hour over X space. 4 cars in front of me, a lady not that she was a lady, but an occupant in a high Hyundai broke down in the outside lane. There's no accounting for that. 200 yards further down the road, somebody jumped off a bridge and committed suicide in the traffic that was moving, and they were hit by a lorry. You use the analogy of a disabled person getting stuck. You can't really include that because that's an unknown.
Just to give the chair some comfort, I know that we tried to get you to focus on this when you were commenting on the witness statements. If you look at the site as a whole and its potential for moving people around the site because it's so large, that the egress site on the ratio that you've looked at and the place of safety, are you comfortable that with all of those combining factors that this is a safe environment?
Yeah.
But I am the chair and I am asking the questions. So I've allowed you to direct appropriately. It's fine. It's fine. If you want to come in and answer the question, but is that okay? That's fine. I'm sure this gentleman's been employed for his expertise, and I'm sure he's quite capable of speaking for himself.
Yeah. So looking at so as a colleague has just said, the whole capacity of the site, once you take out all the infrastructure, is approximately 12,000 square metres, which would allow you to safely move people around comfortably, 2 people per square metre, 24,000 people. We're having a fifth of that number of people in the event. If you look at the occupancy, 4,999, if all the exits were available, therefore that 10 metre exit was available, which has been used for ingress and egress, plus the 6 metres stage left. That's 16 metres at 66 people per minute.
The 6 metre, okay.
So that's the west. So that is the west. That could be stairs. It could be uneven ground. It could be, a gravelled area. So the minimum standard is 66 people per minute. That gives you 1,056 people per minute, which gives you an escape time of 4 minutes. Obviously, people are moving quicker. It's in the event of an emergency. you've got to achieve 8 minutes. That's the minimum standard. And if all things are even, nobody falls over, nobody gets a wheelchair stuck, 66 people per minute, you can empty that event space in 4 minutes.
And do you, so two things, so I'll join them together. Firstly, the stage left exits onto the existing route, doesn't it? So
it does.
So really, it's not extra capacity. It doesn't seem like it's extra capacity because that route potentially is going to be full, isn't it? So it's not a separate route, is it?
Yeah. So what I've done is, and I saw that straight. You know, I took on board the comments that you've got a convergence of people. So you've got people going down. I'm not sure whether it's north or south, what the layout is, but if people going down the right-hand side of the lake, I've been asked not to call it a pond, of the lake. Overall, you've got a width of 10 metres there. So you've got a brand new footpath which has been constructed, which is 3 metres. You've then got grass, then you've got another footpath which is 2.5 metres. The 2.5 metre wide footpath is the one that converges with the stage left exit 6. So people will go stage left. There's a footpath there. Then there's a wide swathe of grass, and then there's another 3 metres of footpath. So overall, you've potentially got 5.5 metres of footpath. So 5.5 metres of footpath at that point is 80 plus people per minute per metre. So without getting my calculator out and working it out, it works. Granted that, but at the same time, people are not just going right as they come out of the event space. They're going left. They're travelling down the side of the pond and they're going out towards the whatever the road is. Forgive me, I don't know, Oscar. the pond, yeah, I keep calling it a pond. It's not a pond. So people that are directed will also be directed left. So not everybody will go to the right. A third of the people, or a number of people, will go to the left, which again splits those 4,999 people into 3 different.
And you're confident that, that can be managed on the ground if an event takes place where people are trying to egress with an issue rather than just trying to leave.
Yeah.
Are you confident that the stewards can control that flow to ensure it reaches those minimum flow rates?
If there is an incident whereby everybody needs to go out of those entrances, exits at the same time, there'll be loud hailers on site, which again is a standard. You must have loud hailers, so you don't just shout at people, which they had last year, which were used to good effect, I have to say. I was in the middle of that thunderstorm and I was stood in the control room watching people being shouted at through loud hailers. If you want to go to Doncaster, you get in this queue. If you want to go to Ascot, you get in that queue. People of our demographic tend to comply, unless they're absolutely sozzled, they tend to comply. And the queues were managed excellent, even though there was lightning striking and a thunderstorm and catastrophic amount of rain, not all within about 15-20 minutes. We tend to comply. And I would be happy with that demographic of audience, that they would comply. If they were shouted at, please go that way, please go that way. Somebody in a yellow vest with steward on saying, please go that way, please go that way, they would tend to comply. If it was a younger audience, I would have huge reservations about this site, because they tend to be non-compliant, they tend to be confrontational, they want to do what they want to do. But the demographic of this audience is predominantly compliant.
I understand that. Being from Generation X myself, we were not very compliant, unfortunately. But most of us eventually grow up or die prematurely, I think, is the answer there. Okay, I'm left with some question marks, but I think we need to move on from there, because obviously there will be other sort of questions asked. There's been a number of occasions where you've kind of referenced that you've had concerns about the site, and but you've sought assurances, and you are now assured. It's great that you're assured, but it's the committee that are issuing the licence that need to be assured. And you've also stated that you're not going to be on site on the day. So while I can be assured by your presence and your qualifications and that you've got hold of this and you've tried to bring things in, you know, you're not going to be there to ensure, for example, you know, are you going to be there 5 days before the event or 2 days before the event or the day before the event saying that bench was supposed to be moved and those bins were supposed to be moved and you were going to do this and you were going to do that and you were going to do the other? And if that's, so firstly, are you going to be there? And secondly, if you are there and that's not done, are you going to say this event can't take place?
I have been known to do that in the past. Yeah, I'm quite belligerent when it comes to safety at events. I have actually stopped a rugby event going on an hour before the fans were allowed into the stadium. Indeed, I stopped punters going into a Bon Jovi concert. 28,000 fans stood outside because because I wouldn't allow them in the ground because the production crew were non-compliant. Yes, I will be there a couple of days before for the build and break. I've assured that I will be there for the build, and I would expect everything that was in that plan to be complied with. Otherwise, as a SAG chair, I'm sure the SAG will want sign off by a competent person, and if it wasn't done correctly, my advice would be not to sign it off. Ultimately, somebody would end up in the coroner's court. Sorry?
Mentioned Dave as well.
Yeah, plus Dave, the safety officer, has the same qualification as myself. Granted, he hasn't got the full breadth of what I've done, but he is a qualified safety officer, level 4. He's a current safety officer at Hull Kingston Rovers in Hull, capacity of 11,000, a stadium, and he's more than capable of running an event which less than 5,000 people are at. So yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. Covered that off.
Can I just correct?
You can, yeah, please do. Let me notes together and.
Just to follow on from what you were saying and what the chair has brought up, the fact that you're not there on the day, but you will be there in the build-up. Now, Dave is, asked my words, taking over from you and will be there on the day, right? Is he going to be there in the build-up?
Yeah, the company that are running the security are there for usually 2 or 3 days before, because they set up a control room, set up communications. There's a control room going in behind the main stage, so they'll have all that to set up because they bring their own comms kit, they bring all their own tabards and high-vis and all that sort of stuff. And I will be there with not with Dave particularly, but with his subordinate to make sure everything's set up properly. Then Dave will probably come the day before the event and on event day.
Right, thank you for that. And I want to, again, follow on from that, because we're talking about training. And I'm assuming from the presentation that you've given is that the stewards, the SIAs, is it, are all pre-trained, or will there be some training of the? I'm just thinking about the students that you'll be using as well. I mean, they've got to have an idea, I'm sure, of what's expected of them and what's not expected of them.
Yeah, in terms of the event space itself, that will only be occupied by trained stewards. So a normal customer service type steward, and the meet and greet type steward is a level 2 trained steward. All supervisors are trained to level 3, and then the safety officer is trained to level 4 or above. Outside, all of the stewards that work in the event space are briefed. They're the stewards that work, which is written in the plan. There's a big part in the plan that talks about how the stewards are briefed in all things to do with events, the space, public safety, child protection, all the rest of it. I think it's about 4 pages in there of the briefing. So I work with the company on a weekly basis. I'm more than confident that they can provide staff of a competent level. Outside on the TM, it's people coming in from the university, I believe, who again will be briefed by, I assume, the TM company on what their role is, what they shouldn't do, who they should let in through, who they shouldn't let through. There will have to be a risk assessment for that. I would expect to see a risk assessment for people that in reality are not competent traffic managers to be able to stand on a barrier and say, you can't come through, and make sure that even that they're just stood on the right side of the barrier rather than the side that gets hit with the car. I'd expect that all to be in place and risk assessments written for that before it's put into place. Yeah.
I just want to come back to the potential for people with disabilities, and I've got a little ring in my ear from a more learned colleague than I am, Councillor Pearson, who was with us last time, and I think he wouldn't forgive me if I didn't sort of dig into this a little bit more detail. Ian, Councillor Pearson, unfortunately lost his sight a number of years ago, and it's something that he masters on. For me, it's twofold. It's one, the kind of, you know, the sort of general lack of sort of thought and care for possibly people with disabilities that they fend for themselves. I'm sure Ian, Councillor Pearson, won't mind me talking about him and his disability. He often goes to places on his own with a stick. He can cope quite well with a built environment and, you know, and kind of with an event where there's no issue. Should there be an issue, an emergency, he wouldn't cope very well with that. You know, he could well be the person being trampled on the way out. So I'm quite concerned, one, for the lack of care in terms for people who've got disabilities. And it seems, you know, like there's a, you know, dare I say it, an equalities issue there. Secondly, the kind of idea that potentially won't create a problem. So I don't think there's anything you can tell me right now, but I think it's something you need to take away and look at and think about if you are to be granted a licence. It might be something that someone else wants to talk about as they present their evidence. I know you've said you've got no plans for it, so that you know, let's leave it there. It's something you need to take away, because I think you've got two things. You've got an equalities issue and you've got a safety issue. And to sort of say, well, yeah, they'll sort themselves out, is in no way acceptable. So, but I'll leave that with that.
Can I just say,
you can.
At most events that I've worked on or worked with,
yeah.
People who are ambulant or disabled will normally are asked to declare that at the point of sale, so that the organiser knows how many people are coming. Granted, you'll always, as we did with the concert in Hull, you get people who turn up who've broken the leg that day and want to use disabled facilities. There'll always be that will happen. There is a dedicated disabled parking area which is close to the event space, a dedicated disabled route on the left-hand side of the lake into the event space, and a dedicated entrance for those people. And there will be disabled and ambulant viewing facilities.
Yeah, it's not the ingress I'm concerned about. That's easier to manage, and I've read that there's a separate ingress for people with disabilities. It increases my concern that no one saw that there should be good egress as well. You know, by your own admissions, you know, when you've submitted, you've said that it is expected that people with disability will sort themselves out. That's what you've said to us, and there's nothing in what you've just said there that reassures me that's not the case at this moment in time. So as a pointer, and as I say, it might be something that others bring up, then should you be granted a licence, and it's by far, you know, we've got a way to go yet, that would be something that I would look to condition. So, but we'll leave that there for now. Let's have a look. Okay, so I just wanted to dig into the figures. So we've got a site capacity which has been reduced to 4,999, which obviously alleviates some of the issues a larger crowd may bring. Said that it would be really 4,000 people in attendance, up to 4,000, because there would be 1,000 people associated with the event. I guess there'll be, you know, PA crew, a lighting crew, there'll be, whatever there is. I'm struggling. So, are we just selling 4,000 tickets, and when we sold 4,000 tickets, that's it? Or are we saying, well, actually, it's not 1,000? I struggle to get the figure of 1,000 professionals, shall we say, or people who are working on site, or whatever it would be. I struggle to get 1,000 people, but you may well have the figures, and it's just a technical question that I'd just like to understand.
I don't have the figures. That would be something that Andy would have to provide in terms of, I know how many stewards will be on site, I know how many control room staff will be on site, and yes, that number would be added on for a maximum capacity of 4,999. You now have to include, certainly in stadiums, you have to include everybody that's in that event on the day, including players on the pitch and referees and the like.
So I think that's the point, Chair.
Yeah.
I don't control the conversation too much. It's just,
Yeah.
Yeah. You have the figures.
So the total expense at the moment, the number of standard tickets sold is 1,793, and then there's all the other add-ons, VIPs, carers, etc.
Can I just say, do we need to be careful in giving figures out in an open forum, or with classed as not an open forum, or just from a CT
Well,
point of view?
I think the issue on capacity is that they will not sell any more tickets that would take them over a capacity of 4,999, incorporating all the staff.
I get that, but if you can't tell me how many people are employed or ancillary to the event, how can you tell me how many tickets you're going to sell? So you've said 1,000 people. Great, fine, 1,000 people. Brilliant. Absolutely ace. But you can't tell me, you can't qualify that 1,000 figure. So when are you going to stop? So what I'm trying to, so you've got a capacity of, so if I were to condition, you can sell no more than 4,000 tickets because you've given me a figure of 1,000 staff. Well, actually 3,999. Would you be happy with that? Because you provided a figure of 1,000 for staff. So is that what we're saying?
Yes, we gave a figure of expected between 3,500 and 4,000 as an expected figure that we expect in ticket sales to attend the event.
And that's great, and that's fine. What I'm seeking to get to the bottom of is, because you can't give a figure on how many other people will be in attendance as staff or in an ancillary capacity, PA, whatever it be, and people coming and going on site, you know, I put these events together, I've worked on these events, I know that there's a transient population around these events. You know, the sound crew come in, you might have half a dozen people, depending on the size of the PA, but there's a sound engineer and an assistant maybe left and a couple of stage. You know how it works. So what I want to see is, you know, and maybe look at it as a safeguard from yourself, is that if you should sell 4,200 tickets, beyond expectation, your publicity works quite well for you, and you sell another 200 tickets, you could well be 200 over capacity if in actual fact you have 1,000 people associated with the event. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of that. So if you were to be granted your licence and we conditioned it at no more than 3,999 tickets because you've said there's going to be 1,000 people associated with organising this event, is that something you can live with?
Yes.
But to add to that, I do think they need to go away and do the maths.
You've applied. Sorry,
Yes.
with all due with all due respect, this is our second sitting. We've allowed you time. You should come finished. You know, we've heard too much of that'll be, you know, given the jeopardy and given the amount of people that have got in opposition to you, you know, you needed to bring your A game. So, but let's, if you want to...
Chair, I'm happy with that.
Right, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah. Right.
You say about the tickets then on your do you actually have a cut-off date when you stop selling the tickets? Are there any for sale on the day?
It depends on obviously where we're at as figures wise. Obviously we'd know how many sales we'd had up to the day. Obviously we'll know how many people come through on the day if they are buying tickets. So it's basically depending on where we're at as far as the figures are concerned. It depends on ticket sales. From experience in running events in Doncaster, it's a slow uptake. It always has been. I can't see that changing. If you put this event on sale in Leeds, it'd sell out straight away, but Doncaster's always been a slow seller, unfortunately. But we're confident that we've controlled all the ticket sales, and we know exactly how many people have bought tickets and know exactly how many people will be attending on the day.
Okay, so I just wanted to pick up on road closures manned by students. I'm a bit sad, really. We've had a lot of roadworks in Doncaster. My ward's a town ward. We've had lots of closures for cycle lanes and one thing or another. We've often had closures for resurfacing, and we have traffic management people who are qualified on road closures. They are very, very unwilling to physically stop. They may park the van in a certain way, or they may, and I know you can only do so much as an organisers, but as a group of professionals, they are even instructed, not to be, if someone's going to go through, then don't get into a fight with them, let them go through. So that's the professionals, the people who are trained to a standard, who will use every means of physically blocking or whatever it be. But you're proposing, and I accept this is peripheral to the event, but you're proposing that students man road closures and residents use permits. And I'm just kind of seeing this like, community tensions, issues building up that will be outside of the site, but may well potentially require a police response. I personally feel as though that's an issue that needs addressing, but if you want to talk me through how you've got to that.
I think it was a proposal by the traffic management company to obviously the guys in traffic at Doncaster. Obviously, people had used common sense, so we don't want people putting themselves in harm's way. People had used common sense, but they'd all be hooked up on comms as well. As Pete said, we would have roaming security as well around obviously the site, who can then go out off-site if required, so response units. I think that there would be the support there for a student or for a marshal who's in place on those road closures to make sure that they were safe ultimately, and also that they were adhering to any restrictions that have been put in place, but also liaising with the residents coming in. I think that's something that we deem important as well in the correspondence that we send out to the residents. It needs to be something that it really tells them exactly what's going to happen on the day, and I believe that'll be in place.
I think I'd be more at ease if there were a professional traffic management company dealing with all those issues, but that might be something that you want to look at should you be successful in getting your licence. I think the last thing for me at the moment, not exhaustive, but I think if I just finish on this, so I think we've had more rain in the last 18 months. I drive around the area quite a lot, as obviously other people do. I don't see really, particularly out that area, because it's flat land, isn't it, essentially. It requires drainage further into the fen. There's nowhere for this water to go. I don't see, we'd have to have a kind of heat wave happening from now and no more rain, I think, to really see any substantial change in the condition of land. Miracles do happen, but so I find it difficult to accept the idea that it's unfair to take pictures of the condition of the land as it is now. I think that the planning has to take account of what the condition of the land is now, because we have no other than looking at a crystal ball and hope's not a plan. The condition of the land may well be the condition it is now. So with that in mind, I'm a bit confused about when this trackway, when a decision is going to be made on the trackway, because I don't accept your argument about not needing a secure route. Because what we learned from Manchester was if people died because the emergency services were stopped at an early stage and ended up treating minor injuries because they couldn't get deeper into the stadium. You'll know that, I'm sure you've read about it, you've studied it. We're looking at a similar scenario here without that access around. it means that emergency vehicles can get to the heart of the issue. That in mind, and that's my view, but you've put that in, so that's great. At what point do you make a decision on bringing in the trackway and deploying it? Is it a week before? Is it well, we're going to get the trackway anyway? Is it hang on a minute, it looks like it's going to rain tomorrow, we're going to make some quick phone calls and get a truck in? I kind of can't, it doesn't sound like a plan to deploy it. It sounds like well, we'll suck it and see nearer the time. Can you give me a bit more confidence that there's actually a plan in place about deploying this trackway, and why you're not just biting the bullet and go, let's get the trackway down?
Just as far as the local knowledge is concerned, Councillor Jackson will be able to give you some local knowledge on the ground itself and obviously the surrounding areas once he makes his speech. But as far as the trackway is concerned, we've already discussed it with Arena, who are the company who are erecting and providing the fencing, and they're bringing trackway adequate enough to obviously put in place if we need to put it in place. So that's a conversation that we have already had with Arena.
So Arena are going to bring trackway sufficient for the perimeter? No?
Not sufficient for the perimeter. They'll bring trackway if required for.
I don't. If required, there's a before and after, isn't there? It's like you know it's required when the ambulance is stuck in the mud. It's either a secure route that can withstand certain weather events, or it's not. I'm trying to. If you said to, are you saying, well, we're going to make an assessment 2 weeks before the event and look at what the Met Office is saying about weather and hope that they've got it right? Are you going to, are we going to get, I mean, you say we've got somebody local who knows the local conditions. Well, what actually does that mean? It's not a soil tech, it seems a bit of a wing and a prayer, and I'm trying to draw out of you some kind of idea what the plan is. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to lay before us what the plan is, and at this moment in time, I'm sort of failing. So, can you give me a bit more reassurances how it's going to work? What's the timeline look like? What would be the trigger event? How much trackway? Why only so much trackway? Do you understand where I'm coming from? You understand why I require these? Given what I said before about feeling the need and what we learned from Manchester about getting emergency services into the heart of the event, over to you.
I think, obviously, if we put trackway all the way around, it's going to be an expensive exercise, which you don't care about that. I know you don't, yeah, but I'm making that point. I know you don't care. I totally get that. From that point of view, you don't care about a commercial aspect. But we've obviously got to look at it from a common sense point of view as well, and we've got to look at it from a safety point of view, which we are looking at. And I will speak with Pete on what he thinks is the best way forward and what the cut-off point is. I can't give you a cut-off point now. I know that it's available to us if we need it. We have made those inquiries. It is in place if we do need it. So I need to go away and I need to speak to Pete on the best outcome, because we're not going to simply just put trackway around even if it's a red hot day and the ground's hard, because that just wouldn't make sense commercially. And I know you're not bothered about commercials, but we've got to look at it from that perspective as well. But it's something that I will go away and I'll speak to Pete and I'll speak to the team about, and we can maybe give you that answer down the road. They are. We've been down there at the wettest, and the ground is hard. It's hard ground. Even at the wettest points, it's hard ground. And again, that's something that Councillor Jackson will probably be able to give more information on than me, because it's their events field. But I've been down there. It is hard ground, and that's just using common sense.
Okay, that's great. I think that's me for now. So thanks for. Oh, yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Thanks. To go back to the trackway then, obviously for us the answer down the road is not applicable. We're here today to decide today whether you get a licence or not. So for me to, 2 weeks before, we're not going to be here. So I would say at least the disabled route as well would need trackway. My daughter's disabled, she's in a wheelchair, paralysed. She wouldn't stand a chance to electric wheelchair. She would get stuck. So I would hope that, obviously I've got concerns like Councillor Shaw's already mentioned. So I would expect that that would be a given anyway, that a disabled route would take place.
Yeah, the disabled route from the disabled parking area is a brand new constructed footpath up to concrete and tarmac until it gets to the event space. And I've had assurances from the guys that they are, because there is a slope there, and I've asked them to make sure that the slope up into the entrance and exit point is remediated, which they've got permission from the town council to do, which we put back to how it was before the event, to make sure that that is an acceptable slope for disabled access. Once they get into the point of you're now in the event, then it is a greenfield site accepted. You couldn't, by any stretch of the imagination, lay trackway on over 15,000 square metres of field. That's what it is a greenfield arena. But going up until to the point of entry, it is and will be constructed for ease of access.
Just to finish off, and I don't want to appear glib about the commercial aspect of it, but obviously we have licensing objectives, and that is the only thing that we're concerned about and should be concerned about. Our learned friend there would be very unhappy if we were bringing other things into it. So I just sort of wanted to qualify that. I think we probably... Okay, so Councillor Chapman's going to continue.
Yeah, you've mentioned one-way traffic management company that you've employed, but you did say that they no longer wanted to be involved. Was that they no longer wanted to be involved with the SAG meetings or no longer involved with the festival? Are they still employed?
They're still employed by us, yeah. They are.
On that point with them, Councillor, I think the hope is from the applicant's perspective that if the licence is granted, that we would have an environment where that could be re-engaged, but they've not walked away from the job.
Another thing, you said in your speech you wanted room to expand. You know, you was growing everything that went back into it for next year. You're wanting to make bigger, but also, Mr. Curry, you said about you had real bad vibes about the size of the field. How are you going to move forward?
Myself as a stakeholder, as well as the other two stakeholders, we've always had a conversation that we eventually wanted to move the event into Doncaster city centre. It's about growing the brand, growing the audience, and then we wanted it to become Doncaster Music Festival. That's our goal, that's our aim. We wanted to do something that it's not just about Asken, and I'm sorry for the guys behind us, but we wanted to build it into Doncaster Music Festival, and that's on our business plan. We wanted to get to that point where we do move it into the city centre and it does become big enough to be something that the borough can be proud of.
Thank you. Another one I've got, you was talking about the plan on drugs. If a small amount of drugs are found on a person, they would be asked if they wanted to surrender that. After that, they will be admitted into the arena, into the festival. Would there be another search in case that, okay, yeah, somebody's going to give a little bit of weed up, or they've got another bigger bag in their pocket? Have a bigger search, a more robust search of them?
From my experience at Leeds and Parklife festivals, where I was actually on supervising the search lanes last year, so if somebody is found with illicit substances by a dog, so the dog will detect, they'll be taken into a private area to give up what they've got. They'll then be searched again to make sure they haven't got anything else. They'll then be offered the chance to surrender that item or go into the event. If they surrender it, they can go into the event. It's personal use. Anything more than what is declared as... So I don't take drugs. If it's more than one bag of cocaine, for instance, and it can be enough to be used as supply, then they will be detained by the SIA trained stewards, and the police will be called. And that's exactly what happened at Leeds and Parklife festivals last year.
Okay, thank Just another one. You've mentioned you've now conferred with Network Rail. When did that actually take place? When did you meet with Network Rail? Right, so it was after the last meeting? Yeah. Okay.
The Network Rail. So have they provided a response, an in-writing response, or is it just verbal?
The gents actually contacted me this morning just for a corresponding address to send across the actual consent of letter. So I should receive that very shortly. But they have in person, they've said yes, but he just wanted to get it in writing across to me.
Okay, thanks. I think we're going to move on. I just wanted to it may seem a bit, kind of arduous, this process, and it is as for us, but it is important because I just want to make it clear, once we've given you your licence, we can't take it back. So it could be a disaster zone, really. The only people that could then stop it would be yourselves by pulling it or the police coming on site. So this is why, we are...
We understand the importance, Chair.
Yeah, we're trying to nail it down. I just don't want it to feel too picked on, but okay, thank you. Right, so I will, we'll move on, I think. Everybody done for now? Yeah. Yeah, so I'll get back to where we are. So, just give us a second. So I'm now going to ask the interested parties who are objecting to the application if they wish to ask any questions in relation to the applicant's submissions. So this means that anybody who wants to object can address directly. That's correct, isn't it?
They can ask questions at this point.
At this point.
It's not their presentation.
No, that's right. So you can ask questions. It doesn't... I will try and manage that, so it doesn't necessarily have to be through the chair, but if I feel as though it's getting too difficult, then I may step in and. So if any of the objectors would like to ask any questions of the applicant or their representatives, now is the time.
Thank you, Chair. I represent South Yorkshire Police. If I may ask some questions. Thank you very much. Just briefly on the numbers, predicted numbers of attendance. I obviously followed the conversation, but can I just ask? This event was originally predicted, or was when the application was made, it was 9,999 people were, I think, open to attend. So clearly it was thought that at that time there was a demand for that number of attendance. Of course, it's been halved now. So is it still thought, therefore, or is it still an ambition, if I can put it that way, for a figure nearer 4,999 to attend, minus, of course, the staff on the site?
Yes, the original proposal was for 9,999, and that was to future-proof the site and future-proof the festival. Obviously, we've taken advice from the ESAG, and we've taken advice from Pete and other people, parties interested, and that's the reasoning why we took it down to 4,999. It's not anything to do with demand. We never thought we were going to sell 10,000 tickets. It was just to future-proof the site, to try and grow it, and then with an ambition to move it into Doncaster after that. But obviously, we'd rather have a festival on than not, so obviously we'd reduce it to 4,999.
Oh, forgive me. Yes. So yes, my name's Carl Fender, Council. Thank you. Well, thank you for the reminder. Yes, on a separate point now, we are being offered risk assessments, or it's admitted, I think, that there are risk assessments outstanding Can we be told what risk assessments are being worked on so that there's a match-up between offer and expectation on the part of the represented parties on this side of the chamber?
So looking at the current document, the working document, which Andy has got somebody else working on, currently got risk assessments on crowd, fire, structural collapse, weather, terrorism, medical incidents, slips and trips, electricity, noise at work, vehicle movement, working at height, hazards and to be honest, pretty much it looks as though it's pretty much there in terms of looking at what's here.
Sorry, you're saying it looks. You've just read a long list. I'm struggling to see which ones are completed. It might be quicker to say which ones are completed.
No, they are completed.
They are completed.
The question was what's outstanding. The question was what's outstanding.
Without looking at. I mean, for me to actually say what's outstanding.
That was correct, wasn't it?
The question was to elicit what's being offered and what we can expect, because there was Mr. Curry, when he was being asked questions about Mr. Delaney's statement, paragraph 6.4 of Mr. Delaney's statement, there was a reference there to outstanding risk assessments. Yeah. So my question is, what's outstanding? What can we expect? And there needs to be a match up there, it seems to me.
So,
outstanding then currently.
So without giving me 10 minutes to actually go through them all and list what's there and what isn't there, it'd be difficult to say. But have you got no Gantt chart or no workflow? It's just a whole raft of risk assessments. So
right, okay.
Are those risk assessments attached to the event management plan?
They are, yes. At the moment, there's 34 pages of risk assessments at the end of the plan. Yeah, as Paddy has just pointed out, and we could, if you wanted a specific date for those to be completed, I'm sure for the licence to be granted, then that will happen, I'm assured.
Have you got? Do you want to carry on? Or you've got further questions?
Chair, I'm mindful that there's obviously some overlap with other objections, so I'm going to ask, if I may, some more questions. But before
I'm happy for you to continue for now. Yes. If that's okay. Yeah.
I'm just if I can ask at this stage, it's now 1:15. Is it the intention for a lunch break to be taken, and when? I'm just thinking of a convenient junction, that's all.
We got as far as planning a comfort break. We didn't get as far as a lunch break. I've got a meeting at 5, so I'd quite like to be out of here by then. We can, it's 1:15. I think if we continue till... well, I was going to say, are you wanting to, rather than break your line of questioning, do you want to continue for another 5 minutes or so, and then we have a break for half an hour, or do you want us to break now and you continue when we come back? I'm open, whatever suits everybody really. It's going to be a long day, isn't it?
Chair, I'll carry on for a few more minutes if I may then, and
that's fine.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Just on the counter-terrorism risk assessment. I think what we were told earlier this morning was that there was going to be a tabletop exercise. Is that right?
I'm assured by the Askham Music Festival committee that was planned, yes.
So is that something separate to the risk assessment that exists already? Is that correct?
Separate to the risk assessment, yeah. Yeah.
As I understand it, that tabletop exercise, which I think is to be done in conjunction with Mr. Richard Clark, the gentleman who's identified in the event management plan, is that the piece of work that is contemplated?
I can only assume so.
Right.
Yeah.
Because is it correct that that is training rather than the risk assessment that's provided?
Yeah, normally before an event you will hold some form of tabletop exercise, and this year the tabletop exercise has been decided to be CT, and for the last 3 events that I've worked on, it has been CT. The CT is counter-terrorism is very topical after the Manchester Arena disaster, and it tends to be the one that we use. Yeah, and it is written down that CT plan, Richard Clark is the CTSA for Doncaster CT Police, will be assisting us with a CT plan moving forward, and will deliver a tabletop and invite SAG members to, which is what has happened in the last 3 events or 3 locations that I've attended.
And do you know how close to the beginning of the event that will happen?
Led by attendance, I guess. Led by ESAG attendance.
I'm assuming that'll, yeah, as Andy says, I'm assuming that'll be tabled in with ESAG attendance. I couldn't give you a specific date, but it's what is it, 9-10 weeks off still.
Now, you gave us some figures for the number of SIA staff, which was 36, and then 20 stewards. So they will be in attendance on the site. Is it correct that those figures are green guide figures rather than purple guide figures? The number of people assigned to those 2 different types of roles?
The green guide, the purple guide references the green guide in terms of number of stewards required on site.
Just going on to the question of evacuation of anybody with additional needs. If somebody is in attendance with a carer, I believe it was your submission to this meeting that it would be the carer's responsibility to ensure the safe evacuation of somebody who did have additional needs. Is that correct?
That's generally the accepted practice at any event you will go to, whether it's within a stadium or an open event field such as this, or Leeds or Parklife festivals, or any other festival. It tends to be that the carer is there, as the name suggests, to care for that person that they are with. Yes. They would be assisted with entry into the event space. They'll be assisted with access onto viewing platforms and specific areas for those that are dedicated for disabled and ambulant people. But with the best will in the world, if 200 disabled people turned up for this event, which is unlikely, we couldn't provide an additional 200 stewards. The carer is given free admission, the disabled person is given free admission, and the disabled person pays for the ticket, and the carer is given free admission to the event for the purpose of caring for the person that they're with.
I'm just mindful that in the event, if you, for instance, had a person with additional needs, maybe a wheelchair user, who to leave the site had to leave the wheelchair behind for some reason. Maybe it got stuck in the mud or something like that. The ground was bad, and the carer wasn't physically able to help them leave the site, carry them, or something like that. Do you not need to contemplate within the safety officer's role and devise some additional plans for meeting those eventualities? They are predictable, I would suggest.
Yeah, they are predictable that something might happen at some point in time during the event. But as I say, we can't. There are stewards. There are sufficient stewards on site. There are 56 stewards, which could be an increasing amount depending on the attendance. There will be 56 stewards on site, of which, if there is assistance needed, they would give assistance. It's no different to any other event in the country. The stewards are there for customer service, and they would provide customer service. And if that means picking somebody up bodily which I've seen, or using an evacuation chair, then that's what they will do. That's what they are there to do, provide customer service.
Just in relation to the land to the south of the site, which is the land, I think, which is, we were told, I think, that it's in private ownership, and there's a possible evacuation route on the south side of the site. Do you know who owns that land? Do you know the name, the identity of the owner of that land?
It's Mr. Ian Murray.
Now, I think we were told that he was willing to take some remediating steps. I might have invented a word there, but I think you know what I mean. Some steps to improve the parts of the land in order to ensure safe departure. Is that correct?
We'd actually pay for the remedial works, but he was willing to work with us to do it on his land.
Now, I don't think we've got anything in writing, or I've not seen anything that confirms his cooperation with the music event. Is that correct?
No, I don't think you've been given anything that gives you indication that we've got permission now.
How long have you had the oral consent from him to use his land?
We do have written permission from him, we've just not shared it with you.
Is there any reason why it's not been shared?
Just maybe a lack of communication, maybe?
We've seen photographs, or in PC Roxburgh's statement, there are photographs of that land lying to the south side. Do you accept that it's difficult terrain to cross in heavy weather, heavy rainy weather?
Yeah, and I accepted that within the plan, that it wasn't to be used as a through route. It was just to be used as a holding area if there was a catastrophic occurrence at that south end, I think you call it south end of the event space. However, the assurance from Askham Music Festival that they've got permissions from the owner to remediate it and make it suitable for use was enough for me to be assured that it would be suitable for use.
What remediating steps will there be?
I'm not a ground expert.
Has any advice been taken on what remediating steps will be necessary?
I'm not a ground expert. I'm just assured, as somebody who's looking at this plan, that suitable work will be carried out. I'm not qualified to comment on that.
Is it then correct to say that actually you don't know, or Mr. Grady doesn't know what?
O'Grady.
Forgive me, O'Grady. That you don't know what improvements will be necessary to that land in the event that it had to be used by festival attendees.
We've had a meeting with a local grounds person who does a lot of work on farms around the local area. As I said, we're quite astute in getting people to assist us and help us with these kind of things. He's been down to the site, looked at the site, and he's happy that he could remediate it, cut back all the trees that are in place, or potentially cut back the bushes that are in place and remediate it and put some kind of hard standing on there to make it worthwhile.
And the individual who's given you that advice, is he a surveyor or an expert in land management, something like that? Can you tell us something about his qualifications to have given you that advice?
I can't at this moment in time. It's not something I have with me. It's a gent called Andrew Lunn.
And does he live in Askham?
He does, yes.
And do you know what he does for a living?
He works on farms. He works in this kind of forte.
So he's a farmer?
Predominantly, as well as... what else does he do?
A&S Services.
Yeah, it's a company called A&S Services.
And what does that company do?
Yeah, building works, laying ground, farming, all different kinds of work.
So the groundwork that he does, is that mainly to domestic premises, laying driveways and things like that?
No, he does a lot of commercial work as well.
Right. And is that in relation to the type of land that we can see in the photographs in PC Roxburgh's statement?
Yes, I'm satisfied that that's what he can do.
There is a bridge that at the south side of that bit of land, the south side of the site, there's a narrow bridge that takes pedestrians across the dyke. Now, I think it's expected that there'll be a wider bridge provided at some point. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The plans are for a reputable company to provide that bridge, and they have been down on site. They've done a site visit. They are one of the biggest companies in the country for providing temporary structures over ditches, dikes, railway lines, etc. They've been on site. They've surveyed the site, and they are providing a bridge which will be suitable for that application.
Any reason why we don't have a photograph of that proposed replacement bridge, so we can see it, what is actually proposed, because this has been promised for some weeks, hasn't it?
I can give you a link to the website, and you can see what type of structures they provide. Yeah, at the end of the day, this structure is being supplied by a competent company. The calculations for the ground conditions will be carried out by a competent engineer. This type of work isn't done ad hoc. It's like when if you were to build that out of scaffolding, they wouldn't just turn up on site and whack a few scaffolding poles up. With respect, the industry is very regulated. They have been down on site, they've calculated the load-bearing capacities of the ground, and they will put a bridge in which is suitable and fit for purpose based on their expertise, as with any other structure or anything else that would be put. It's similar to building the stage. It's a reputable company. It will be signed off by a competent engineer. I don't have any issues with that. As an engineer myself, that is my trade. I am an engineer by trade. I wouldn't have any issues with signing off a bridge that had been constructed by a competent company and designed by a competent structural engineer, and the design checks checked by a competent structural engineer to put on in that application. So no, I wouldn't have an issue with it.
The calculation...
Sorry, could I just limit you to maybe just what, if you want to carry on with this aspect, but then if we draw it to a close, we're at 1:30 now, and I think everybody's probably ready. It's quite warm in here, isn't it? And probably everybody's kind of... I sense that you might have a lot more questions that you want to ask. Well, we'll give it another 5 minutes then, and then I'll stop you at 5 minutes. So I just think it's everyone probably is getting ready for a little bit of a break.
No, absolutely. And
yeah, okay.
Thank you. In terms of the calculations for evacuation of people from the site, this 66 number that we've heard about or spoken about earlier on this morning, have you done the similar calculations in relation to the bridge that is going to be delivered for the south end of the site?
The bridge is 6 metres in width, which will take, if you use the higher number of over 80, which we could reduce it down to 66 if you wanted to, but it is a steel construction with a proper platform for walking on. In the space of 8 minutes, you could evacuate sufficient number of people, yes.
Right.
I can do the calculation now if you want me to.
Thank you. Just in terms of demographics, it was said earlier on that Billy Ocean being the headline act, it rather loads the demographics to a certain age bracket, which I think, if I understood what you said to the meeting earlier on, was that people perhaps who were in their teenagers in the 80s, which I think, if I've got my memory right, was Billy Ocean's era, they're going to be proportionately dominate the predominant kind of demographic for the group of people who attend? Is that what you predict?
You would expect the audience profile to meet the demographic of the artist, yeah. Right. Just going back to your last question about the bridge, the capacity of that bridge to get 8 people in 8 minutes is 3,936. So yes, it would be able to occupy the relevant number of people. But I'll leave the artist and crowd to Andy.
Can I just give you some figures on current ticket sales, but based on age groups that have bought those tickets? So 12 to 17-year-olds, we've got 72 tickets. 5 to 11-year-olds, we've got 34 tickets. And under 5s, we've got 13 tickets. The rest of the tickets are all standard tickets, plus some family tickets, which would equate to more 12 to 17-year-olds. However, predominantly, it's a 30 to 40 plus audience.
I only ask because when I don't go to festivals, I see them on the telly. At festivals now, you see artists from across the generations attended, and when you see photographs of the audience, you can see that the audience are from across the generations, young and old as well. So the reason for my question is to challenge your assertion that most of the audience will be in that particular age bracket.
What you're talking about on TV is not my lineup. The lineup that we've put in place is obviously Billy Ocean as a headline act. And from my experience, we know that the demographic that goes to his type of events is 40 plus. He's previously been at the Doncaster Dome. I've obviously seen the ticket sales from the Doncaster Dome and what the demographic was there. So it's based on experience that we chose him.
Chair, I'll stop there and I'll give way to well.
I think we'll. Yeah. I think if we now take a break, I think if we take half an hour, just to reiterate, obviously we are all leaving the chamber this time. We, and not being rude, but the committee don't want to engage with anyone at all that's in this chamber, whether it be council officers or whether it be, objectors or applicants. We may engage with our legal brief. It's important that we are, we are not influenced outside of the meeting. I'm sure everybody appreciates that. So given that, if people want to make the way wherever, yep.
Can I just canvass timings for the rest of the day? I'm conscious, Chair, that you said that you had another meeting to go to at 5 o'clock.
If I don't get to the other meeting, then so be it.
Okay. So we're going to continue. Because I have another meeting at 6, which I need to stand down now, I think, because...
Yeah, I think that, we may speed up. You never know. There's been a lot of questions asked. Yes. We will get to a point where we're going over old ground, I suspect, at some point. So I think, I have no way of anticipating how long it's.
No, I was just checking whether we're going to continue to the death, so to speak.
I think no one wants to come back another day, do they? Really? And
I think you've got to allow with the parties the
same
amount of time.
Yeah. So if we still sat here at 7 o'clock, so be it. Let's hope we're not. Amber's looking forward to the overtime though. That we no longer pay at the council.
Can I just request, Chair, that if we are going over 6 o'clock, that we have a break because the car park closes at 6?
Yeah, that's right. If we're still going at that time, we will be having breaks. Don't worry about it. So I'm going to just draw the meeting to a temporary close, and if we aim to be back at, to be precise, 6 minutes past 1. So let's say 5 minutes past 1. Sorry. 2, sorry, apologise, yeah. Then that's all good, thank you. Okay, if we're all settled, we'll resume. Hopefully everybody's managed to get something to eat or drink. We thought it was a little bit cool earlier on, so we've ramped the heating up. Okay, so we're going to carry on where we left off. Sorry, I forgot your name.
Carl Fender.
Carl Fender. So we left with Carl asking questions. Have you got further questions?
No, thank you, Chair, so I'll give way.
Okay, thank you. So now over to anyone else who wants to ask any questions of the applicant or the applicant's representatives. Over to you. Can you just introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Constanza Bell, that's Constanze, last name Bell. I'm of council and I represent the health and safety body as a statutory body for these purposes, and sitting to my left is Mr. Delaney. I do, with your leave, Chair, have a few questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a few points arising out of this morning's evidence, if I may. So, firstly, please, just want to be absolutely clear of my note in this respect. There was dialogue with my learned friend about remediation of the emergency field, and I think where we landed was that the remediation would include cutting back of trees, cutting back of bushes, and laying of hard standing, and that would be organised by a Mr. Andrew Long. Have I got that note correct?
Andrew Lunn, L-U-N-N.
Right, thank you very much. In terms of the laying of hard standing, is there a planning application submitted for a material change of use for the laying of hard standing on that field?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are any of the trees or bushes on that field covered by a tree preservation order?
No, my colleagues tell me it's the self-set, so no.
Do you have a planning consultant assisting you with any planning application in relation to that field?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. It may be that you don't want to answer this if it's commercially sensitive, and by all means I respect that, but I'll ask the question and you can tell me if it's inappropriate for you to answer. You've explained that the laying of the trackway is likely to be expensive. You've also referred to, we've been reference to the need to place a new bridge in situ to cross the dyke, a wider bridge. And through Mr. Curry, you've explained that there's a reputable company that's been lined up possibly to provide that bridge. Are you able to give us a ballpark figure for the trackway or the bridge, or is that something that's commercially sensitive and you don't wish to disclose?
Yeah, I'm afraid that's commercially sensitive and we don't wish to disclose that, thank you.
In terms of Mr. Curry's calculations regarding the bridge, I just wanted to make sure I'd understood his answer to my learned friend in this respect. I think we were advised it was a steel bridge, it should be able to take about 80 people. And then I noted, Mr. Curry, your answer that you could do the calculation now if my learned friend wanted you to do so. Does that mean you haven't done the calculation before?
I didn't state that it would take 80 people. I definitely didn't state that. What I said was I could do the calculation here and now because I know what the calculation is. It's basically the width of the bridge multiplied by the number of people that can go over it, multiply the number of minutes and multiply that by 8, and that gives you the occupancy level for that bridge as an escape capacity.
Yes, I understand that. I just want to be clear. So you told my learned friend you can do the calculation here and now. You've set out how you would do that calculation.
Yeah.
Does that mean you've not done that calculation before, that you've just done it now for us in this room?
It's in the event plan.
I have another few questions, please, just in terms of the process here. So there's been some helpful dialogue about conditions. We've been advised the applicant would be happy to accept a condition for 3,999 tickets, whatever form that might take. There's also been reference, of course, to numbers in the campsite. I just wondered if Mr. Curry could please assist, first of all, with whether or not he's reviewed the campsite numbers, or did that not fall within his remit?
It didn't fall within my remit, but I've been told that it's going to be well below the level that was pitched. Camping pitches, and is this Is this sensitive?
Yeah, no, it's fine, go for it.
So camping pitches, they've sold 28 and they expect to get to 50, which is, how many was the original? Camper van pitches, they've sold 38, a maximum of 60, and car parking spaces so far have sold 104. So again, in line with the reduced occupancy level, it reflects how many people are going to be coming. And to be honest, at the end of the day, why would you want to camp and go in a camper van for what is ostensibly a one-day event?
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense of numbers, really. So, 104 car parking spaces, 60 camper van pitches. Are there separate tickets for tents? Could I get a breakdown?
I've just given you that. So camping pitches 28, caravan pitches 38, car parking 104.
Sorry, that's camping pitches, not camper van pitches.
Yeah, camper van pitches 38.
Camper van pitches
Yeah.
38.
Yeah.
So does that mean there's a separate figure for tents, or would that be rolled up with the camper van pitches figure?
On the plan, it shows a camper van area, a camping area, and a parking area. So they're three distinct areas.
Yes, and you've given me the figure for car parking of 104,
Yeah.
camper van pitches of 60. So what's the camping figure?
Camping pitches sold 28, expected to get to 50 maximum.
Okay. Would you be happy to accept a condition in relation to camping caravanning pitches?
Yes.
I have a question, please, in relation to Mr. Bates, who I understand will be the safety officer for the relevant period. Could you just tell me, please, how long he's been involved with the event?
He attended last year's event as the safety officer. No, sorry.
He was head of security.
Head of security at last year's event.
And so has he been involved with this process for the new event right from the beginning?
I'm assured he has, yes.
When did planning for this year's event begin, roughly?
Around about November, when Mr. Delaney put his reviewing of the old licence.
And just remind me, if you would, when did Mr. Curry become involved? What's the date for Mr. Curry's instruction, please?
I don't know the exact date. It was about, was it a couple of weeks before the hearing? Yeah.
And I just want to check my note of Mr. Curry's observations from earlier this morning. I just want to check that I've got it down accurately. So I think what Mr. Curry helpfully explained for us this morning was that in relation to event numbers, you advise them, Mr. Curry, by them I mean the company, that they need to wake up and reduce the capacity. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think that was my exact words. I said that my advice would be to reduce the capacity because I wasn't comfortable at that time, bearing in mind that my first visit to site was after this hearing that was adjourned. I wasn't comfortable that it would work and they would need to do a lot of work to make it work.
That's fine. I have my note. We all have our notes. I'm not going to hold you to the exact words. That's fine. And then I think the other key concern that you had when you came on board was the emergency field and how that might operate. Is that right? Were those the two big areas of concern?
Yeah, that's correct. I was concerned about the condition of it at the time, bearing in mind that my first visit took place after a very sustained level of rainfall. I've been assured since that land is starting to dry out and will be suitable for the purpose that it's been identified as.
And those two key concerns that you have, how the emergency field would operate and the capacity, does Mr. Bates agree with you that those are two areas of concern? Does he share your view that it was necessary to reduce the numbers and to revisit the emergency field?
The whole team works together. We all agree with each other.
So I can note that Mr. Bates agrees with you?
We all agree with each other, yeah.
But these weren't points that Mr. Bates had noted before you came on board, is that right?
I couldn't comment on that because I wasn't on board.
before you came on board, Mr Bates was quite happy to work to the existing safety plan. Is that right?
I can't speak for Mr Bates.
Mr Bates, who will be the person on the ground during the event. You've explained that you're not available, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
What confidence, Mr Curry, do you invite this committee to have in the on-the-ground management of a man who was prepared to implement a plan that you've considered to be flawed in two fundamental respects? What degree of confidence do you say that this committee should repose in Mr Bates?
I don't think that statement is correct. I'm sure the plan was in its infancy and was very fluid at that point, as would be expected for any submission to an ESAG. It's a changeable feast. I've worked on the ESAG for 16 years in my local authority, and it's a movable feast. So Dave would be expected to look at the plan, and he would make suggestions. That could be as late as a few weeks before the event. So I think that's an unfair comment. And yes, he would be fully on board, as I would be, or anybody else in terms of safety, with the plan that was put in place for the event.
Mr Curry, if you're right that the emergency field needed revisiting as a matter of priority, and that it was necessary to wake up and reduce the numbers by half, then it must follow that this committee can have very limited weight and confidence in the ability of Mr Bates to manage things on the day, given that he was quite confident with that position.
Mr Bates had no input in the writing of the original plan. That was down to somebody else who was on board. I can't speak for Mr Bates. He's not present. It would be unfair of me to comment on what he saw, what he did, what comments he made. It would be unfair of you to ask me to comment on behalf of somebody who's not in the room.
Yes, I've noted he's not in the room. Thank you very much. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any further questions from any of the objectors? If you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, Chair, it's Steve Larkin from Network Management from the Council. Just for clarity, I think my colleague here was talking about a licence for the new entrances into the field. It has been notified. It's a Section 184 licence that needs to be submitted to the Council, which we would then agree to. So yeah, that has been stated previously, but just for clarity, it's a 184 licence.
Okay, so over to you if you introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Dave Swan, Senior Fire Safety Inspecting Officer from South Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service. Could I just ask, just for clarity, the plan seems to indicate there's a point of convergence where the blue light entry comes in, and in an emergency, crowds are expected to egress. So just for clarity for me, how does that kind of work at that juncture?
The new road has been constructed down to its own dedicated gate onto, onto the A19. It's separated by bollards and a fence post from where the pedestrians will be. It's a dedicated brand new road that's been constructed.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Just at that point where it kind of meets the road,
yeah,
that's where it narrows to a point of convergence where I'm not quite clear where the pedestrians are expected to do. Are they expected to go around the lake away from the main road, or do they come out onto the main road where the emergency vehicles might be coming in?
They would go wherever they deem fit. If it's in an emergency, you would go whichever is the clearest route. Naturally, your natural instinct would be to probably turn right and go lakeside. It's a larger area rather than going straight out onto a road.
Thanks, but you forgive me for asking, because
no,
the plan doesn't kind of indicate what that route is. So if they're going away from incoming emergency services, then I can appreciate that. But the plan's a little bit.
There's a footpath. There's a footpath inboard, and then there's the normal footpath on the roadside that they could utilise.
Okay, thank you. Could I just also ask, if I may, the decision in terms of discounting? Normally, guidance would kind of steer towards discounting the largest exit. Peter, is there a justification for not discounting that?
I have discounted it in the new calculations that are in the current event plan. I've discounted it completely, albeit to discount the, as I said earlier, the emergency road is 6 metres wide. The newly constructed road is 6 metres wide. You've then got a 10-metre swathe between the emergency road and the nearest point that's as an obstruction. To completely discount that, yes, you could, but I have discounted it and included the area at the rear to the south and the 6 metre exit stage left, and the numbers still work for that occupancy level.
So it's fair to say on that basis that if we are discounting the 10-metre exit, we've got 12 metres to play with in terms of exit provision.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was just asked then, in terms of the exit stage left, is that 6 metre width? I know you've touched on it earlier. I just wanted to kind of clarify that exit flow system which we've created, because it obviously there's a path by which people have got to kind of move to a place of ultimate safety. So is that width maintained all the way through that exit flow system, Peter?
Yeah, so the 6 metre is between there's a larger space between the stage and the trees. Then there's a 6 metre gap between the trees, which goes down onto a footpath, which ultimately is about 10 metres wide, because it's 2 footpaths, a small grassed area, and then another 3 metre footpath. So potentially there's about 10 metres of width for that 6 metre exit.
Thank you, Chair.
Any more? Are we all done? We're all done. Okay, moving on, slightly slowly but surely. I'm now going to ask the subcommittee members if they wish to ask any questions in relation to the interested parties' submissions.
They've not submitted.
No, sorry, I've jumped ahead. Sorry about that. I've jumped ahead one. It's difficult to keep track. I'll just reverse back a little bit on that one. I'll now ask the interested parties objecting to the application to address the subcommittee. Thank you. Who wants to go first? Shoot. Feel free.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've introduced myself already. I remain the same person. I'm Constanza Bell of Council, here to represent the authority in its health and safety capacity. To my left sits Mr. Delaney. Chair, can I believe you have, because I think it was one of the documents you identified this morning, but you've seen, I take it, the latest witness statement of Mr. Delaney. And may I ask, have you and your colleagues had the opportunity to read that witness statement before today?
We have, yes. Thank you.
I'm grateful. So on that basis, we will get straight to the key points rather than repeat matters that are set out in detail therein. I think in opening the position, it's helpful to just be really clear about the questions that face this committee. So my friend, in his opening remarks on behalf of the applicant, noted quite rightly that you are concerned with a test on the balance of probability, that you have the option of refusing, granting or modifying the licence, and that you are tasked with considering whether it's more likely than not that the applicant is incapable of promoting the licensing objectives if the licence is granted. It's the firm submission on the part of this responsible authority that there is real reason to believe, and that it is more likely than not that the promotion of the licensing objectives will be compromised, and that the applicant is not capable of properly promoting them. In terms of how you tackle that question, it will be my firm submission, Chair, that you ask yourself you and your colleagues ask yourself essentially 3 questions in terms of how you approach your determination of this matter. And in my submission, each of those questions is sufficient in and of itself to address, to constitute reason why you should refuse this application. So the first question I would invite you to consider as a matter of evidence is whether or not this site is suitable for this event. And if you conclude, as the authority would invite you to conclude, that this site is simply not suitable for this sort of event, then it follows in my submission you should refuse this application. If you think the site is potentially suitable for this event, or is suitable for this event, you then go on and ask yourself a second question, which is this: is the safety planning adequate? Again, the authority would submit that it is not, that there are real deficiencies in the safety planning for this site. And if you're with us on that question, then you need go no further, But if you wish to explore matters further, or you're not with us on that second question, there is a third question which arises, which is this applicant capable of implementing the relevant safety plans? So there are three questions, essentially, that follow sequentially. Is the site suitable? Is the safety planning adequate? Is the applicant capable of carrying out this, what they say they will do? All of these questions have to be approached in the context of the very serious incident that occurred in 2023, which the authority says forms an important background to how this matter is approached today and necessitates a level of anxious scrutiny. Because we know that mistakes have been made historically, we know that issues have arisen, and so it's right to inquire particularly into the circumstances of this case and to examine critically whether the safety planning has been adequate. There's one point in relation to procedure that I raise at the outset of these submissions, and it's an important point. Chair, if I could invite you and your colleagues to please have regard to paragraph 4 of the Doncaster Council Licensing Committee procedure, which I believe was formerly Appendix A to the pack. And this is the part of the procedure that has the bold subheading, procedure at the hearing. There is a paragraph that sits immediately under that bold subheading. And partway through that paragraph, there is a sentence in the following terms: the committee may take into account documentary or other information provided by a party before the hearing or with the consent of all other parties at the hearing. It is only today, through oral evidence at this hearing, that the applicant has provided revised figures in terms of ingress and egress and safe movement of persons through the planned event. The applicant has acknowledged that the figures provided in the plan are incorrect and has sought to update those figures orally. And so you'll remember there was an exchange with you in those terms about those figures. The difficulty the applicant faces is that those figures have not been provided before today. And in my submission, they ought to have been provided in a note with the relevant calculations so that the relevant authorities who are very concerned about the health and safety and other matters in relation to this case could have critically examined those figures. So the failure to provide those figures by way of a written note has directly prejudiced the authorities in my submission. But in some ways, that prejudice actually doesn't matter, because the procedure, as set out by this committee in its own note, requires that that information must be provided before the hearing. That information has only been provided at the hearing. There is only one exception whereby the committee may take account of documentary or other information where matters are provided at the hearing, which is where the consent of all other parties at the hearing is given. This statutory party doesn't consent. And so accordingly, the submission will be quite firmly that you should not have regard to those revised figures and you should not take them into account because they've not been properly put before this committee before today. And we don't consent to them going before you. We don't make this submission lightly. Were it something that we could have dealt with, we would deal with it, and there are other points we might take in this regard but don't take. But the question of the calculation of capacity, the ingress and egress, the safe movement of people is so critically fundamental to our concerns and to the business of this committee. In my submission, it would be wholly improper to seek to adduce that evidence orally today instead of in advance by way of written note that all could have considered. So that would be the first submission, so on a point of procedure. In terms of the other matters that have been raised, I will ask Mr. Delaney to summarise his key concerns in a moment. But I think there's a couple of points that I would just wish to pick up before I hand over to him. The first is the matter of this relationship breakdown. And I would just wish to quite make clear, in the absolute clearest terms and in the firmest way possible, that the authority doesn't accept that there has been any bad faith in the way that it has dealt with this application or any failure to negotiate or engage. In fact, what Mr. Delaney has done is he has provided lengthy, clear, precise witness statements, often very late in the day, following ongoing receipt of late information. And it simply cannot be said that he has at any point failed to provide this applicant with the relevant level of engagement. He's always been clear about what his concerns are. I think the phrase relationship breakdown is in fact replied to a failure for the relationship to generate the outcome that the applicant wants. Well, with all due respect, that's not relationship breakdown. That's two parties who have a substantive dispute. But in terms of the procedure, there's been very good engagement. One further matter that I would just wish to draw out, and it is a matter of real concern, and it's a matter that has been trailed in my questions, and it's this. We know that Mr. Curry has come on board fairly late on the day, and we know that he is not going to be available for the days of the event in question, albeit he may be available beforehand during the setup stages. However, the gentleman who has been involved both last year, where the previous safety incident arose in a security capacity, but also ongoing throughout the planning of this event, is Mr. Bates, who will be the safety officer on site. And in my submission, sir, you should repose no confidence in the ability of Mr. Bates to satisfactorily address safety matters on the day. And I say that, sir, because on the applicant's own case, Mr. Curry, having been parachuted in very late in the day, immediately identified two issues so fundamental to safety that he immediately had to make key revisions to the planning of this event. That on its own terms suggests real reason to question the judgment of Mr. Bates. And it is a real concern of this authority that on the day management of safety matters will be left to someone who was prepared to operate and what the applicant now tells us and accepts is an inadequate plan. On that very serious note, I now turn to Mr. Delaney and invite him to address the points of detail.
Hi Chair, as introduced, I'm Andrew Delaney. I'm a senior environmental health practitioner and I'm an inspector of health and safety. I've been involved with regard to Askham Music Festival since probably April 2023, when I was brought in on the ESAG in relation to advising and helping to guide the business, which I really do think I've done. On last year's event, I think I visited the site 3 times, met with directors on all those occasions, and I've sat on numerous ESAG meetings with them as well. Lots of correspondence on email, and really from my point of view, trying to help, trying to assist, trying to get them, push them over the line. That's what it felt like last year, was that we were trying to push them over the line in relation to what they needed to do. All this guidance that I've given is based on the Purple Guide, and you'll have heard that discussed in quite a lot of detail today. The Purple Guide is that, it's only guidance. However, it is accepted as the benchmark for outdoor event safety guidance. It is supported by the Health and Safety Executive, and it highlights both legal responsibilities as well as good practice. All the advice that I've given over the period has been based on the Purple Guide. However, a lot of this advice that it's given, I really don't think it's been fully taken on board. In 2023, requests for information to show how the company planned on meeting the requirements of guidance and law were not always provided, and when it was not always in a particularly timely manner or particularly detailed. There was some key documents that weren't even received until a week of the event last year. Following on from last year in the debrief, which has already been mentioned today, there was a series of recommendations. I think there's 21 in total, and headlining that is make sure we advise you to carry out your event safety management plan for this event in line with the Purple Guide. In addition to that, there was a condition on last year's festival licence to make sure that preparations for the event were carried out in line with the Purple Guide. And I think following on from that debrief, colleagues of mine on the events management team, the events team in Doncaster, have offered out help from a competency point of view. There's some very competent people on there in relation to event safety. I think that was sent over to the company. That I think was initially accepted but was never followed up on. So lots of opportunities to get this thing right. And when we're talking about getting it right, we talk about, in my professional opinion, you've got to start with assessing the risks on the site. So the company are duty bound to examine activities associated with hosting the festival. They should identify the hazards that exist or that may exist relating to these activities, determine how these hazards may cause harm, and then they need to take steps to minimise that. I fully take on board what Mr. Curry has said in relation to tweaks that happen in relation to plans as you get towards sort of an event occurring, and that happens, and we fully appreciate that. However, with regard to this year's event, we've got so many things missing from a risk assessment point of view that we're really nowhere near. The Purple Guide talks about the importance of risk assessment, and there's a diagram I put into my statement. It kind of shows the flow around, and at the top of it is assess risk. It states in one of its paragraphs that the key tool for creating a safety plan is the process of risk assessment. I've looked at the risk assessments that have been provided by the company, and without me being personally involved in the day-to-day planning that is going on in relation to the event at the moment, I was able to come up with another 15 like that. For example, things like stability of trees on the site, whether there's any poisonous plants on the site, gas safety, lifting, manual handling, food poisoning. There's not even from what I can see, an adequate assessment for the campsite either. With regard to some of my other sort of concerns, other than that have already been mentioned by council, I still think the site's unsuitable based on what's been said today. I think a lot has been made in relation to the capacities, and I was questioning capacities. I don't think in my statement I'm actually questioning that you can physically get potentially that number of people on the site. It's more about the manner in which these calculations have been determined. And with that, I mean things like reducing factors, and we've talked about marquees and temporary structures being reducing factors, but there's also things like trees, and there's also things like foliage, and there's also this soft ground, which we don't know, not too sure where it's soft and where it's not. So as you can be able to read through my statement, I'm talking about, well, where does this emergency lane start? Because you're saying, we're all agreeing that it's a bit soft towards the perimeter. The site plans have the lane around the whole of the perimeter. It's right up to the edge. I mean, I'll stand corrected if need be, but there's nothing within their documentation to tell me where the lane does start. So if we've got some soft ground, we've then got some trees, we now can't get an emergency access lane between that soft ground and those trees. So we're potentially pushing further and further this emergency lane into the field. In addition to that, we've got this playground at the top. If you look at the plans, there is no identification of the playground on the plans. The emergency lane does seem to go through it. In relation to emergency evacuation, I fully take on board what's been said today. The current state of that land at the bottom is completely inappropriate, and I have serious concerns about its use. I fully take on board what's being said in relation to remediation. Apart from the use of the term, we will remediate this land, we were not given any instructions apart from that a bridge would be provided and that they would remediate the land. Now, the Purple Guide talks about evacuation into places of relative safety, and it needs to have an ongoing sort of, once you've got them to somewhere of relative safety, we then need to take them somewhere safe. And there's not a huge amount of detail been put onto that, apart from bringing people back onto site, which, depending on what the reason is for the emergency evacuation, will determine whether that can actually be achieved. The only other route away from that is towards Doncaster Road and various other paths that go dotted around the place, and the image in my statement identifies that. In relation to emergency evacuation at the top, we've got this blue route which is running parallel with the red route. We've been told that it will be used for pedestrians in the event of an emergency. There are obstructions along the way, so I'd expect to see that in a risk assessment, you know, whether people can slip, trip as they're making the way. depending on the width, we've got issues with potential huge movements and crowd collapse. I'm kind of gathering that we're not fenced in at this point, and as you get towards the end, I've been there with Mark Roxburgh, and it does narrow dramatically. And there are low bollards, which I would be concerned in the event of an emergency, as crowds are moving down that area, that people would not see those bollards in front of them and trip over them. So again, it's risk assessment along there. On the north stage left, there's the slope, there's a step, there's a bench. Again, no risk assessment in relation to that, other than to say that we're going to reduce to 66 because of that. Those.
Chair, if I could just ask in relation to Mr. Delaney's point about the bollards, it's perhaps helpful to look at his photographs. Yep. The very last page of his statement is his exhibit AD23, where he's labelled gated end of blue and red routes. Next to this gate are 2 low bollards. If I could ask a very last page.
So as we get towards this point on the route, based on the fact that we're in an emergency situation at this point, I think we were told that it was 6 metres wide. I don't know if that's the. So if you were to look at the site plans, as I'm sure you've seen, even on the site plans, you can see that before you get to that point, it is wide. But if we're talking, and my colleagues in fire and police will know this better than me, but in relation to why we need to keep a blue route clear, it needs to be that there's no conflict with the incoming emergency services. That struck me on that day when I was there as a real potential point where you might get that conflict, where you might impede access. As you're rushing to get out in a crowd, you might not be able to see the low bollard in front of you, as well as the fact that it does narrow away from the main entrance. I think talking about the competency, and you've read my statement. I identify competency within it. The law's quite clear on competency. And the Health and Safety Executive expand on it a little bit. And they say that a competent person is someone who has sufficient training and experience or knowledge and other qualities that allow them to assist you properly. The Purple Guide goes into a bit more detail, and it says this means that an organiser must have the health and safety knowledge and skills to identify any hazards and assess the related risks. If this is not already available in-house, help with managing health and safety should be sought from other sources, and that's obviously what's been done here. It was very obvious after last year's event that there was a lack of competency. The individual involved with last year's event was brought over to deal with this year's event. That person is employed as an event director this year, from what I can see in the paperwork. And as you'll see in the statement, I identify some of the duties that they are responsible for within this role. Duties which I think have a bearing on health and safety, and that I would be concerned about if that person isn't adequately competent. In relation to the safety officer, I don't for 1 minute take anything away from the qualifications that Mr. Bates has. All I've seen provided by the company in relation to this person is a certificate which indicates he's got a level 4 MVQ in the spectator safety management, which I think is the go-to qualification in relation to this, in relation to event and crowd control. And I've also seen an event plan which was dated from July 2018 in relation to a concert held at a stadium. Now, that doesn't prove to me that the person meets the requirement of law and guidance. A stadium is very different to a greenfield site, and with all due respect to Mr. Curry, who's got an extensive CV in relation to event safety, and I'm not questioning anything to do with what he's got on his CV, but in relation to what is discussed on greenfield event sites, what I've heard this morning and what I can read on the CV is that he's involved in quite a large fairground event, and that he's been involved in security provision or management of like a security firm for music events, for greenfield events. That's not the same as running an event on for 5,000 people, with all the things that need to be considered in relation to health and safety. And if you can provide me the evidence to show that you've got the knowledge and competence to meet what the Purple Guide say, what the health and safety executives say, and what the management of health and safety work regulation says, the duty is on the company to show to me as the enforcer that they have done all these things, and I just don't feel that they have. When it comes to the differences in sports stadium and greenfield sites, the Purple Guide identifies the difference, because there's a lot of talk about the Green Guide in the Purple Guide, but it does say that greenfield sites usually require a great deal of temporary infrastructure, and in-crowd management terms may present a variety of challenges, including access routes, positioning and number of entrances, underfoot conditions and inclement weather. A lot of things that are not standard in a stadium but need looking at in relation to a greenfield site, and I don't think from what I've been shown up to this point that the company have been able to do that. With regard to the camping, there's been discussion this morning on a few points. It sounds like numbers are really low. However, the plans do identify up to provision for 760 tents on the site. The calculations that were provided to us based this on a calculation. That calculation was different to what the Purple Guide says. The Purple Guide talks about reducing capacities when you've got families. There is provision for family camping. However, in another part of the safety plan, they say they're not expecting children to camp. So contradictions within it. With regard to lighting, which was mentioned, that there is lighting on the car parking entrance, camper van and camping area. There's no lighting towards the front where we'd see cars turning in. There's no lighting provided in the camper van area from the plans that I've seen. I have concerns about the way the toilets have been sort of just placed into one area. The Purple Guide talks about how you should potentially consider moving facilities around the site to make things easier for people. Provision of hand washing. I know there's some mention of hand washing this morning. I think it was said that would be the welfare hub on the campsite. I didn't know that was what hand washing was. So again, but no calculations provided for that. Purple Guide talks about calculations for toileting. Now that's not just giving people facilities that they need to be comfortable. That's about protecting public health, which is the same point in relation to water safety. And I take note of criticism aimed at me this morning in relation to my comments on water safety. But I don't know anything about it. As far as apart from it, there is water provision in the field. Within the team that I work on, in previous roles that I've had, water safety is something that we do. We do private water supplies. So I know a little bit about it, and I also know what the Purple Guide says about it as well. And there's a big difference between a public water supply and a private water supply. There's issues in relation to at what point that water coming onto your site can be used. There's issues in relation to whether you need to be asking permission to use it as well. And I don't know what that supply has been used for, if anything, up to this point. But it would need assessing, and there are lots of different, and it would need risk assessing in relation to what sort of test would be needed. And I know this morning it was said that we will test it, but if there's certain types of activities that have happened on or near that site, for example, farming, there are certain tests that might take up to 8 weeks to receive a result on. And we are not far off that point at this stage. In relation to the external zone of the field going beyond the proximity of the lake onto the public highways and making our way to camping and over railway lines, I do have concerns about that, about how there will be how sufficient stewarding and management of stewards can be implemented, because it's certainly not been shown in the plans in relation to control of that crowd, bearing in mind what was seen at the end of last year's event. And relating to that and the management of people at the end of last year's event, I have colleagues who were sat in that car park at the end of that event, who have commented that there was mismanagement of people and vehicles coming off that site. There's anecdotal evidence in relation to quite a lot of people walking down the A19. There was assurances provided to us that the company would do all they could to stop that happening last year. So that's why I have concerns about management of people leaving that site, as well as the fact that there are so many risks in the area as well. You've got people moving up to the campsite. If the campsite and car park are at capacity, there's thousands of people moving up towards the campsite and the parking area. They've got to cross a rail crossing. They've got to then, the road then goes from 2 pavements, and as you go past the rail crossing, it moves to 1 pavement, so people are going to have to cross a 40-mile-an-hour road. And then as you get up towards the campsite, you then got to cross again. And I know there's measures being put in place, but I do have concerns in relation to them. The school drop-off and collection, there was points made in relation to my statement this morning on that. There is nothing really in detail in the plan. The detail in the plan did not reflect what was said this morning. The use of mobile phones to go and collect people from the holding area. I can see a holding area on the plan. I can see 2 holding areas in the school. I can't see how one of the pedestrian holding areas can get round to the collection point, which they're identified on their plans, without coming in the way of traffic. And that movement of two-way traffic around the north side of the school is quite tight. I did a very, very sort of rough guide on Google, I think 11, 12 metres in places. If you look on Google Maps, and I know it might not reflect what is actually there at the moment, but there is a fence that you cannot get through from one pedestrian side to another. So you cannot move between those 2 holding locations other than going out and back in where the pedestrians are, or maybe even coming back out and coming out and going around. So there are safety concerns I have about that area as well. Just to kind of sum up on everything, the company's safety preparations, I believe, are completely inadequate and have been left too late. I don't think the site, as it's being shown to us, is suitable for a safe event. The company have failed to properly prepare for the festival. In doing so, I feel that they have failed to show how they will reduce the risks to the health and safety of festival goers, contractors and employees to as low as is reasonably practicable. That term, as low as reasonably practicable, is a duty required by law. That's all I've got to say.
Might be helpful, Chair, just to turn to Mr. Delaney's photographs. I know pictures often worth 1,000 words, and if I could just invite Mr. Delaney to, I think his photograph started along electronic page 27 for those who are dealing electronically with his AD2. I don't know, Mr. Delaney,
Yeah.
just if you just want to identify some of the key features in these photos.
This is the west side of the site. I know that there was discussion on this point this morning. If you compare this to the site plan,
Sorry, are we starting at the first one, AD2?
Sorry, AD2.
Yeah,
I'll start with
just-
AD2.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's fine. Thank you.
So west side sloping banks of the dike. So yeah, so without proper risk assessment of the ground conditions, you cannot determine how far in you need to come. I don't for 1 minute think they're going to put the boundary on the side of the on the sloping side of the dike. However, the calculation, it has a knock-on effect to the calculations for the capacity, because you're going to have to bring it further inland. I don't know if they've done that in relation to the calculations that have been provided. The same issue with regard to AD3, which is the south end of the field. Now, looking at the plans, the manner in which the red line skirts the south side of the site, it does seem to come inland a bit, so it could well be that that isn't as much of a concern. But the photograph is quite dark, but you can see it is soft. When we were there, it was soft. You can see something's driven over that. There's also a tree there as well, which is just another example of potentially a reducing factor in relation to where you can and can't start the emergency lane. AD4 is another example of that. There's the young saplings there. However, I know the company have identified that they're going to be removed. We've got permission from the town council. The three trees, I think it's three, look quite close to the right-hand side, which means from me looking at this, I've got concerns about, well, you're not going to cut those trees down, so that could potentially pull the emergency lane further into the field, which is a huge loss of space. No explanation's been nothing's been identified in the plan in relation to that. There's also a metal post, which I don't know if that can be removed or has been identified as being requiring removing. And in AD5, I speak in my statement. I talk about the playground at the top. There's the playground at the top. That's on the plans. It's not identified. The access lane goes straight through it. Now, if you were going to pull, and I'm sure that's not going to happen, but if you're going to pull your lane further south, again, that's going to have an impact onto where you locate your temporary structures, which will impact on capacity calculations potentially. And a similar issue in my next photograph, which is AD6. These are tall trees. These are as you enter the main entrance, identified on the plans. These are on to your left. In the event plan, the company say that these tall trees will be sandwiched between the emergency lane and the main field. So the way I'm reading that is that they're going to try and get, that the emergency lane will be going in between that tree and that gym equipment. There's low-hanging branches in that. It may well be, I think in my statement I even identify that it's not 8 metres. However, even if a fire appliance could get down, there's going to have to be remedial action on the tree. It's going to push things maybe a bit further infield if it's not, and they have to go the other side of the tree. Again, lacking risk assessment, though. There's been much discussion on the event emergency exit field at the bottom of the field. AD7 shows that area. It's quite a dark photograph. We're being told that it'll be heavily remediated.
The remediation that's been identified for us is cutting back of trees and bushes, but also potentially laying of hard standing. Of course, laying of hard standing will require planning permission under the Town and Country Planning Act, and we're also advised there's no planning application in place for that. I think AD9 shows the field looking particularly waterlogged.
AD9 and 10 are the path through the emergency exit field, which I walked on the 22nd of April. And yeah, it's been raining a lot. It was raining on the day. And I fully accept that that path during summer potentially will not look like that. However, I completely do not think the same for the photograph in AD11, though, which I do. that looks more like marshland to me. As you come off that path, you are into very boggy conditions. Now, I don't know exactly how much of the emergency exit field will be taken up by this kind of land, but it is of serious concern, because I know the company are indicating that, you know, it's only last resort, but the fact that we're going to identify it and potentially use it means it has to be right, it has to be fit for purpose. And my initial thoughts are that that could not be fit for purpose. Some of my other photographs, AD13 and AD14, are of the access and egress locations. Again, I've spoken about this. Then there's no risk assessment in relation to the tripping hazards. I know there was mention of benches and things like that. There's trees, there's benches, there's bins, there's lampposts, all things that may well be able to be managed, but they're not in the plans. As you come out of the right-hand side emergency exit, I think they call it the pedestrian exit on the site plans. That's my photograph, AD14. It goes on to, I think the name of this road is Sparpool Road. I don't know if that road's going to be closed. If not, then there could potentially be live traffic on there. The car park, which you can see to the right-hand side, I don't know if they've assessed the risk in relation to that. That car park is open on a Saturday until midday, according to a sign. So it could well be that there's movement of cars in and out of there. The next couple of photographs I've already spoken about. I've described them, but this is the emergency exit. What I can gather will be the emergency exit at the northwest of the site. I think AD16 shows the slope, the step, and the bench. The low-hanging trees to the low-hanging branches to the trees. Not identified as requiring any remedial action in the plan. AD17 shows it a bit further down, where you can see the extent of the step. AD18 is a picture of the adjacent playground, which on the plans looks like the emergency route goes straight through. And then 19, these photographs were taken probably around the time that they were finishing off this route. So it may well be that some of these obstructions, so that grid-like concrete structure in the middle may well be remediated, but there are trip hazards present. The AD20 is a photograph of the South Lake Path, so that's the pedestrian access. As you can see, trees, lampposts, bins, chairs present, things that need risk assessing in relation to use of the path as an emergency exit. So, with regards to the path, if this path is fenced and it is potentially narrower, because if you look at the site plans, the red route on the south of the lake looks like it's potentially going to be fenced in. That looks narrow. And if that is occurring, then you are potentially going to create a situation called progressive crowd collapse, where too many people, the people at the front are going into a narrower area in the event of emergency, and you can get people tripping, falling over, which can lead to crowd collapse. Now, if this area isn't narrower, it still has an issue in relation to crowd issues. There will be quite a dense crowd potentially going through this area, and there are obstructions in the way. Now, unless you've done an assessment of the risk and put things in place to remove the issue, the risk of tripping, falling, banging into these things, we can't really deter. We don't really know whether I don't know whether this is safe based on current plans. I don't fully understand the evacuation plans, and there are different scenarios which both have health and safety concerns. And then my last two photos are AD 22 and 23, and that you can see actually from 21 to 22 to 23 it does narrow, quite significantly. And there's the issue for the emergency access and conflict with emergency evacuation. Okay, thank you.
That's great, thank you. So, do we have any further statements from objectors?
Chair, can we just lower the blinds? It just makes a noise, that's all.
Okay. No rush. Swing on it, Amber. We've only been in the building about 8 years and we've still not got the hang of the blinds. How dare you? Okay, I think we still have that's it. Okay, so the blinds are in position. So if you'd like to introduce yourself and carry on, thank you.
Yeah, Steve Larkin, working highway network management for Doncaster Council, oversee highway works on the authorities' roads and also look at event management with regards to traffic management. So generally my comments relate to the the car park to the north of the main event field and to a degree the Askin school where there's a car park, pick-up, taxi rank. Similar to my colleagues, my first involvement with the, although I was aware of Askin Music Festival, it was also a much smaller event, I believe, in the town centre around Askin School for a number of years, and certainly our office didn't have any involvement. Last year, where the venue changed for the first time with increased numbers, was at Thornhurst Manor, I think they call it, golf club, just off Holme Lane. Yeah, we had some difficulties in as much right up, I think it was the night before, we were still emails back and forth to try to resurrect some or finalise some plans. And it kind of the flows continued into this year because our office, certainly I got notified on the 9th of February of the first traffic management plan. Not sure what version that was, but the first one came to us on the 9th of February with a hearing for the 8th of the 3rd. So that just gave 4 weeks. So I think a lot of these issues, not all of them clearly because there's some quite serious ones, but I think a lot of these issues could probably have been resolved if we'd had this application in a timely manner. I think I'll have to look expertise around me, but the Purple Book talks about 6 months in advance, possibly a year even before when you start planning an event. So as I say, we got it very late, and that was the first statement came through. Subsequent, this hearing of today and this revised statement, and because I understand the objections need to fall into certain categories, one of them being safety. So much of the evidence in the statement relates to the issues, which I'll expand on. But I also did put as an attachment the last version of the plan, on which there were a lot of blue comments on various items, which in our mind still need to be addressed. And to be fair, listening to today and the comments coming back to us, there's answers to some of those comments, but bear in mind that was submitted to you back in a long time ago. This is subsequent to when they would have been submitted. So I'll sort of leave it like that. But the concerns that I looked at, as I've mentioned, was the car park, particularly the entrances. I don't know if you've got my statement there, because again, I have shown some Google images. I think on mine, I've shown them on pages 5 and 6. And these are the current entrances to the field. So there's on the first page is I believe the northern entrance, and on the other one, the southern entrance, and the two shots relate to from either direction. Clearly, they're just farmers' access currently. We've also raised, and you'll see there's a concrete strip. That's a culvert, and again, we've in the communication to and from, we've raised this, and still didn't get a satisfactory answer how that needs to be protected. That's obviously quite a critical structure, controlled by a bridges section, so they were concerned about this, or certainly asked us to raise it. So when the I think the last version came through of the plan, I think it talks about the car park and campsite will have remedial works to ensure that any vegetation is cut back and make the ground hard standing. I think, as we mentioned previously, any works on the highway, and which abuts the highway and that verge, would need a licence. In this instance, it could be via what they call a 184 licence, which is relatively easy, but it's still a process that has to come through to the council. We look at it, it's approved, the type, what the material is made of, and we've had no satisfactory answer on that latest submission. Also, was talking about the trees. We've been in contact with our tree teams, because obviously at this time of the year we've got bird nesting and alike. But the thoughts are that they are probably the landowners' trees, but nevertheless, when you create a junction, we need to those trees would need to be trimmed, and we've asked who was competent to make those calculations, because it needs to be set back so when someone approaches the road, they can look to the left and right. Where you can see in the drawings currently they can't. So, and that hasn't been answered. Moving on, I think it's been mentioned earlier, or certainly on one of the plans, there's a right turn prohibition proposed for when or if traffic backed up to the railway. And I think the traffic manager indicated that they wouldn't need a traffic regulation order. They would. If a vehicle's on the highway and turning off it, he would. If he was coming out, then he wouldn't. They would have to have some advisory sign. So that is something that we would need to progress along with any road closures or parking restrictions. The issue as well, if you're aware of that location, by banning traffic right, there is nowhere for vehicles to turn until they get to the M62 junction, which I think is around about 5 miles, where there's a roundabout to turn around. I think that was sort of glossed over. Well, we'll put it on if we need it, but in needing it, where are they going to go? So potentially, I know what they would do. They would spin around in the road. They'd use people's entrances, other junctions and the like. So again, it was raised, there was no real, or indeed no diversion. Given that is the only way they could do it safely, there weren't any signs, because it seems to be that when the crossing was compromised, they would have to put the right turn in, but there was no signs to indicate the diversion. So that's something we would look at. I think the other thing with regard to the field, I know there's been mention about how what materials you'd lay to prevent mud, but we're very conscious it's a big problem within the authority by developers and the like for dragging mud onto the highway. Apart from it being an offence under the Highway Act, it's obviously a safety issue. So, and we haven't got anything satisfactory to say in the event of bad weather, which no one can seem to predict, what measures would there be to prevent that? I mean, it may well be they could put a not a wheel wash so much, but, you know, a spray or something to get the mud off the things. But, yeah, again, no crystal ball, so we just don't know how they would manage that. I think in the first plan, and I think one of the organisers made mention that initially there wasn't any transport for people to get to the campsite back down to the venue, so they had to cross the road, and initially there wasn't any provision how to cross the road. This latest plan does show some traffic signals put in, but the issue is that buses, if you read the plan, will arrive at the site and park, facing back down towards Ascot, but there's no footway on that side. So when people are waiting, are they going to be waiting on the side of the road on a muddy verge? There's footway on the other side, and by the sounds of things, it will be a sort of hybrid arrangement. I'm presuming those that want to pay for the bus will wait for the bus and go by the bus. Those that want to cross the road, there is now a safe provision, then they can walk down the footway. But I would argue perhaps the bus should be standing on the other side of the road where people can stop on the footway, and the bus then do its turn likewise. The other issue is if there are two buses, one after the other, it is a highway. There will be traffic coming down there. Dead straight road. It says a 40-mile-an-hour limit, but I suspect maybe faster. Then people have got to negotiate the length of two buses. So again, something that we've raised as an issue. Looking at, it seems to me they're changing the entrance and access to that field. I believe I'm right in saying when they arrive at the event, they will choose the southern, but when they leave at the northern. But when they leave at the northern, they'll be forced to turn right, which is why you need a visibility displays. But they're going to make a prohibition to stop people turning left. So they're going right, but then that means they're going up to the M62, only to turn around and come back again. So we can't quite get the rationale of how that arrangement works. We have raised network rail asset. The council, and it's in legislation that we cannot approve any form of traffic signals if they're within 200 metres of a level crossing. So that has been raised numerous times. Now, I know it was being mentioned today, but as I've mentioned previously, the contact with Network Rail would appear to be after the submission of my statement. I think Andy mentioned some tower lights. On the plan, it shows them within the car park at the four corners, but not at the junctions, where I would thought perhaps that needs to be highlighted as a safety issue. Going to the Spa Academy on Sutton Road, which is now going to be a taxi drop pickup for cars. These are being progressed with a number of access for residents. So they're going to close 3 roads off Sutton Road to stop. I think it's a joint venture, I think, to stop people parking in residential streets, but also to keep this route clear. But I think it's already been mentioned about the competency of those people manning a closure. And is it proportionate? Because if you look at those 3 roads, they lead to a large area of population of Ascot. Now, I know they said they're going to speak to all the residents, but there's many streets. It's a big estate there. And I think they'll be forever opening and closing that road unless they're going to be diverting them. And I think they have to go up onto Campsall Road and round. So it's another issue that we needed a bit more clarity on. The holding areas, which I think Andy mentioned in his statement, which I think are on shown as page 12 and 13 on my statement. I think that illustrates the point that if you've got, I don't know if you've got that up, Chair, but it shows, I've highlighted the school area in sort of orange, and vehicles, in fact, shown on the previous page, but they come in just under the drop-off there, and they go round into a circle. They get to the far end, they spin round in that far corner, and then come back past the school in and leave by the southern entrance, which is just above cadets. So although there's an in and an out, there's two-way traffic all around that area. But I think the clarity, or we don't quite know how it would work. Bear in mind this is for drop-off for people and taxis, how they get to these holding areas, because there isn't a route from one to the other without going where the cars are going, which I think is what we've kind of highlighted. The only other thing is it talks about a pedestrian crossing on the A19 south of Station Road. So we've got them at the crossing to the north where the car park is, but there's nothing on the plan other than two lines across the carriageway. It doesn't show how that's going to be managed. So I'm guessing there should be a push button type of crossing there, because at that point there's also the disabled car park, which has been identified in I think it's the Crown forecourt. So again, that's something that we're still awaiting. And then I think the last page, it just talks about the rondo point. Pick it up maybe for the emergency services. It talks about Asken Sawmill, but I think it's just a bit further down there at Asken House. There's an entrance which I think is where they've asked the police and fire, but there's no provision as how they're going to keep that safe, because it looks very attractive to me to park there if you're going to attend the event. So I think in essence, whether it's the right venue, but it's very scattered. Again, we've got parking up there, drop off there, venue there. It's not quite, maybe it should be in a big event where we can get parking and everything all in one. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Is there further submissions? Do you want to go? Yeah, just introduce yourself if you would.
Thank you, Chair. Dave Swan from South Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service, Senior Inspector. I did reflect quite carefully about whether to kind of resubmit from my original statement, looking at the event plan that came through a few weeks back. And I saw no reason or I felt my comments were still clearly kind of justified in terms of questioning some of the aspects of the revised safety plan. Not as in-depth as some of the kind of comments that's been made. I've kind of focused on specifically kind of aspects of public safety from my perspective or my experience or kind of my knowledge of events. And some of the questions that I tried to raise through my statements is effectively challenging the safety plan to demonstrate how it met certain provisions based on the Purple Guide. And we've heard the Purple Guide referenced many times today, and we'll all kind of lean on that in terms of having a common ground for assessing. So in terms of the kind of methodology for working out capacities, both for the open air aspect and for the structures themselves. And I guess even today, from what I've heard earlier, there was still, today we're getting kind of revisions of aspects of the event safety plan, which, we can only comment on what we receive at that stage. Things like now using the 66 figure for evacuation, which wasn't on the submitted plan. There's mention of a disabled access viewing accommodation, which, as far as I can see, wasn't on the plan submitted. Even referencing to the kind of almost ad hoc blue light route from, A to B without kind of circumnavigating the field, depending on where the incident goes, is not, reflected in the current plan. We've already talked about risk assessments that's required. and of course discounting the largest exit, which Mr Curry's already alluded to. So I felt justified in submitting the revised statement, asking for methodology for how the capacities are being worked out, and fundamentally the purple guide will and the green guide and any other guide you can look at will signpost you to working out the capacities excuse me, for ingress, for holding excuse me, and for exit, and based on your lowest values work out your capacity from that. And the starting point really for any assessor is to say, well, actually, what risk are we applying to this first and foremost? Because that then determines the flow rate that you're using and ultimately will decide your kind of capacities. The plan, subject plan, doesn't do that. However, I do take on board that the figures that are submitted, you know, the exit capacities, you know, on paper kind of work in that sense. I still have a couple of reservations about how that would be managed in an emergency. So if we're going from a 10 metre or a 6 metre exit into a flowing system, that exit width needs to be maintained, and as Mr Delaney's alluded to earlier, there are some obstructions that might come into play in terms of maintaining that exit width and maintaining that free flow exit system, which is really important so we don't get funneling, we don't get sort of people backing up behind who's trying to get out quickly. In terms of structures, it's now been revised, so the same methodology for structures, i.e. the kind of marquee, is based on 2 or 3 minutes evacuation time as opposed to the same evacuation time you'd apply to an open air space. So those things have been revised in that sense. The exit that's stage left still goes into an exit system which I feel is merging flows. But again, Mr Curry's kind of touched on that earlier on in terms of how that's going to be managed. So where you've got flows coming from one direction, meeting flow from another direction. And I'm trying to imagine that, you know, this is kind of late into the evening. People have had a couple of pops. They might have family with them. They might be looking for other members of the family. There might be some, you know, under duress in terms of evacuating. If they've got to go through a single exit and then decide which exit to choose out of 3 exits when they get there, I appreciate there's some signage and some stewarding, but that might cause a bit of delay in terms of moving people away from the area. I also accept the organisers' viewpoint in terms of the option to evacuate as opposed to evacuate, and that the safety officer on the day will have that discretion to decide where or what potentially the incident is and how best to kind of manage the crowd. Whether to kind of, you know, get them away from the site or to hold them in a certain area. That evacuation needs some careful consideration as far as I'm concerned, because the natural instinct of people in an emergency is to go out the way they came in. And that's alluded to in the plan itself, and it's quite a common thing. So that aspect of managing the evacuation side of things, you know, is one to carefully consider. And I get the impression that the field to the south, which we talked about, where this belongs to a different person, is that you're effectively having a progressive evacuation. So you're moving from the event field over the proposed bridge into another space in terms of holding people there until it's kind of safe to move them onwards. But fundamentally, if they can't come back into the event space field for whatever reason, then the option to move them onwards and away from that other field has been discussed earlier, and that infrastructure for moving X amount of people that way away from the event field still seems like it needs quite a bit of work doing to it. But it's been discussed earlier that there's going to be some infrastructure put in place for that. There is mention about P&S factors. Generally, the P&S factors, which is your management factors and the physical factors, usually apply just to holding areas. And the event management plan doesn't go into any further detail about really the application of P&S factors in this respect, other than to determine that they're satisfactory. If you're going to apply P&S factors in their entirety, you would do an assessment, which the Green Guide offers you an appendix to do an assessment on P&S factors if you wanted to go to that degree. So I'm not quite sure why it's kind of particularly referenced in the event management plan in that respect, because it doesn't seem to kind of go to that degree of examining how they would impact the numbers anyway. I think in relation to the process itself, I think the fact that we're still getting some answers at this stage, for me, is kind of indicative of how the kind of process has gone from an ESAG perspective in some respects. You can draw your own inferences from that. It's a bit like giving advice on a bit of a moving feast in some respects. It's difficult to kind of give the signposting until you've got the kind of information that you're asking to kind of comment on. So I'll just leave it at that. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your submission. Over to you again. I know you've introduced yourself.
Yes,
already, but
just to remind everybody, I'm
yes,
Carl
please.
Fender. I'm counsel for South Yorkshire Police. Chair, I'm just going to make some very brief introductory remarks and then give way to PC Roxburgh and allow him to speak to the matters that are in a witness statement, which I trust everybody has. PC Roxburgh has been part of the SAG process. He's visited the site and as is plain, he has been involved very closely with the development of the event management plan, because when we came here approximately a month ago, I stand to be corrected, but I believe at that time we were on event management plan 4 or 5. So there had already been some movement, an iterative process. And that reflects the fact that, and I'm picking up on something that PC Roxburgh really says at the conclusion to his statement in the summary. The applicant has been using the parties who are objecting essentially as free consultancy. So the failing of the applicant here is not to have obtained good professional advice at the beginning, so that the plan, the very first iteration of the plan, was one which could command confidence from the professional people who you've heard objections from this afternoon. And so what we've had since then is a series of plans which the professional bodies have really found serious fault with in terms of deficiencies. If the first plan which had been submitted was one which needed tweaks here and there, the position would have been different, and that would have been a consequence of the applicant getting that professional advice very early in the process. Instead, we've seen the reverse. And so PC Roxburgh has put in his statement, he has concerns about site safety. I'm sure, though, he would defer to Mr. Delaney, whose area this is in terms of it's his job, it's not PC Roxburgh's job, so I'm sure he would defer to his vast experience and knowledge in relation to all of those things. But I will give way now and ask PC Roxburgh just to say whatever he wants to say in relation to the other licensing objectives around crime and disorder, nuisance and protection of children. So thank you very much.
Just to introduce myself, Mark Roxburgh from South Yorkshire Police, and I work in the Operational Contingency Planning Unit within Special Operations Unit. My role is to represent South Yorkshire Police on the safety advisory groups, and has been for quite some time now. forgive me if this becomes a little piecemeal to start with, because I've crossed out lots of sections that have already been covered by other people, and I need to drop my glasses and then look up where I can see and then I can't. So just give me one moment while we get going on this.
Would you pull the mic a little bit closer to...
Is that better?
That's better.
There you go. Right. Obviously, we've spoken already. Along with Mr. Delaney, I made a site visit on Monday, the 22nd of April, and obviously some of the revisions in my second statement reflected the submission of plans from the event organiser. Mainly based around the Purple Guide, which is obviously a guide by its very name. The one thing that I always use, though, is that it is advice, but it would be the document that you would be judged on should anything go wrong at your event. Your planning procedures in the event of any incident occurring, any inquiry, or God forbid a coroner's inquest would all be judged against the Purple Guide. So that's why it's adopted as the industry standard, and I think it's quite right that's known. I've tried to concentrate on the 4 separate licensing objectives, and just from a policing perspective, striking out the ones that Mr. Delaney and Mr. Swan have already mentioned. So in relation to the prevention of crime and disorder, the main concern for me really is the lack of risk assessments, which I know has been touched on by many people so far. But a real failure to assess the likelihood of crime and disorder and antisocial behaviour, not just within the venue, but also in the immediate vicinity affected by the venue. The lines in the latest submissions that were reviewed, the audience profile for the event, which we've already spoken about. Yes, it's right to say that the interest in Billy Ocean would be from an older end, if you like, and I'm putting myself in that older bracket. But there are some indie bands on there, so it's not predominantly going to be the elderly and infirm coming to see Billy Ocean from the 1980s. The event management plan says that the audience profile for the event is not one which would normally engage in crime and disorder, but then goes on to outline that there is a possibility of introducing a mobile response team to help licensees nearby with any disturbances that occur from patrons at the festival. Now, that, I would suggest, is a risk assessment that could outline the need for and necessity for that. Just popping in the possibility of introducing a mobile response team doesn't give South Yorkshire Police a reassurance that antisocial behaviour and the likelihood of crime and disorder is addressed adequately within and outside the event. Chapter 26, in relation to dealing with disorder in the Purple Guide, talks about the need to understand the risks and plan how to deal with them, which I don't think has been fully absorbed by the event organiser in relation to that. I will accept that there is now a drugs policy within there, and how personal possession will be dealt with and how search procedures will be dealt with. Again, that needs a lot more detail, because it's not just drugs that are likely to be found upon a search. What we would look for from South Yorkshire Police's perspective is, would there be an increased demand by the searches taking place? Now, if the searches bring up offensive weapons or any other weapons that are not allowed to be possessed, then obviously yes, it does. So that needs to be broadened, and the risk assessments in line with that would say the likelihood of producing bladed articles and weapons are quite possible, and therefore what would be your procedures? How would you contact the police if indeed you would? So they need expanding upon. Counter-terrorism is not assessed within the event plans at all, but I'll come to that a little bit later on in one of the other headings. There's also no reference to crime reporting procedures for victims who approach stewards and want to tell them that they've been a victim of crime or they've witnessed any sort of crime. That needs to be included. Again, all part of an assessment that one of our public order commanders within house would do to make sure whether this would be a drain on police resources or not, or whether it could be dealt with adequately by the security provisions in place. It doesn't give enough detail to reassure me that crime and disorder's been dealt with properly. On that note, the influx of quite a lot of people into Asken, perhaps nearly the same as the population of Asken, is likely to increase incidence of crime and disorder in the local area, away from the venue, creating extra demand for policing. But again, it's just not assessed properly. There are a couple of things that I'll just mention under the licensing objective of public safety, bearing in mind that others have already spoken about that. And the one really that stands out for me is that I just don't think the venue is a suitable venue to host a concert in its current state. The lack of detail in the plans is another concern, which obviously gives rise to a public safety concern. I would have expected that the venue's design and layout would be the first assessment made, and that they'd identified suitable or improvements, any improvements that were required. The detail's still not there in relation to some of the widths and routes and the Disney queuing systems and the abilities for these areas to be used properly. Again, all available in the Purple Guide. Safe capacities have already been discussed by Mr. Delaney and Mr. Swan. A key one for us, for a South Yorkshire Police perspective, South Yorkshire Police, and it's right that I explain this, are identified as a Category 1 responder, which is defined within the Civil Contingencies Act. The one many duties, but the one main duty bestowed upon South Yorkshire Police is to coordinate an emergency response in the event of an incident. The Manchester Arena attack brought around a whole host of recommendations, which some are implemented already and many are still being worked towards. But the main ones for us as an emergency responder was the need for emergency access points to be identified that avoided pedestrian ingress and egress routes. And I know, Chair, you already mentioned earlier about the emergency services being overcome by self-presenting minor injuries when ambulances were trying to get inside and deal with larger numbers of casualties and those that needed it more. So that's particularly one of the concerns I have, is that we really need our own entrance and exit route to be able to deal with things, not one that's shared with pedestrians leaving, or to be fair, if possible, anywhere near that. The layout of the site is, again, one of the main concerns. The vehicle access route, and I know it's already been touched on, but it does seem to converge with a pedestrian exit route right at the very end as it gets onto the A19, which I'm not reassured would give the emergency vehicles unimpeded access to that site in the event of an emergency. I know Mr. Curry talked about the fire lane being a bit of a red herring, which concerned me greatly. Blue lights turning up to the main entrance and being directed to drive straight through, leaving crowds, is a real issue. One of the most likely responses for the police, and I know this has been played down to a great extent, is counter-terrorism. And the likelihood that we would send an armed response to deal with someone with a knife or a bladed article having to drive through a crowd whilst deploying firearms really does give me concerns. I appreciate the counter-terrorism side of things has been glossed over slightly as being highly unlikely, but the current national threat level is substantial, which means that an attack is likely. And the most likely attack methodology is by a bladed article or a blunt force weapon, closely followed by hostile vehicles. So the talk of guns and the good old-fashioned IRA bombs are not there anymore. There are 8 to 9 different attack methodologies that all need assessment and need to be figured into the plans. In relation to the rendezvous point, I'll just quickly mention that. The rendezvous points were another recommendation from the Manchester Arena. Rendezvous points are no longer the responsibility of the event organiser. All that we ask for are at least 2 identified blue routes, which gives the safety officer an opportunity to make a dynamic assessment of which is the best approach route for the emergency services to come to. This site only gives the opportunity for 1. Again, a concern from a policing perspective. Rendezvous points are now away from the site, another finding from the Manchester Arena. All we need is a blue route into the site, and probably two, so that we can decide which is the best route ourselves, along with the safety officer, to come to a joint way of dealing with the incident. Contingency plans, another one, locked into the Civil Contingencies Act. We would rather that the event organiser could deal with minor incidences themselves and at least implement contingency plans up to a certain level before requiring the police. There are no contingency plans supplied for this event at this stage. There is a mention of an evacuation process and an evacuation process, which we've already talked about. The main concern from last year in relation to the advice given from the debrief was that contingency plans needed to be in-depth, and obviously last year's problems around the wet weather and the contingency plans and the traffic management plan, in my opinion, failing, gives me cause for concern that they're not supplied at this stage. Emergency exits, we've already spoken about to a great extent, really. I'm not going to comment on the flow rates, and covers most of that. One thing I will comment on is, and I know it's been described as a holding area rather than an evacuation route onto the marshland as it's described in places. The Purple Guide outlines a place of safety, or a route to a relative place of safety from where people can then proceed to a total place of safety. I'm not convinced that that land gives that at all, and that is a safety concern from an SYP perspective. And now I know there's a submission for a 6-metre bridge over there, but the viability and the suitability of that really needs to be nailed down, and at this stage I don't think it is. I would suggest that that should be taken out as any possible route of safety, unless all the remediation works can be done and are to the satisfaction of every SAG member. Forgive me while I keep moving through. In relation to this holding area, if it is used, there's no detail on how anyone evacuated there would be cared for in adverse weather, or any disabilities cared for whilst on the site, or even if those with disabilities could reach that site. There's another definition within the Purple Guide, and I do like to use the definitions because it just seems to help to emphasise the concerns that South Yorkshire Police are wanting to get across. All escape routes should be sufficiently illuminated to ensure that people could use them safely in the event of an emergency during the hours of darkness. I see no mention of that at all in any of the plans. And it then goes on to say that an evacuation plan should show how additional assistance could be provided to disabled people, those with limited mobility and children. It's important to consider in any evacuation and lockdown procedures you want to ensure you are not creating a problem by your processes. Now, I know Mr. Curry mentioned earlier about just throwing someone over the shoulder and getting them to a place of safety. Well, I don't think that's quite appropriate, to be fair. There are lots of guidance in relation to dealing with those with mobility issues, and I really don't think they've been reflected in the plans. I won't mention the calculations and capacities of the site. Again, from a policing perspective, emergency vehicle access around the site, the fire lane, that really does give me concerns. I'm not sure that the fire lane is included in the site calculations. It's not clear from the plans. And as Mr. Delaney outlined, it may well not go through the trees in places, so there may be further reductions to the actual available capacity of the site if the fire lane is introduced and is actually deemed suitable and feasible for large appliances, particularly from fire and rescue. These will have to include turning points and areas where long vehicles can turn, so tight corners and 90-degree corners won't work there. I'm still not convinced that this grass and grassed area is strong enough to take large vehicles of the size that the fire and rescue would send. And again, I doubt that they would just turn up to the front gate and deploy from there. I've pretty much mentioned counter-terrorism already. There is just something that I need to point out here. Everything in relation to counter-terrorism is available on in the Purple Guide and on the Protect UK website, which I would expect every event organiser to be aware of, because it has summer campaigns that outline the run, hide and tell procedures and what you should do if you're at a pop concert and you see something out of place. And there are so many procedures available. The threat level is still there and it's not going down at any time. Also, it outlines within the Purple Guide that the event organiser has an obligation. Has an obligation under the Health and Safety at Work Act to provide a safe place for employees to work and for visitors to their attractions and events. And then it goes on to outline that the consideration of the risk posed by terrorists must form part of the considerations for the risk assessments under this Act. I haven't seen any evidence of that whatsoever. To summarise, I'm a bit concerned about the lack of detail, to be fair. The publications are there, the advice is there, and I would expect to have seen that displayed right from the offset. Unfortunately, what I've seen in the plans submitted are exactly the same as last year's, and I'm a bit underwhelmed, to be honest, by them. I will use the next licensing objective, and Chair, I am nearly there before I start boring anyone, is in relation to the protection of public nuisance, which is obviously another key role for South Yorkshire Police. I've already spoken about Asken's a population of just over 6,000, so predominantly 4,000 coming in there. You can expect it to adversely affect not just the existing community, but also the infrastructure and the road networks around there, communities and businesses as well. The identified car parks and campsites within the plans, they will significantly increase pedestrian and vehicular movement with the buses that are planned, and obviously people walking to and from campsites and car parks. The local community may well benefit in some great ways financially, but obviously we have to balance that against all the issues that it may cause to those trying to go about their normal business who aren't interested in the event at all. I don't think that's adequately assessed. And one of the concerns for me is that by making parking chargeable, you will have lots of people trying to avoid that parking charge and abandoning cars in local streets and local areas, often unlawfully parked. That also hinders emergency vehicles responding to incidents away from the event, so not connected to the event, but obviously still options where people's lives are in need of danger or need a welfare response from any of the emergency services. So I don't see anything in there about how vehicles will be dealt with that are unlawfully parked or stop the process or response times of any of the emergency services. The public houses and obviously the local hostelries around there are all going to see a large increase and influx of customers as the night goes on, particularly at closing time, while those under the influence of alcohol and drugs. There's nothing in there that says how this will be dealt with. I know there are responses around. There may well be a couple of roving response teams, but that doesn't really reassure South Yorkshire Police that they're going to be able to deal with incidents created by their own event. Ultimately, yes, the South Yorkshire Police's responsibility, but the initial response will have to come from the event organiser. Protection of children from harm has pretty much been covered by most people, and I won't go any further than to say pretty much most of the public safety concerns I've outlined are relatable straight to children and young persons as well as adults. There is a safeguarding plan, I acknowledge that now, and there is an outline of exactly how that will be dealt with. So just to quickly summarise, there are a lot of concerns that I have that are not adequately addressed at this stage by the event organiser. The underlying concern for me and for my supervisors is in relation to the public safety aspect, and that the Askin event field is just not suitable in our view to hold an event without many huge improvements or alterations and remediations, which I get will be quite costly. And my thoughts are, will it be actually viable commercially for the event organiser to implement all these safety measures and mitigate them to the best of their ability and still make this a going concern? I haven't commented particularly on the campsite setups or the car parks because I've left that to other people with experts in their field. So I guess to close, quite a large number of risks, quite a large number of gaps in the documentation, and from a policing perspective, none of our concerns are reassured by the latest submission of plans from the event organiser. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Is that everybody done on? Yep. So I will now invite the subcommittee members, if they wish, to ask any questions in relation to the interested parties' submission. To yourself, Councillor.
Mr Larkin, can you tell me how long did the process take to submit a TRO?
But we'll probably be able to do this under what they call the Town Police Clauses Act, so we could probably do it in 3 to 4. So there's still time for us to make the relevant orders.
Can I ask the applicants a question on the back of? It's on the back of something that was
addresses something in their submissions, and also the applicant hasn't had an opportunity to ask questions.
I think we should. Oh, sorry, you were done. I was, yeah. I thought you were going to roll something out there.
Councillor, if at the end you still got a question, your procedure does permit you to ask further questions of the applicant.
Okay, if no one's got anything else, have you got anything? No. A general to you all, really. The applicant painted a picture of a lack of engagement and a lack of site visits and a lack of anything other than using Google Earth, or Street View to collate your reports. That is, to me, that is at odds of what I have heard from you. I would like your opinions on that, because I've heard, we were told there were no site visits, we were told the pictures were generated by Google or Google Earth, and I have heard all of you say on the site visit or a photograph. Just for the record, if we could go through each one of the objectors, could you just very briefly tell me what site visits you've done and what original photographs have been generated through those site visits?
So I've visited the site twice with colleagues from fire on one occasion and police, and a second time with colleagues from police. I've sat on the debrief from last year's event in relation to future events, and then there's been an ESAG meeting with the event organisers, and I think that was around February time. In relation to the photographs, I've taken all the photographs from the 2 site visits. In addition to the ones that are within my witness statement, there's numerous others as well.
Does anybody want to contribute further to that?
Yes, Chair. Just to confirm, I visited the site as well on the 1st of March with colleagues from Council and South Yorkshire Police to walk the site and get an appreciation of the kind of layouts of the site.
Yeah, I did attend the site. I know it. In fact, I was asking for other issues, and they were from Google image. We're not adverse, can I say, we're not, I think it's been mentioned by Council Blow, we're not adverse to site visits. I wasn't personally asked. I always keep an email trail. Whether my colleague Kazim was, and I heard it was mentioned that Phil Moran declined to be, well, involved with the incident, but ultimately we often will be asked to attend, but then the concern is we get embroiled as a planner and as a consultant. What should happen is that we ask for the evidence, we then audit it, and then make comment as we have done.
I'm not looking for you to justify your attendance or not. It's what I'm being told is at odds with. So
it's the same for like street works. We're quite often asked to come and look at street works. We end up saying, "Oh, you want to do that? You want to do that?" They've got professional traffic management companies. It's for them to put it to us. We then audit it and go back. If it transpires subsequently, we make an order. When we make the legal order, we would probably go up there to get measurements and the like.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, from a South Yorkshire Police perspective, myself and another police colleague attended on the 1st of March, along with Mr Delaney and Mr Swan. And then obviously on the 22nd of April, it was myself and Mr Delaney that attended. Obviously, Mr Delaney took both sets of photographs that we both referred to on those visits. And can I add, it was very damp on each occasion and poured down.
I just wanted to ask a couple of other things. I'm not sure whether best directed, but firstly, what is the proposal for the fencing in terms of protecting the public from the lake, the water and other things? What is the type of fencing that's being proposed?
I think the plan says Harris fencing surrounding the lake, the perimeter of the lake.
I thought I'd read that. I just wanted to double check. Do you consider that a suitable means of crowd control?
It would need to be risk assessed. It's up to the company to prove to us that it is suitable. That should be suitable, I would have thought, yes. But it needs to be within their documentation, suitability of the fencing to protect them from the risk posed by the water.
Okay, so my understanding of, because it's been reflected that there may be a narrowing as a result of where the fencing has to go. My general understanding of Harris fencing is that there's very heavy feet that protrude out, and that there may need to be some stays if we've got large amounts of people moving against it. Because my view of it is, but I only have a certain view of it, is it's a protection for construction sites. It's generally used less in terms of restricting crowd movement because it's not designed in that way. But I'm by no means an expert. That's why I'm asking you. So it's just your sense of.
I'm not an expert in fencing of events. Last year's event, the perimeter was Harris fencing within Thornhurst, just to give that sort of security around the outside. And I thought I'd had no issue with that. In relation to this, it's down to a suitable and sufficient risk assessment to show that if there are trip hazards from it, if there are any stability issues with it, that they've been assessed properly and things are put in place. It would be down to the supplier of the equipment to show that. I don't know enough about Harris fencing to say it is or it isn't suitable, and that's why it's all put back to the company, to the employer, and that's what the law would say.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. The kind of last thing I wanted to ask, really, I think, is that looking at the pictures of the temporary emergency area, I mean, if it looks like marshland and there's marshland plants on it, I would reach the judgment that it's marshland, but I've not been to the site. So, in your view, from your experience, is it actually marshland? Has anybody got an opinion?
I don't have much experience of determining marshland, but from the plants that were growing, I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't put my life on it, but I'm pretty sure there were bulrushes growing towards the end, the other side to where I'm stood, which would indicate to me sort of a water-based ground conditions. I would, if I was describing that in a witness statement for anything in relation to what I was doing, I would call it call it marshland. You were walking on the path. The path was muddy. I've walked on a lot of muddy paths over the winter. I've got a dog and I take her out every day. That wasn't a muddy path as you went off. It was deeper, it was soft, and if I hadn't had wellies on it, I would have got, my feet would be soaked.
Okay. And moving on from that, and I don't know whether somebody our highways colleague who might be able to answer. So, in terms of remediating marshland, if we're to presume it is, it would seem to me that that may take a great deal of substrate to actually produce a surface that is safe. Would that be the correct assumption?
Again, that's not my field, but yeah, I mean, I would think it would need to be, well, whether it's excavated, but a lot of stone, I would think. But again, that could just sink. I mean, it sounds like it needs further investigation, doesn't it? Just on the barrier borders, there is a different version now without the feet, which, as you say, narrows it. I think there is a different option now, but yeah.
The last thing, and again, I know we've not got a planning person in the room, but we talked about the need for planning permission to remediate that land. It's been mentioned that it would be bird nesting season, so that would be an issue, I guess. Would that type of land, does anybody know, require an ecological survey before a planning application could be put in?
Well, Chair, I'll take this one because my area is planning law. The answer is it's not clear. It's not impossible that it could do. I don't know what the planning status of that land is or if it's been assessed as part of any broad ecological area or a site of interest. It would be identified in the council's planning policies if it was. So there's certainly a question mark in that respect. What is clear is that if you want to put a substantial amount of hard standing down, and it seems as if you might need to do something before you even get to that in terms of putting a load of stone on the site, that the laying of a significant amount of stone on the site would probably be classed as a building operation under the Planning Act, which would require planning permission, and certainly the laying of hard standing would absolutely require planning permission.
Thank you. That's all I've got. Does anybody any further questions? Yep. Councillor Greenwell.
Yes, it's to the South Yorkshire Police rep. So to take it in your final summary, you suggest that it would take, without big capital investment, the site is totally inadequate and doesn't meet the standards of the South Yorkshire Police. Is that correct?
The standards?
It doesn't meet the standards required by the South Yorkshire Police.
Ah, right. Perhaps I didn't rephrase that properly. I don't think the event organisers' standards have achieved what we would expect to see in relation to the remediation. What I'm trying to get across there is that if we implemented all the suggested remediation works, I would think it would be cost preventative for the event organiser, and I'm still not sure that it would meet the standards required or that are outlined within the Purple Guide.
Okay, thank you.
Are we all done? Yeah. Okay. So I will now ask the applicant or the representative, if they wish to ask any questions in relation to the interested parties' submissions. So this is your chance to question the
Thank you,
the
Chair.
people on that bench.
You'd be glad to know I'm going to be very brief and deal with it in submissions. But can I just...
It's okay, we're here all day.
Can I just start, please, by asking Mr. Delaney whether there was ever a request to attend at the site with the applicant?
Did I ever request the applicant?
No, were you ever requested by the applicant to attend at the site?
I probably was, yeah.
And did you actually respond to that request?
Don't know if I responded, but I didn't take them up on the offer.
No, an email was sent to you on the 26th of February asking, as part of the SAG process, to meet and discuss where things are up to.
So
and
just repeat what date that was.
26th of February. Okay. And you didn't respond to that email at all.
Okay.
You accept that?
No, I don't recall. I'd have to check my emails.
Right.
There was quite a few emails between myself and
Okay.
Mr O'Grady. There was quite a few emails between myself and Mr O'Grady, and at one point, following the ESAG meeting that we had in February, the chair of the ESAG requested that requests for some information went through him, or at least the group, so I would need to go back to determine what happened.
Well, in relation to an event planning process, if the applicant has got wind that you're uncomfortable with lots of the planning and he says, can we meet on site to discuss this? Isn't that what the SAG process is all about?
Not about meeting on site, about discussing issues, helping, advising, guiding.
Okay, but you didn't respond to that email.
I don't know if I did.
And
I didn't
I've got
respond to that email.
a similar question to Mr. Larkin. I think through Mr. Delaney, the transport management company emailed and asked for a meeting on site with yourself and Mr. Kasim, and Mr. Kasim emailed back to say that a site visit wasn't necessary. Are you aware of that? You were copied in, but it was Mr. Kasim who responded.
I'm on restricted hours, so I only keep up with things.
Right. But it wasn't deemed by your colleague as something that would be beneficial or helpful to the process to meet on site.
We're only looking at the parking not the actual site. And as I've explained, normally for traffic, when there's a traffic management company involved, just as I've explained in roadwork situations, we're often asked to come, can you come and meet me and talk about that? Which in effect, then we develop their plan.
Well, that was the request.
No, that's right. But
can the witnesses be allowed to answer the question fully?
It shouldn't be for us to develop a plan. It should be for his professional traffic management company to come up with the proposals. And as I've said earlier, then they submit them. We then audit it and make comment accordingly. So, and that's how the process goes. Otherwise, we're backwards and forwards along with many other people.
You've heard from Mr. O'Grady that the company that's been charged with dealing with that has been, again, trying to reach out to have a discussion about this and hasn't been successful in being able to discuss things.
Right. Well, whether that went to my colleague, but as I say, if it's a site meeting, then that's the process that we adopt anyway.
But just to confirm, in relation to the issues that you've raised, there is still time to resolve
to get
issues.
the traffic regulation order. Yeah,
and if the premises licence was granted and the process was re-engaged with the company who's been brought in as experts to deal with that, that could still all be achieved.
That can be. Yeah.
Thank you.
Those are my questions, Chair.
Okay, right. So all parties have now the opportunity to address the subcommittee.
Sorry, the applicant, there are 2 representations in support of the application.
Okay, I've not got a reference to that on, but that's fine.
They are interested parties though, Chair.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
If they don't have to address you, but they are...
No, we're more than happy to...
It's just the 2 representations that were made.
Yeah.
That's,
No, I'm more than happy. We're more than happy to hear any representation, so that's not a problem.
Lucy Beach.
Yeah.
Councillor Jake Keeble.
I just don't have reference to that in my papers, but that's fine. Okay. So if you, I presume it's the 2 of you there. Okay. So I guess you want to do it jointly, or you?
No, I'll do it.
Okay, so fire away.
First of all, I apologise for interrupting you earlier. I'm Councillor Francis Jackson, former Vice Chair of Askham Town Council. Just to address some of the concerns that have been raised here regarding the events field. On one of the photographs which is attached to Mark Roxburgh's submission, which shows the dyke, clearly there are some tracks that can be seen. That is because Dun Drainage have recently excavated and cleaned out the dykes, and they do it with an excavator, which is an Hitachi, and it weighs about 6.5 tons. So that gives some indication of how strong that verge is. And that verge extends the whole way along the western dyke and the southern dyke. That dyke is fed from Askham Lake. It then feeds under the railway and comes out onto Mill Goyt. So that gives an indication there. If, again, on the opposite page, there's a photograph of this former walkway. Again, because it's well used, and during the month when it was taken, in the 1st of March, it was extremely wet. So, yeah, it does get boggy. If we look to the photograph where you find a little bridge that goes over the dyke, that does lead into land, which is in private ownership, or was formerly owned by the owners of Askham Woodyard. At the back of the woodyard, it is what you would call scrubland. The only thing you'll find in there is the odd rabbit and the odd rat. I regularly walk that with my dog, like that gentleman also walks his dog, and during the month of February and March, yeah, it was difficult to walk along there. However, if you continued on, the land starts to rise and it becomes hard standing. And there is an access road which goes back onto the A19, which was used when there was a landfill site at the back of the woodyard. So that if proper investigation was done, then yes, that could lead to a sanctuary area. There is also a pathway there that takes you down back over Millgoyt onto a walkway, which then comes back onto the A19 where the bridge is, where the allotments are. That's one thing that I'd just like to make sure that everybody's well aware, that the land is very substantial. We hold an annual firework display. 2,500 people attend, together with a fairground. We have never, ever had an incident. Yes, people park all over Askham. Unfortunately, it's one night of the year. Excuse me for going through my papers. The one thing that disappoints me, I really am, is clearly the negativity that is coming from representatives of Doncaster Council and the various directorates that they represent. I haven't heard anywhere where they've said, we will assist, we will give advice. It just seems the big stick all the time. We also have an annual market stall event around the lake. Again, you know, people come in and there are various other activities. The people of Askham, we have not received one objection. They are well aware of the event that's going on because our chair regularly puts it out on Facebook. I would now like to read to you what our chair is, the submission on behalf of Askham Town Council. Regarding the application made by Askham Music Festival for an event in our field, we, as the landowners, wish to express our full support for their application. Throughout our discussions and meetings with the organisers of Askham Festival, they have consistently demonstrated a high level of professionalism and responsibility. They have taken the time to address any concerns we have raised and have shown a genuine commitment to ensuring that the event is well organised and thought through. We believe that the Askham Music Festival will not only bring joy and entertainment to our community, but will also have a positive impact on the local economy. We are confident that they will adhere to all necessary regulations and guidelines to ensure the safety and well-being of the attendees and the surrounding area. And that I have heard today. Yes, there are still little areas that need to be seen, but Askham is the outreach of Doncaster. This is the first time that we're able to put it on the map, and I would hope that Doncaster Council and its councillors will support the application. Thank you for listening, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so back on track, I think. So all parties have now had the opportunity to address the subcommittee. If you want to summarise your submissions, it's the last bite of the cherry, as it were. So if there's anything that you want to draw out, obviously, if we can keep it reasonably brief. So if you'd like to summarise your submissions, we'll start with the applicant and then we'll move over to the objectors.
I think it's the other way round.
I've been in more trouble today, haven't I? Yeah. Okay. So with no further ado, I will switch that round for the sake of correctness. And if the objectors would like to start, a short summary, if possible, of the reasons why you remain in objection, if that's the case.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, the points are well ventilated at this point, so I'll be very brief indeed. I'll return to those 3 questions that I posed when I began my submissions in concert with Mr. Delaney. Firstly, I asked you to consider whether or not this site is suitable for this event, and the very firm submission in response is no. It's not likely that you would have so many objectors from the responsible authorities turning up and raising their concerns in relation to an application of this nature. The site is patently unsuitable. There are issues in relation to the emergency access routes. There are issues in relation to the emergency field. There are a myriad of issues, all of which are comprehensively identified in Mr. Delaney's statement and about which he has addressed you. I also respectfully refer you and your committee to the statement of Mr. Maltravers. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here in person, but his statement forms part of the papers, and it may be that you wish to remind yourself of it. So for all the reasons identified throughout the various objectors' submissions, we say that this site is not suitable. And if you agree with us on that, then the matter need go no further. But the next question which arises is the safety planning adequate? Again, we answer this question in the negative. We say that the safety planning has been deficient, again, for the reasons that have been comprehensively explored through the evidence and through the careful statements, submissions and supporting documentation, including photographs and plans highlighting the various issues. So we say that that question must be answered negatively. And finally, then, the question is, do you have confidence in this applicant to implement the safety measures that they say that they will implement? And again, we must invite you to determine this question negatively, because we have real concerns about the ability of the applicant to bring forward the plans that's identified. There are gaps and substantial gaps in the planning and preparation for this event. But more than that, it appears that we're being asked to place confidence in the management capabilities of somebody who's not here to address you, namely Mr. Bates, but who also, having been involved with the planning since the offset, from the very start of this event, and indeed was involved with the process last year as well, failed to recognise 2 matters which are so fundamental, the applicant now says, that they were immediately identified and addressed by Mr. Curry. So for that reason as well, we say you can't have confidence that these safety measures are going to be properly implemented on the ground. So for all those reasons, we're firmly opposed to this application, and we only add, by way of addendum, that the suggestion that there's been a failure to engage or advise or discuss this case is utterly rejected. And it's quite an extraordinary submission, really, when one looks at the level of the witness statements, the level of engagement, the level of backwards and forwards that there's been about this case. Really, it's no more than a complaint that the relevant authorities haven't just rolled over and agreed with the applicant, but that's not what engagement means in this context. So for all those reasons, Chair, we would invite you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. From you. Anybody else want to sum up?
Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, Chair. I first of all will adopt everything that Miss Bell has said to you. We agree with what she said, but just to add to that, of course, as a committee, you want to promote Doncaster, and there was essentially an appeal to you at the outset by the applicant and the local authorities' licensing policy. Of course, what you can't do, I think it's acknowledged that Mr. O'Grady might be commercially committed. Indeed, he is, because he sold 1,700 odd tickets. If you say no to this application, inevitably, I suspect you'll have to pay that back. He might be commercially committed in other ways because of contracts he's entered into with bands or performers for the event in 2 months' time. but you have to disregard that and any reputational damage there might be to him by not bringing this event off. Essentially, in bringing this application to you, he is asking you to forgive all these deficiencies. And it's really resting too much on there being good weather, no emergencies, people behaving themselves. And even if they were to do all of that, if the weather was to behave itself, the people, and there were no emergencies, there would still be too many deficiencies in my submission that are not actually adequately addressed now and need to be to make this a safe event for everybody to attend and enjoy. So for all of those reasons, I'd ask you to not allow this application. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now over to the applicant side for you to summarise and address the committee.
Thank you. During Mrs. Bell, or Miss Bell, I'm sorry, submissions to you, she talked about the introduction of new information during the hearing. And I'm presuming she's referring to Regulation 18 of the hearing regulations under the Licensing Act, which does say that documentary evidence shouldn't be introduced at the hearing. And that quite rightly is in place to stop applicants or objectors producing, for example, CCTV footage, images that people haven't had before. I think you as an experienced licensing committee, advised by your learned legal advisor, will be very au fait with applicants, objectors, contested hearings becoming an iterative process. This has even happened whilst we've been going in relation to the capacity figure, invited by yourself, Chair. So I would submit that there's certainly nothing wrong with the approach that's been taken by the applicant in the way that is fine-tuned things, having received the witness statements for the adjourned hearing. You'll recall that when we were here last time, we agreed that we wouldn't bombard everybody with last-minute documents. We agreed that within 7 days of that hearing, we would bring our documents up to date, and within 7 days of that, we would receive responses from the responsible authorities. And we had to do an awful lot of work on that, and we didn't think it was right to submit further documents, bearing in mind what was said. So there was some finessing of the figures by Mr. Curry, as you would expect there to be, and I make no excuse for that, and I would ask you to bear in mind that ongoing work that is taking place. I go back to the primary function of the committee today, which is to determine the application for the premises licence that's before you. And it's the first time in my 32 years as a licensing lawyer I've ever heard an objected case where the objections have not even mentioned the premises licence application. I've detailed to you from pages 30 onwards the compelling, robust, enforceable, and as detailed as I've ever seen in a licensing application of this nature, series of conditions. And there is obviously objection to the application because of the safety of the site, but it hasn't been drawn in at all in relation to the premises licence application. So I want to just touch upon the 4 licensing objectives on which you will base your decision today. And I apologise on behalf of my client that much of what we've been debating today should have been debated away from today in the ESAG forum, and it hasn't been. My clients have highlighted to me instances where they've asked for meetings, where they've asked for site meetings, and those meetings haven't happened. I'm not, as a licensing lawyer, wagging my finger at the people on the other side of the room who've got an exceptionally difficult job to do. I totally understand how hard it can be in a public sector department working on very important cases like this, and I totally understand why at the beginning of the ESAG process, which I've not been involved with, there was a feeling that my clients weren't hitting the initial bar properly. I totally get that, and I apologise on their behalf for the fact that that happened. But they have tried their hardest to rectify that and to ask for further engagement. And if you've got an expert company like One Way Traffic who are expressing their frustrations, and the fact that we now know that the most recent request for a site visit was turned down, but I'm very grateful to the comments that have just been made. We're not out of time to make sure that all of those road closure and issues can still be activated properly. And I do, in all of those circumstances, apologise for that slowness, but I rely very heavily on Mr. Curry's evidence, who's been before you today. I've been fortunate enough to spend a week with him prepping for this, and I would suggest that he's given impressive and compelling evidence to you. It's a real shame that he wasn't involved from the outset, because I genuinely believe he wouldn't have been here. Can I deal with the 4 licensing objectives very briefly? Crime and disorder is the first one. Interestingly enough, the police asked for additional conditions to be attached to the premises licence early in the consultation process, which we accepted because we were happy to add those to the licence. Mr. Roxburgh talks about the potential for crime and disorder because of the amount of people that will be brought into the area for this event. And what I would have expected to see, therefore, is evidence that when that number of people were brought into the area last year, there was a spike in crime and disorder. There's no evidence before you as a committee that that happened last year, and there's no evidence to suggest that that might happen this year, because my client has actually more robust policies and a stronger position this year and a better site to manage than he did last year. So crime and disorder, in my respectful submissions to you as a licensing subcommittee, doesn't get off the ground as something that you need to worry about as engagement, because we don't have any evidence that that's been an issue previously. Yes, there is some fine-tuning of risk assessments on such as things as drugs policies, etc. But Mr. Curry was trying to tell you when we were looking at those risk assessments, most of them are 90% there. So if you grant this licence today, we would undertake to circulate those risk assessments within 7 days of today's decision. They're nearly there. And it's not unusual that when you have a SAG process, risk assessments and a licensing application, there is a coming together of everything at the last minute. And Mr. Curry's said to you that has happened, but he's given you, a licensing committee, the comfort that if he doesn't see this as being finally prepped to being safe, he will pull the event. That won't happen. So the second licensing objective, protection of children from harm. Again, I can't see any direct evidence that's been produced that we infringe the protection of children from harm licensing objective. And in fact, from the statistics that Mr. O'Grady gave you, we've got 120 tickets sold to children at the moment, and 72 of those are in the 12 to 17-year-old bracket. So we're not talking about a huge influx of children, but the policies, and I think one of the objectors actually said that the child protection policy is nearly there, it's virtually fit for purpose. We have a Challenge 25 system in place, and again, importantly, no suggestion from any of the responsible authorities that last year when the event took place, there was an infringement of the protection of children from harm licensing objective. Can I very briefly talk about public nuisance? Because I think the logical conclusion to what's been said to you from Mr. Roxburgh is every one-off event shouldn't happen. Because there is bound to be some public nuisance, isn't there? If you are living in an area of 4,000 people, and now we know that potentially 3,000 people, if you cap the licence, are going to come to an event, there's going to be a disturbance that night. It's logical. I'm not trying to pull away from that. But that happens at every event. You've just heard that that could be something that the fireworks event that it has 2,500 people would cause the residents to have concern for. But they don't have concern. They've not objected to this application. There's no evidence of public nuisance from last year. And importantly, the town council is saying to you, we openly support this application as being a one-night event It's beneficial, it raises the profile, it's fabulous for Ascot, it's fabulous for Doncaster. We can all put up with that for one night, and that's got to be the balanced position, surely. So we then move on to what is clearly the main ground of opposition to this licence application, which is the public safety element. And I've, like you, had the misfortune to go through all of these plans as they've changed. And one thing that I can't get my head around today is none of the opposition are giving any credit for the reduction in capacity at this site. They're still basically coming forward with the same submissions that were in their submissions when there was an application for a potential for double the amount of people at the premises. And I think it would have been fairer if there'd been some objectivity drilled into the fact that from the very outset we said prior to today's application that we would reduce that capacity because we have had expert advice in all of the circumstances. And as today's hearing has gone further, we've explained to you how many of that capacity is actually servicing the event. So there is that offer for having a maximum number of tickets, which quite clearly fits into all of the modelling that Mr. Curry has produced. And I find the position raised against Mr. Curry quite remarkable. I'm disappointed he's here late in the day, but how anybody can suggest, well, you just deal with sports grounds, when you look at his CV, is, in my submissions, quite disingenuous. You can see from what he's involved in, you can see that he's worked at massive festivals in very senior positions. He's told you that he works at York Racecourse, where there's 35,000 people there, in charge of live music events. So I think it's really unfair to throw any suggestions that Mr. Curry isn't fit for purpose. I think if we'd have been here from the outset, then in all of the circumstances, we'd have been dealing with a different case. My friend relies upon an argument against Mr. Bates. Please don't fall for that. That's an advocate's point that she's trying to make. It's not a real point. That's not an issue that you should have concern with. Mr. Curry has been involved with his experience of dealing with the preparation of all of the documents that we now have before you and the risk assessments that are 90% there. It's standard practice that Mr. Bates is then brought into the position in the run-up to the meeting, to the event, as you've heard, and he's briefed on everything that's taking place. The briefings happen to all of the staff in relation to SIA members, in relation to all of the marshals and the stewards, everybody. That's standard industry practice. In relation to things like the Harris Fence risk assessment, that's virtually there, and it's certainly, on my understanding, acceptable to the risk assessment in relation to that space around the lake. On the capacity figures and on the size that Mr. Curry's explained to you, the amount of space here to accommodate everybody in the unfortunate circumstances that something goes wrong is huge, substantial and workable. And he's trying to manufacture fail-safe systems that give other options should the worst case scenario happen. And in all of the circumstances, he's telling you, this is the way we model it on the events that I'm involved in, much bigger capacity than this. And I'm very comfortable on the figures that I've looked at and the space that's available, that all of the routes in and out of the venue, all of the capacity to move people if there is a substantially misfortunate event, creates a safe environment. That's all on the balance of probabilities that I'm asking you to look at this. So yes, I'm disappointed that we've been in here all of the hours that we have been. I'm very grateful for your careful consideration to this premises licence application. Whilst there are still ongoing concerns, I would urge you to suggest in all of the circumstances and the amendments that we've made to the application as we've gone along, the capacity figures, the additional conditions with the police, everything Mr. Curry has told you, he's an impressive person. This is all going to be robustly finished off, and the risk assessments will be ready within 7 days. Chair, those are my submissions, and I commend the application to the committee.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to ask if the interested parties would like to summarise their position. You don't have to, but if you want to add anything, you're more than welcome at this point. Well, you don't have to say anything, but you have a second bite of the cherry if you want to reinforce anything.
Yeah, I do think, Chair, that some of the representatives, having not actually visited site properly, I mean, they visited site when it was the wettest part of the year, you know. Askham Field is a former landfill. It is compacted. It has been used over many, many years. We have the fairground that goes on there. The only area that we do have concern is when we have a firework display, because we have to come 40 metres back before the spectators can stand. And then we have the fairground. The area is quite capable of taking the capacity that has been now proposed. Every area has been looked at. Everything has been tried to satisfy the people. We all get experts and we're all here to do a job. If somebody asks me to do something and I'm capable of doing it, I do it. And I believe that is what the operators have done. They're still in the, you know, prepared to listen and prepared to take advice, which ideally, I believe, should be coming from these officers, not a big stick saying, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. They should be giving advice on how to overcome this so that the event can go ahead and that the people of Askham and the surrounding area can enjoy one Saturday night.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Chapman just held back a question. Is you okay if she asks that now before I wrap up?
Have you got a question?
You did have.
Well, better asking it now
Than not asking it at all, really, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
I was just wondering, we've all got the demographic sheet, you've been talking, there's lots of people. How do you actually get that demographic? How do you know that there are so many children between 12 and 17? And also disabilities.
We, obviously through our ticketing system, we can see what people's ages are, we can see what people's demographics are, what their addresses are. They give all that information to us on booking. We get quite a lot of emails and messages from people who are looking to buy carer tickets, so obviously we liaise with them. Generally within 3 or 4 hours, we're quite on it as far as that's concerned. So we got all that information through our ticketing system and it's all there in place for us to analyse and put into perspective.
Okay, so I think without further ado, we will close this part of the meeting. The subcommittee will go into private session now to deliberate the merits of the application. So I think we discussed, I think we're going to be an hour at a minimum, really, aren't we? So I think it's safe to say everyone can go away for an hour. Whether we'll be finished slightly less than an hour or slightly more than an hour, I wouldn't like to say. But I think that it's fair to say people can go, answer emails, catch up on missed phone calls or whatever else they might need. Yeah, pay for the parking.
Can I just say that, sorry, I'll put my mic on. The reception is closed from 5 o'clock, so the front door will be shut. There is a side entrance, so I can let people out that if they're going out of the building or you want to stay in the building, we can find an appropriate room. Hopefully.
I think from my team, I think there are people who need to move their cars, so that we are going to need to leave the building. If we come back, do we come back to the side door and just wait?
Yeah, there's a side entrance down.
Yeah.
So if we come back at 6 o'clock and then we'll see how things are going.
Yeah, we'll make sure there's someone down there at 6 o'clock to let
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If the committee are ready before then, we'll probably ask licensing to let the parties know that
you can come back. But I think Have you got contact details? Well, do you want to, before you leave, if you just want to do that? And I just think there's probably people who've got things to do. There's no point sitting around for an hour if you've got things that you need to go and do. We're going to be about that, I would imagine. So, yeah, okay, thank you. So if everybody, apart from the committee... Thanks everybody for your patience. Sorry to have kept you a bit longer than, well, I thought we might be longer than an hour, but I thought I could safely send you away for an hour. So I've got a couple of pages of, that I'm going to read out to you, which includes the decision and the reasons behind the decision, some of the rationale. So if you bear with me, I shall start I'll start the proceedings and I'll start to read the decision. We've considered the application for a premises licence for the Asken Music Festival, Asken Events Field, Asken, Doncaster. We have taken into account the representations made and the evidence presented today, the steps that are appropriate to promote the licensing objectives, the Home Office guidance and our statement of licensing policy, and we have decided to refuse the application. The committee noted that the applicant had made revisions to the event safety management plan and road traffic management plan, and further clarification was provided in terms of calculations and dimensions. The applicant also provided confirmation of a proposed reduction in the capacity to 4,999 or 3,999 if this was recommended as a condition. Mr Were, on behalf of the applicant, helpfully guided the committee to the relevant parts of the statement of licensing policy and statutory guidance, specifically where the licensing objectives were mentioned. Mr Were then proceeded to ask Mr Curry, a consultant used by the applicant, to advise on event safety management to address points raised in the additional statements of those representing the responsible authorities. Mr Curry stated that from the outset that the measurements of the entrance was previously mismeasured and was in fact wider than was initially suggested. He advised that the first thing he thought when he saw the plans was that the risk assessments would be required. He added that he could see the risk assessments were almost there, but not quite. The committee noted that Mr Curry confirmed that as a safety manager, he would be prepared to stop the event if adequate measures were not taken to make the event safe. But the committee considered that the applicant should have satisfied the committee and the responsible authorities already that sufficient safety measures were in place, and in any event Mr Curry would not be at this event on the day. The committee heard from Mr O'Grady on behalf of the applicant. Mr O'Grady advised that he had met with someone from Network Rail and they said they were happy with the plans. But Mr O'Grady added that he had sent emails and meeting requests to those at the City of Doncaster Council involved in the ESAG process, but these were refused. Subsequently, Mr O'Grady specified that a request was made by email on 26th of February 2024. It is disappointing that an email was apparently not acknowledged, but the committee had heard that those involved in ESAG had advised the applicant consistently up to that point. Mr O'Grady said he had permission from the relevant people, but these were between Asken Music Festival and those who had granted permissions. He did then add that they could be made available. Information was provided by the applicant and the responsible authorities regarding the suitability of the site and the safety measures in place. The applicant said some areas would be made as hard-standing surfaces, but acknowledged that planning permission had not been sought for such works. The committee noted that representation made by the Council for the Health and Safety Officer with regards to not taking into account the additional information provided today by the applicant. However, the committee had sufficient concerns regarding the application, notwithstanding the additional information. The responsible authorities who had made representations gave evidence, acknowledged that further clarification had been provided by the applicant, but they were still of the view that the application fell short of promoting its licensing objectives. The greatest concern was in relation to public safety. The committee did not have confidence that the applicant fully appreciated the requirement to have effective measures in place to ensure public safety and thought it unacceptable that risk assessments were almost there. We feel there has been sufficient time to have these in place already. The applicant appears to be reacting to representations made by the responsible authorities rather than proactively managing the event. It was notable that Mr Curry stated a number of times that he had been assured by the applicant. There is no criticism of Mr Curry in this respect, but it was apparent that no firm measures were in place. For example, I did have concerns around topography, but Andy assured me that removal of litter bins would take place. I've got in red on my screen more risk assessments needed, but Andy has assured me that they are well underway. Again, it's not a criticism of Mr Curry, but the measures should be in place already. We are not satisfied that the applicant making assurances, particularly after the difficulties experienced last year. Obviously, that I've read out will be made available to you, so you can look it over. But that is our decision. It's a disappointing decision for the committee. It's not one that we wanted to make, and we have taken on board the efforts and the amount of work that you've put in, and you know it doesn't reflect on our desire to see events of this nature in Doncaster. But it is about the licensing objectives, and we have to, if we made a decision not based on those, then that would be a wrong decision. So without further ado, I think probably everybody's had a long day, and you will want to, people, particularly yourselves, will want to go and consider the implications and where you go now with it. But I'll close the meeting and leave it at that. So thank you for everybody for their input and the time.
Chair, can I thank you on behalf of my side, and I'm sure all of the other parties, for the careful consideration. It's a very long hearing. Yeah. You've had a lot to assimilate, and I'm grateful for the time that's been taken.
That's all right. You're more than welcome. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.